Premium brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the 3M over. Successful of our brand is good work of the team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and the embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to Circuit de la Sarre for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 8th and final round of the Season 6 of 2004, the eSports Endurance Series. My name is Edward Hunter, alongside me is Amir Haziq, and in the broadcast direction is, of course, Mariano Callo. So, we are nearly, we've just got over 5 hours left to go, so we've 19 hours of this 24-hour event so far, and all 5 of our championships are still, I don't want to say wide open, because but they're certainly not done and dusted just yet, with quite a few lead battles there, with less than a lap between them still, which is very, very impressive given how long we've been racing for. But of course, after so long in the race, this is where it's so important not to falter with just a few short hours left to go. It's going to fly right by, I'm sure, especially with you by my side, Amir. But yeah, you're looking forward to it, this exciting conclusion to the championship?
Oh, absolutely. But there's part of me that feels that I should have been part of this. But, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes some plans don't go accordingly. But, yeah, I'm just happy to be on the other side of the fence looking in and waiting to see what's going to happen, especially when, as we said before we signed off this morning, the Hypercar and the LMP2 Pro class is still pretty much up for grabs, and really can't wait to see how those will be settled today here, Ed.
Absolutely, and make no mistake, you've absolutely been a part of this season and done a fantastic job as well, in and out of the commentary box, as well as driving for the Hot Rocket 55 team, of course, Amir. So we've definitely appreciated having you here and seeing you in action. There is our overall leader. We just got a glimpse of them there. Andrea Terzi leading his teammate Christian Malguera, and those two are the ones fighting for the championship, number 8 and number 7. 146 seconds separate the duo. Of course, just before we went off air, we did lose Sven Gilhead for Team Iris last night, so they've been gone for quite a while, sadly, which is certainly a disappointment for them. Sander Callis still holds on to third, but he's only 31 seconds ahead of Danilo Smeriglio, so those two have been swapping in the pit stop phases. I think the ground effect are running at 1 lap shorter on the fuel. Then, of course, in 5th, we've got Team Shiba, Tommaso Contu and Mario Tump rounding out those still available for Team Shiba and Blackhawk Racing number 3, so a couple of laps between both of them. LMP2 Pro, you see on screen at the moment, Martin Mergeli beats Thomas Vack by 2 laps, actually, it says on screen, but I believe it's only a single lap. So Martin Mergeli has done pretty well to extend that gap to Thomas Vack, but there's every chance that if Go Team slip up, then Hyperion could steal away that championship. So there's no room for complacency there. In third place, Giuseppe Saracino, a couple of laps down, and he is about just a lap ahead of Giuseppe Angelo Colavito, 129 seconds ahead of Angelo Colavito. Matthew Zabinski is a lap down on them in the second of the Hyperions, and then Daniel Vella is the last remaining LMP2 Pro in the VEM. So it's great to see VEM had a really bad start, only 66 seconds off away from fifth position. Then we got our two retirements, Ricardo Fava and Arda Erchan, who retired very, very early on as well. So that is LMP2 Pro. Then LMP2 Pro Am is the next class we got to look at. And that is, of course, still led dominantly by Ahmet Demirkan and Sunset Motorsport 84, who have got a colossal advantage of over 2 laps over John Ray Tronza, lovely name, aboard the wheel of the Carloni Racing prototype number 29 in second. So John Ray Tronza is about 2 laps ahead of Karol Wozniak for the Speed Eagles. So great to see the Speed Eagles, who did get disconnected during the night. They were able to get back into the race, and now they've worked their way back up to third ahead of Naha Racing Italia number 46 and Emmanuel M. Batista. Stefano Lanza is another lap, a few laps further down for Blue Bolt number 111. Chaim Korthoff is still going for Fuel Saving Motorsports. They are another lap down. Roberto Iafalo for Team Shiba are running in 7th position in class, 236 seconds down on Korthoff. And then quite a long way down on everyone else is Bismada Budiman for Ksatria SR, another team that had its fair share of misadventures, got disconnected and rejoined the race. As we're seeing just behind the time screen, it's getting quite hectic on track with, I think that's 3 different classes converging together with the grand effect of Alice just wiggling his way because he seems a little bit annoyed with all this traffic he's come upon there. Let's move on to GT3 Pro. Henry Sinek still in the lead there, but only by 35 seconds, I should say. He's been constantly closed on by Giancarlo Rossi and GR Simfros 97, who have had a fantastic comeback really since the midpoint of this race. Rossi and his teammate whose name escapes me at the moment, that we were commentating on earlier, who will come to me later on. I might have to look it up, but it was yeah, I can't remember his name. Victor Chenel is about 114 seconds behind Rossi. Then Pajald is 37 seconds behind him in the Team Irish 777. So our top 4 really, really close. We're about a lap separates Sinek and Pajald in 4th. So GT3 Pro is very much on a knife edge. And the remaining cars GT3 Pro are Philip Bruginet for Lacasicu, Salvatore Zitello for Arm Serber number 41, who are the only ones that can stop Henry Sinek and Satellite winning the championship, but they are an awful long way down, about 5 laps apart. Carlo Deander for Virtual Drivers Alliance is only about a second behind Zitello, so I think Zitello has only just got past him on the previous lap. Yeah, definitely 3:56 for Zitello and 4 minutes 02 for Carlo Deander. And then Davide Ragni is our last remaining MR Motorsport car in 8th and last position, with Andrea Gandosi already out of the running. Then finally, GT3 Am. It's Carloni Racing Black dominantly leading by about 5 laps in the hands of Elias Poli at the moment. So well on their way to a fantastic championship victory there. MR Motorsport 66 are holding on to second to the tune of 88 seconds ahead of Carloni Racing Red. So it will take quite something for Carloni Racing to make it a 1-2 here, given the job that MR Motorsport have done in that Mercedes. Parida Di Vico holds 4th for Team Shiba, 239 seconds down. Then in 5th, it's Pedro Ramada for Grow Racing Team and Brady 9, 72 seconds down. And then, quite a long way, 9 laps down on the class leader, is Anthony Maris for Flying Goat 95, who had a really, really tough start to the race, but to their credit, still going down in 6th and last in class. Then our non-finishers, Thomas Zabansky for GR Wildfire, sadly we lost her during the night. Oliver Newman for Rookie Monsters, they were running quite high when they unfortunately had to drop out as well. And then Andrea Alessandro Ricciardel, who of course lost a wheel in the Simfering Pink number 91, had to come to a stop down the Mulsanne straight after collision with the Team Sheba number 20 car that were fighting for position, that sent that 91 into the wall. And Arcadius Siwek for the Musketeers retired extremely early. I think they were our first retirement of the race, come to think of it. So there you go. That is all of our field, all the various different fortunes. Still 34 cars going, and still an awful lot left to be decided, Amir. Sorry, I think that's probably the longest I've talked for throughout the entire broadcast, through the entire order there. But great, it must be said, to still have so many cars still running, because that means there's still almost everything still left to play for, really, with just 4 hours, 42 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I think the breakfast might have helped out for you to get up that early in the morning and still going on a filibuster. But yeah, that's really a testament, isn't it, to the reliability of modern race cars, even in virtual racing, where it could just go on for hours and hours and hours without any major breaks, unless, of course, there's some niggling mechanical failures, i.e., gearboxes, transmission troubles, or in some cases just forgot fuel. But let's not remind which team was there, because I'm pretty sure that particular team is still feeling sore after that one.
Yep, of course, the second team Iris entry, Stanislas Bajald, I think has switched over to that car, and that would explain why the 777 is still very much in the hunt for not just third position, but also potentially the overall victory, as we see Francesco Giardinetto getting on board the Carloni Racing black machine, just getting out in front of, that looks like is that the Team Sheba LMP2, just coming out of the pits. There's Simone De Sanctis at the wheel there. So yeah, Giardinetto could well be in for, probably not quite through to the finish, but certainly for the next 2 hours for that penultimate stint at least. And it's an ideal position for a driver to come into the car and then inherit a huge lead, and know all you have to do is stroke it home to get that championship under your belt. And just behind him is the GT3 Pro leader, that's in a very, very not quite a similar position, because instead of leading by 5 laps or whatever it is, Henry Sinek is only leading by 31 seconds, so he's in considerably more of a hurry than Francesco is.
Oof. And there's the sister car coming through as well, so it's really still a case of the GTs trying to be as predictable as possible while having their own belters. As Gagnato, actually, as he just came out of the pits, letting Cynic by, and well, no histrionics there. They're both in somewhat similar positions championship-wise. They are in with a shout of taking the title, so they don't want to take any risk at this point.
I'd say more than a shout at this phase, but because even if neither of them win through bizarre circumstances, I think they only have to score a couple of points in both classes in order to clinch it. But yeah, let's take nothing away from the job that they've done, especially Giardinetto and the entire Carlini Racing black team, and that Aston Martin, which is almost certainly not the best, the car of choice here, given its deficit down the straights. But here is Giancarlo Rossi, who of course in the pro class continuing to catch Henry Sinek. As I said, 31 seconds is the gap at the moment. Took about 8/10 out of Henry Sinek the previous lap then, so any delay for the satellite car, it plays absolutely into the hands of GR Simfrust, yet to win the race this season, and looking to change that at the big one. And Rossi, no relation of course to Valentino Rossi, who of course previously competed at Le Mans, as you pointed out yesterday. Ready for blood at this point, and it would be such a great story for that team if they could pull off a shock victory in the final couple of hours.
Indeed, and the fact that the first name also rings a bell for those who watch F1. So this guy literally is blessed with racing in his veins, and looks as though the team's going well right now. Only 29 seconds behind the satellite racing team of Henry Sinek. So still very close. We can't count the chickens just yet. Things might still happen, as again, there's that saying that Le Mans doesn't choose its winners, or something along those lines.
I think really Jackie X used to say it, and I remember Neil Yarni telling me about it too secondhand, that what Jackie X used to tell him was that you cannot win Le Mans lets you win. So there's so many twists and turns, so much bad luck that can befall the driver, and with still 34 cars left on track, they've still got to lap each other quite consistently as well. Almost like there are a couple of mobile chicanes in the form, especially for the prototypes, in the form of the GT3 cars. So if you come upon them at the Porsche cars, you've really got to be careful, especially when fatigue starts to creep in late into the race. But I have to say, full credit to Simframe, because I think they've the 8 and 7 have impressed me the most, because they've just been incredibly consistent. Andrew Tersley's last lap, and considering he's been doing quite a big chunk of this race as well, since I think he started the race, has gone to sleep, and then got back into the car. He set 3:13.7 last lap. His fastest lap is a 3:13.1. So to be only 6/10 of your fastest lap, that's an insane effort, and it's no wonder that they are 150 seconds clear of their teammate, which still is a bridgeable gap, even with less than 5 hours left to go in the race, with so much having been completed. That really shows you the insane level that team is at the moment, and why they are going to seal that championship.
Indeed, and the fact that Simfriam are going to have a bit of a field day today, because it's 1, 2, 3 right now in the Hypercar standings and overall.
Yeah.
8 leads 7, leads 9. Smiriglio will definitely love to end the season on a high, because that number 9 car has been in the wars, and I know for a fact that I've been battling with that number 9 car when I was in the races. He hasn't had the rubber to green, but it looks as though Le Mans is smiling favorably upon that particular unit.
It is at the moment, but I think that's because Callis literally a lap ago went into the pits, didn't he? So they're on a slightly different strategy as the SD Shiva, the GT3, the Callaway Corvette. It just has a wiggle on out the second Mulsanne chicane, and Thomas Vac just about is able to avoid that one now. I think he saw Thomas Vac coming and like desperate to get out of the way there. That's the last thing you want as a GT3 runner, is to be hit in the back by a much faster prototype, and then suddenly in the barrier at 250 miles per hour.
Yep, something along those lines, yeah. Also, the fact that it's kind of weird to see the Shiba car in a completely different color, because we've used to seeing them in green, but looks like they're going for a special livery for Le Mans, and probably that's going to be their CI for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's sort of black with kind of streaks of orangey tiger stripes on it. So, get used to that livery as we ride now on board with the team looking to steal the championship away from Hyperion, who are just riding on board, and that is Go Team. And I have to say, this would mean an awful lot to the Gothenburg-based team in Sweden if Martin Mergeli, Zoltan Varconi, and Roland Zux can pull this one off, because one absolutely fantastic season. We saw them really impress in Pro-Am last year, didn't we? And they've really carried that form forward into from season 5 into season 6, haven't they? At the top of LMP2 Pro, they had threatened to sort of win outright in LMP2 Pro a number of times last season, despite being in Pro-Am, and they've really that was sort of a promise that they were going to be really strong this season, and they've absolutely followed through on that promise, haven't they? If you look at the wins that they've taken, I'm pretty sure they won the opener in Bahrain. They won round 4, of course, at Istanbul, and they won Nürburgring as well. They just finished second to Hyperion 44, as we see Sander Callis being held up by the Sunset Motorsport car in LMP2 Pro-Am. Another entry that's threatening to move up to LMP2 Pro next season, because I think they're still 3rd in the overall LMP2 order at the moment. So Demirkan, another driver and team at Sunset Motorsport, who have just absolutely excelled across the course of today. But yeah, I think the win's pretty even. I think sort of 3 apiece for Hyperion and Go Team so far this season. Oh no, I think it might be 4 for one of them and then 3 for the other one, if I've got it right. Unless I don't think any other team won this season in LMP2 Pro. I think they've exclusively had the wins to themselves. So yeah, I'm just working that out in my head.
Indeed, and the fact that it goes to show why there's a 6-point difference between the both of them coming into this one really is a testament to the quality between those two teams to be up in front week in, week out. And even with the half points that were awarded last time out in round 7 at Spa, it's still pretty close between the both of them. And I can't imagine how you can cut it either way here if they go to a tiebreaker if the points were to stay the way. But again, this might just be a winner takes all affair here.
It is, because there's such a big gap between finishing first and finishing second in class. And it's a whole 12 points difference, so that's almost double the gap between them, despite it being so tight. So it definitely plays into the hands of whoever's leading. And in this instance, it's Martin Mergeli for sure. As here we go, Giancarlo Rossi has got the gap down to 13-14 seconds. Now he opts to pit. try and get the... no, he's following in Henry Sinek, actually. So this is literally them stretching out the fuel tank as long as it will go here.
Yeah, but again, they do not want to stretch it over a single lap. Otherwise, they might have to start lifting, coasting back around 13.5 kilometers to the pit lane. As a new fastest lap of the race goes to Christian Malguera. So Malguera's not showing any signs of fatigue. A 13 flat, nearly a 12 in race trim. That is something there.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help, because it's certainly cut into that big lead that Terzi has over him. And it definitely feels like they're playing with each other. They've obviously both had a good night's sleep, got back in the car, and are now trying to go for fastest lap to try to snatch it off of one another. And if Christian Malguera can eat into that gap, get within sort of the pit window of Andrea Terzi, which of course pit stop here is round about 50-60 seconds in total, depending on if you're doing a driver change or not, isn't it? So that could make a big difference here. As there we go, Henry Sinek and Giancarlo Rossi both exit the pit lane, and it looks like Henry Sinek has come out 25 seconds in the lead then. So overall, I think Giancarlo Rossi had closed the gap purely because Henry Sinek had come to a stop ahead of him in the pit box. So the gap's still just under 30 seconds, I think, with maybe GSM for us having a slightly longer pit stop.
I think the gap was just under 30 seconds before they came in anyway, because Rossi looks like he had a bit between his teeth. Times-wise, it was only about 0.2 of a second in between them last time out before the pits. So it is quite close, but it looks as though Rossi's just chomping at the bit. And I say bit, very bit by bit, as the gap sort of ebbs and flows throughout the entire duration of their stints at this point.
Yeah, luckily he's still got time. 4.5 hours left on the clock, of course. But there will be a bit of pressure on him just to not falter at this late stage, because we know exactly how good Henry Sinek is in these sort of late stage battles. You only have to look back to his defense against Jordi Sant Andres at the Nürburgring on the final lap there to see exactly how difficult Henry Sinek can be to pass, even when the car behind has got a bit of an advantage in terms of pace. So Giancarlo Rossi will have to hope that he catches Henry Sinek sort of down the straight and just slipstreams his way by, because that's where the McLaren is going to be a little bit weaker, isn't it, in terms of raw top speed compared to the Mercedes. And here, let's not forget this third place battle, which may be it's only 58 seconds down at the moment, given the pit stops, the way they've filtered out at the current moment. But I think RGPL and Iris are on a slightly different pit strategy here. But yeah, 38 seconds between those two. Unfortunately for Sainz Espargaro, Victor Chenal has upped his pace a bit and was about 2 seconds quicker the previous lap then. So Team Iris, of course, just before we went off there, they just lost that podium, didn't they, to GR Sim for us, who have since rocketed up the order. And now Victor Chenal has just been really defending his ground and trying to get back into the fight for victory here. And RGPL, have, it must be said, have done an absolutely stellar job in their first appearance at Le Mans. And they could definitely be in with an amazing chance of a podium here. We also see, unfortunately, in sadder news, Kasacha SR619, Ismail Budiman has gotten right to the end of the night stint and then retired from the race from last in the LMP2 Pro-Am order. So it's certainly not been an easy ride for him. Let's hope, if they've been disconnected, that Budiman can get back in the server in time and carry on and at least get a finish under his belt, because that would mean a lot to Kasacha SR, given that they've not had the easiest of season. Lots of mistakes for that car with all of its drivers, let's be honest.
Yeah, there is Budiman now. What's happened to him coming through Morsand Corner? A bit squirrely on the exit,
I have to say.
Yeah, and it looks as though it might be connection trouble here. Yep, it is. Ooh. Oh, in fact, it's also hardware issues. Is Budiman just veering off on the way up to Indianapolis? That is not what you want. And yep, part hardware problem, part internet connection problem as well. So let's hope that Budiman can come back in.
Yeah. Well, I wonder there maybe if there was some damage being taken as well from the hit sex. It looked like the disconnection was trying to drag him into the barrier there, which was a bit bizarre. Usually when they get disconnected, they phase through the barriers. Yeah, that's way more normal. Yeah, but anyway, Giancarlo Rossi still, as you say, a bit between his teeth, continuing to close on Henry Sinek here. And there's a brilliant opportunity here for the GR Simfrost come away with the overall victory for the. I think that would be the first win period for that team, not just this season, but just in EES in general. So a big stakes up for grabs here for Grow Racing. I believe it's Grow Racing, GR Simfrost, aren't they? That's just sort of the sister team, isn't it? Because it was the other car, the Grow Racing car that was on pole position, of course, before it the GR Wildfire car had to drop out earlier on this race in the hands of Sabansky.
And the fact that Cynic right now at this point seems as though after the pit stops may not have had the pace that he had prior to the pit lane. So maybe both of them are going for the same set of tires, but maybe it's the GR Simtrust's car has better tire wear at this point and slightly fresher rubber underneath that thing. So that's why he is actually catching up to him. But we could be mistaken here. Henry Cynic might have actually been stuck by some prototypes overtaking him prior to that. Then that's why the gap was decreased by about 2.5 seconds, which is pretty striking, to be honest, because we don't expect Cynic to drop that much pace from the get-go.
Yeah, and Henry Cynic, it must be pointed out, despite how good a driver he is in endurance, he's done an awful lot of that race so far in the number 64. Of course, he's had a couple of his teammates in that squad take over at various points. I'm trying to remember who else is in that car. There we go. Bismadva Buddyman re-exits the garage, so let's hope his connection holds this time. Buddyman, we're just testing that the steering wheel still works, and is now returning to the track, which I'm sure will bring joy to everyone who has to lap him and negotiate that bit bright yellow. At least you always see it coming in your wing mirrors if you're in GT3.
Indeed, and the fact that for the Indonesians who are probably willing him on in droves, and I can tell you they will be in droves, because when there's an Indonesian representative on the grid in any place, there will definitely be guys who are trying to will them on. And for Budiman to be still on the track, it will be an achievement. As they say, even if you're not part of that winning rostrum, achieving a goal of finishing the 24 hours is more than enough to justify what you've done prior to that in preparation, and really, it is a goal in itself.
Exactly, just finishing has that little bit of pride in of itself. And I've commentated on, I remember once a test 24-hour race where only about 2 or 3 teams were able to actually get to the end of the race, but they were all so relieved that they did at Le Mans, because it's just getting the chance to do it is a big challenge and honor in of itself. As this Astro SR car looking a little bit wobbly into the braking zone, but Bismadva just about gets it stopped in time. And I just wanted to say about Sunset, and I know they're definitely not the only team that can say this, but I'm pretty sure it's Henry Cynic and Jimmy Nisula duo-handedly, the two of them handling that race in that car completely on their own, whereas other teams have got at least 3 or 4 drivers at their disposal, essentially. That is incredibly impressive from Satellite Racing, from Cynic and Nisula, that they both, neither of them seem to put a foot wrong. In fact, I've only really seen Henry Cynic in that car, if I'm being completely honest. So I think Nisula must have done all of his stint during the night while most of us were asleep, which is a shame, because it would have shown up on stream, but probably not too many people watching, unfortunately, for Jimmy Nisula. So all the Jimmy Nisula fans will have to go back and watch for themselves, I guess. Look at that, 1.4 seconds quicker, Giancarlo Rossi, at this phase. He's just absolutely flying at the moment, and Henry Cynic has just got to hope that the hours tick by and he's got something in reserve here, as we see Martin Mergoli and Andrea Terzi pit from the lead of LMP2 Pro and Hypercar, respectively.
Yeah, but those leaders are coming through for their scheduled stops. We're looking at right now with Rossi really chasing after Cynic. So, again, pace after the pit stops completely different from what we saw prior to that. We did see just shades of the Mercedes being faster than McLaren on the way to the pits, but now the pace is more evident here post-pit stop. And it looks as though Cynic might be faltering a bit due to fatigue. As you said before, it might just be the both of them driving compared to James Zuba and Ryan Nash, their teammates who are often in the car in this particular point. They're just trying to do the race in just pairs, whereas Rossi, he might just rely on the likes of Michael Francesconi, Pera, Maciscioli, and D'Alessandro, who will be in the car soon as well. There's 5 drivers in that particular unit who might just bring it home to the end. So watch this space. This particular battle for GTG Pro might just go all the way to the end.
Yeah, Michele D'Alessandro is the Italian driver I was thinking of earlier, who had a really good stint in that GR Simfrost, and that's one of the things that's put them in this position. But yeah, Henry Cynic really, I think, as great a driver as he is, I think he's been given an awfully tough job to do And if James Juba and Ryan Nash had been in that car, they've been awfully quiet about it must be said. But they must have done like 20 minutes, like really early in the morning. Anyway, the race continues then. Christian Margera has just reached the pit lanes, as you said. Scheduled stops for both the leaders in sim through number 8 and number 7. And we saw some great battling between the two earlier on. But it must be said, Terzi and the rest of the number 8 crew have really been able to control this race from the front since they broke clear. And it's going to take something very special. I mean, they did set the fast lap of the race earlier, 3 minutes 12.7. Margera set in this previous stint, so he's certainly not given up on trying to snatch away the lead, but it's still going to be 140 seconds or so between the two teammates. And number 7, in terms of winning the championship, they not only need to beat the number 8, they need number 8 to lose quite a lot of laps in order for Santa Callas or Danilo Smerugio to split them in order for the number 7 to win the championship. So the possibilities are the window's starting to close for the number 7, and I think Christian Margera senses it, that he's fighting for victory at Le Mans but not in the championship.
Yeah, but can you imagine the cruel irony if one of those cars that happen to be in the between that splits them both in the championship happens to be their sister car in number 9 that finishes either on the podium or right in front of him, if something were to happen to that number 8 car. But again, it's a possibility. Right now, we're coming into that period of the race where 4 hours left to go after this. It's pretty much squeaky bum time. You really got to make sure you got everything sorted. Otherwise, you're going to have to think of contingencies in case something terrible happens.
Yeah, and you know, you say if something happens to them, break. Quite a lot's happened to it already, and they seem to have survived. Remember earlier on when number 7 and number 8 were both trading mistakes in the sort of earlier stint yesterday, when we saw the number 8 just survive a massive spin at the Porsche curves while trying to avoid the ST Sheba Corvette, and the number 7 also itself spinning at Mulsanne corner as well, and the two constantly battling each other. Terzi actually put on a fantastic move on Mag. Was it Terzi or was it it might have been a reseat.
Corazari, I think.
Yeah, Corazari put on some good moves. Both the drivers in both cars actually put on fantastic moves against one another. Yes. And we suspected there were team orders in play, but I really think the number 8, since has just regardless of team orders, to just slightly have the legs and the consistency on their teammate, and that's why they're leading by 149 seconds at the present moment. Here's that the LMP2 Pro leaders. So it looks like Thomas Vac coming into the pits a lap after Martin Mergeli. So the gap between them, I guess it's going to depend on when the race finishes, isn't it? For a lot of the pit strategies, how they play out. We could still yet see a late code 80 as well, which could end up being decisive too. But yeah, so I think depending on what lap it ends is going to decide the 3rd and 4th place battle in Hypercar. It's going to potentially decide the GT3 Pro fight as well, if Rossi can get close enough, and if the Code 80 comes out at a time to benefit him. And you never know, it could bring Victor Chanel and Stanislas Pajal back into that GT3 Pro fight as well. But yeah, everywhere else, I think the gaps are a little bit too big for it to make a massive difference. But it is great to see.
Yep. Anything within half a minute, you can at least have half a chance in catching up to the guy in front, especially if the Code 80 falls to you favorably. The guy in front passes by the pit stop, and you can actually go in once the Code 80 begins. So that is what some of these guys who are behind are banking on. But the guys in front, they're banking on the complete opposite. They're hoping to get that Code 80 when they're actually reaching the pit stop. Otherwise, they will be behind in terms of strategy. It's just that sort of thing that can be called upon if it's necessary. But based on the trend so far, we haven't had that much of Code 80s anyway. So it will need a massive accident to really call out the Code 80 to do that.
Yeah, and you wouldn't really wish that on anyone, especially so late into the race. If it's going to come from anyone, it's most likely somebody like the Ksatria SR6619 car that we've seen have so many misadventures already today. That seems like probably the most likely candidate of those still running, although you might see some drama in the GT3 classes as well.
Yeah, that's wishing upon it already, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah, but things could get very, very interesting if the leaders in GT3 Pro catch each other on track and start fighting one another. Because I could see Henry Sinek final race of the season, championship pretty much in the bag no matter what he does, with Zitello so far behind, about 4 laps down on them, that I could see him fighting quite hard tooth and nail against Rossi in this stint then, if Rossi is able to catch him. But yeah, there's Smeriglio. He's also not given up on that 3rd place. But it looks like the Grand Effect team has just got the pace on them at the present moment, because the gap was about 30 seconds before the last pit stop phase, and it's ballooned out to a 39, or just under 39, I should say. So I think Callis has probably got the raw pace to beat Smeriglio here, but it's going to come down to, like I say, the strategy with Smeriglio able to stay out that extra 1 or 2 laps more on the fuel. And that's really what briefly allowed them to jump Sander Callis, as you pointed out earlier. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Grand Effect have got it right, or whether Simfream are going to take a 1-2-3 here.
Yeah, but you were to bet about that. That would be quite tricky, isn't it? But let's see how it plays out, especially when we're coming into the final quarter of this race now, or 1/4 or 1/3, whichever way you cut it. We're coming to the most important period of the race now. 4 hours left to go. It's when you really want to start believing that you can finish this race in a good position, or at least you have the car underneath you with your crew to just bring it home.
Yeah, and if you're a long way behind the driver in front, it can be easy to get very demotivated at this point as well, even if the fuel strategy is maybe making the gap bigger than it actually is in reality. But yeah, look at this. Victor Chanel is sort of being dropped here, isn't he? 52 seconds now behind Giancarlo Rossi. And he's just not, well, I say he's not been able to live with the pace of the 2 leaders. And his last lap was actually 2 seconds quicker than both of them. So I have to eat those words immediately.
Yep, again, it feels a bit weird, doesn't it, to see the gap ebbing and flowing, but it's just normally because one guy enters the corner and exits. When the other guy approaches, it looks like it's decreasing, then it just goes back up again. So we can't really say for sure until we see the cars cross by the start-finish line and see the proper lap times, whether or not there has been a gain or a loss for any of the cars, 2 batting cars here. So for the time being, 2nd and 3rd may be a non-factor in this one, but 1st and 2nd is the one we're really interested in, because Rossi looks as though he's really taking time away from sitting hand over fist.
Yep, and I think Rossi has actually halved that gap in the last half hour while we've been talking, hasn't he? So it was 40 seconds when we hopped on, and now it's only just over 21 seconds. So yeah, the momentum is really going the way of GR Simfrust at the moment, and Rossi continuing to just chew up the time. That Mercedes is just eating up the distance between itself and the Satellite Racing 64 McLaren. We're on the same strategy, so it's even keel between the 2 of them, and Rossi just continuing to charge, and it looks like it's going to take an awfully big defense from Henry Sinnock to keep him at bay. And has Henry Sinnock got that in him at this late hour of the race? We will have to see, but Rossi must be feeling confident at this point.
Yeah, and Henry Sinnock may not want to pull a cynical move to prevent Rossi from overtaking. We know what he's capable of. He can defend very well, but when push comes to shove, let's see how, when a car that's not underneath him right now in terms of pace will have to be done to prevent the Mercedes from coming by. This will be interesting to see how fast Rossi can pull in the gap within the next hour or so.
Yeah, it is very fascinating because we've not had to see Henry Sinnock defend too much this season, apart from the end of the Nürburgring 6 hours. But yeah, Satellite Racing, their usual strategy is to build such a big lead that they are unchallenged at the end, and it's only really twice this season that they've been beaten. Nürburgring, they just held on, of course, to victory. They lost at Istanbul to MR Motorsports number 71, and they lost at Sebring to, of course, Arm Sauber number 41. Both teams of which are sort of fighting each other to not finish last in the of those still running in the GT3 Pro order. As we see, looks like the Le Casecu car just making a little move to lap one of its contemporaries in the background, as we look at Savas Unal just in between the 2 Blue Bolt LMP2s there. Certainly very similar liveried cars either side of him. But Unal leading John Ray Trunza by 2 laps. And for Sunset Motorsport, the sun has really risen, and you have to say it's going to be a very, very well-deserved LMP2 Pro-Am championship, because I'm pretty sure Sunset haven't been beaten too often this season either. I think Level 1 Esports beat them in round 3 at Imola.
Yes,
sorry,
yeah, Saraceno went off their bit coming out of Indianapolis. Luckily, there was another car nearby that might have collected him, but he was probably following Unal out of sympathy there. Just he was going wide, and he went even wider.
Yes, so I think there's 3 rounds where Sunset were beaten this season. There was the Speed Eagles beat them at Bahrain the season over. Level 1 Esports beat them at Imola. And then there was, of course, Spa not too long ago, where I think it was the Speed Eagles beat them again, wasn't it? Because luckily the race didn't go full distance, so Speed Eagles didn't quite get a chance to be disconnected from the lead. So yeah, the Speed Eagles team has not had the greatest of luck, but they are still going, still very much in the hunt for third in class, and only about 2 laps. I say only 2 laps down on Carloni Racing number 29, but that is I mean, that if Carloni Racing gets into an incident, that could very much put Speed Eagles into the hunt for second. But at the moment, I think they would quite gladly take third. That'd be a strong way for them to end the season, and I think they'd be hoping to have another title tilt next season after taking 2 wins so far this season.
Indeed, and 2 laps behind that Carloni car, maybe it is a bridge too far, of course, as we can see finally
I think
the full
definitely,
overall
yes.
standings. Yep. And the full overall standings there, that's actually quite a testament to see how far LMP2s have gone up through the field compared to the Hypercars. But of course, Hypercars top 6, that's to be a given. They are the fastest class. But look at that car in P9. That's the Sunset Motorsport car that we were talking about earlier. 84, third best among the LMP2s. That really shows something, isn't it? The pace that Savas Unal and Co have been putting on throughout the entire season, and Le Mans.
Yeah, and you can tell Saraceno's probably a bit annoyed by this, as there we go. The sister car just letting them through there. Yep. Lock up from Unal into the first chicane. He goes a little bit deep, and that's going to really compromise his exit. So Giuseppe Saraceno looking to retake 9th in the overall order here, and lights flashing from that Sunset car as if to say, don't try anything because it won't end well for you, Giuseppe. And Saraceno is thinking, well, I finally got someone to fight with rather than just being in no man's land in third, 180 seconds clear of a Suave and the Sim3 number 47. So Giuseppe Saraceno is looking very, very good for a class podium at this phase, which he absolutely would take. He's not had a whole lot of good luck this season in his drives for Blue Bolt, has he? So I'm sure he would they've been in the hunt for victory in a couple of races this season, and things have not panned out their way, as Unal has now had a much better exit from the second Mulsanne chicane and is now starting to go Saraceno the way once more. So Saraceno will have to hope that get close enough to the point where the Sunset Motorsport car think, all right, you can have that one, because class victory and the championship is still on for Unal, no matter what Saraceno does to him, unless Saraceno pins him into the wall or something terrible like that, which I'm pretty sure he wouldn't bother doing, because he himself doesn't want to blow his third place either.
Yeah, any bilateral ties between those two teams might be forever soured if that were to happen. As we can see, there is Cynic being overtaken now. We'll keep an eye out what's happening between him and Rossi after this, but this is also not to say for the podium finish, but it's just among the LMP3s. Saraceno would love to actually at least put one over Unal there. As now we can see, look at that, the gap's under 20 seconds here, Ed.
Yep, Cynic being caught continuously by Rossi. Rossi just being an absolute machine out there at the present moment. 3 minutes 58.4. So that was a whole second quicker than Cynic once more. So if he keeps taking second by second out of him each lap, then in about 20 laps or so, he should be, or just under 20 laps or so, he should be in range. So we've got to look out for that, don't we? With just over 4 hours to go, that's plenty enough time for him to catch him. Let's see, how many 19 laps? If we do, let's see, just trying to do some mathematics here in terms of the lap times. So we'll do 4 minutes times 19. That would be 76 laps time.
Well, that would be a bit of a far-fetched stretch, but I would say, because if you have an AWS calculator on it,
76 minutes, sorry, that'd be 76 minutes, isn't it? Well, yeah, if it's 4 minutes times 19 laps. And
Yep.
always looks like Rossi's about to enter the pits there, but that's just him widening his entry so he can really mount the curbs for the forward chicane, and mount them he does.
Indeed, and if you say about 76 minutes, that's basically a stint. So we should see the GR car close to
It
the...
might be less than that, because
like
he's like
that too, yeah.
17 seconds already, so yeah. Might be more like an hour.
Indeed, just under that hour, then we can see them both head-to-head after this. We can't wait for that one.
Yeah, I don't think Rossi can wait either. Cynic, he can probably wait another 4 hours, 8 minutes. but he may be out of his hands if he can't up his pace enough. And here is Saracino, and he's got his way past Unal down the back straight, but Unal is going to try and slingshot his way back through here. So we got a battle for overall position then, Amir, and Savas Unal wants to really show what he's made of and give Saracino something to remember him by. But look, here comes the Black Hawk racing car of Mario Tump, just clearing the pair of them.
And that was an easy maneuver for the Porsche there, but it really does compromise Saracino on the exit, because look, Uval now is going to come back at him here on the way to the second part of the Mulsanne into Mulsanne corner. This might just be quite a tactical battle, and there's the other Blue Bolt car right behind, watching brief in case something happens.
And there's the Carlini Racing, just giving way to everybody. Unal, unfortunately, not quite able to get the overlap he needed to dive up the inside at Mulsanne corner. So once more tucking into the slipstream and thinking about a counter-attack later on. Meanwhile, Giancarlo Rossi still 17.2 seconds behind Henry Cynic. So I think Cynic was only about a tenth slower in the first sector, so he's fought back a little bit on this lap so far, but we'll have to see how it develops. The gap going under 17 seconds now, so Rossi just he just seems to be really implacable at the moment. He just seems really composed, but also not letting up, not relaxing. He absolutely is chasing after victory right now. As you see Simone De Sanctis in the pit lane for Team Shiba 911. Interesting number that Team Shiba picked for their Pro-Am LMP2 entry, but nonetheless, it probably just was the best one available, I guess, because the 320 was they were already using, weren't they? And then they've got the number 20 they were still using, so I guess they had to think of a third number, and 911 was the one that came to mind.
Could have used 420 though. They missed that opportunity.
Oh, that's true. That's true. They missed out.
Yeah, they couldn't blaze it.
Yeah, I guess so. It depends on what controversy they're trying to court today. But yeah, anyway, look on board with Cynic then, and this is a driver that knows the championship is within their grasp. But the race win, much less so, because Giancarlo Rossi has and Henry Cynic is really hoping that another driver pops up in the satellite team to relieve him of duties. And I've been in that situation before in 24-hour races where you've basically got to rely on yourself to get it to the end, and you've been driving a long while, you're tired, your friend has overslept or whatever, and you've just got to extend that stint because you're in a good position. And in this case, they're leading the class, of course. So satellite racing, as professional a team as they are, 24 hours, it seems to have stretched both their drivers to their absolute limits and potentially beyond as well. So Henry Cynic, as much as we talk about how much Rossi's catching him, he's done an absolutely immaculate job so far.
Yeah, and they're probably going for the traditional route all the way back to what, the 60s, 70s, and 80s, when you only have two drivers to complete an entire 24. You drive for a total of 12 hours, but performance-wise, you might just dip a bit because you're running for so long in that running at that pace, you might just start seeing things as well. So hopefully Cynic can probably just get himself some well-deserved rest after this and give it back to Nisela or any other two drivers in that particular stable, because the gap right now really is shrinking by a rate of knots.
Yeah, it'd be great to interview the drivers after the race, but I imagine that it'd all be way too exhausted to say anything coherent. But I'd love to hear from our champions at the end. Our race winners too, if there's any differences there. I think GT3 Pro might be the only one where the race winner isn't also the champion, due to the sort of massive point swing. It's only really at LMP2 where the lead is going to change hands, isn't it, from Hyperion to Go Team, and quite a symbolic handover that could be in just over 4 hours time, or a very little over 4 hours, 4 hours 3 minutes left on the clock. Rossi gap, 16.6 seconds as he tucked into just that little ember of slipstream from the VEM 33 as it laps the Simpress 97. And just that little bit of extra speed down these straights, as quick as the Mercedes is, it's always appreciated as well. But he knows he's just got to keep the pressure on and to keep pushing. And once he catches up to Henry Sinek, that's when we can expect the fireworks. Or probably a very, very easy move if Henry Sinek is just that exhausted and fatigued at that point.
Yeah, only time will tell if that were to be the case. But again, that's the little battle that's actually gonna become big. It's developing quite nicely at this point. But 4 hours left to go. We'll wait and see if any other drivers in those two crews can actually make a difference after the stops come by as well, of course.
Yep, so we're closing rapidly on that 4 hours remaining mark. That means we've done 20 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. So obviously we're in that final quarter of the race, and that's really where anyone who wants to win this one needs to get a move on if they're not in the lead already. But the two leaders in Hypercar, Simfream 8 and number 7, both lapping in the 3:16s then, and as I said, it is amazing pace from those two teams, although Sander Callas is actually faster than both of them on the previous lap. Unfortunately for him, he is about 3 laps down on both of them, so that's probably a little bit too much ground for ground effect to make up. I did predict that they'd be fighting for victory at the end of the race. I think, unfortunately, Simfream had just done way too solid a job for that to open up. But Callas, if he can still hold on to third and beat Simfream number 9 as he enters the pit lane, I think they would be extremely satisfied with that at ground effect, because they've shown some amazing pace, some great pole positions as well over this season. But really their best result was Istanbul in that second place. Otherwise, it's been pretty slim pickings for them, hasn't it? And I think ending the season with a podium at the toughest race on the calendar, I think would be a big statement of intent for next season, where I think ground effect will be a much more experienced and much stronger force in endurance racing, given their lack of experience. Usually they are more experienced in Formula Sim racing, aren't they?
Yeah, but they will still be kicking themselves for that one, because they had one win that went completely begging, as we remember quite well in Imola. Last 10 minutes, it only just needed a safe run towards the end to get that could have been an only win of the season. Now it's just a case of what might have been, but at least they can finish the season strongly, as you said before. 3rd place on the cards here, as now Callas comes out of the pits, 9 seconds behind Smiriglio. So the delta that he lost wasn't that much, because probably he went for only fuel, no tires. He's ready to go again.
Yeah, so we could actually see a battle for third in so that's one of our 2 battles really to watch here. It's a battle for third in Hypercar. I think Unal and Saracino are now 62 seconds apart, because Saracino is pit. And then we've got the other battle is that lead battle in GT3 Pro. But Victor Chenot 113 seconds down, and Bajan about 52 seconds in arrears as well. So it did look like a 4-horse race earlier on, but really truly, I think most likely it's a 2-horse race between Satellite and Simpress 97, or GR Simpress I should say. But yeah, Sander Callas very much looking to add to the excitement then, and passed in Lewis Mariglio on track at the very least. It almost feels like he just wants to pass him on track, rather than just constantly relying on the fuel strategy to save him here. 4 hours to go, so he's got that amount of time left to catch the third Simfream number 9. Like you say, number 9 fighting for its first podium of the season, so big stakes for both of these teams. Ground effect, you have to say, are the favourites to snatch that 3rd place, and Smiriglio has done a really cracking job so far, but he's going to have to pull something special out of the bag to hold the Estonian at bay here. Indeed,
and let's see what he has in his locker with the ground effect car coming in really fast after the pit stops. 11 seconds in between them. We saw it's about 9 seconds, but maybe because it takes a while for the tires to get back up to temperature. So Callas now, with about half the circuit already taken up, he's ready to just switch it back on, and let's see if he could try and make a bit of a mission out of this, whether or not he could actually overtake that number 9 Simfream car. But it looks as though the gap actually is increasing ever so slightly a bit. Maybe the car's not up to it just yet.
Yes, but Sander Callas, at least he's got someone to actually race with on track in front of him, so that will give him just a little bit of extra motivation as he just dips a few wheels in the gravel at Indianapolis. They're so easy to go slightly deep into the corner on your braking and then understeer off into the gravel. So Santa Carlos just about avoids disaster there. That will not help his case. And Danilo Smariglio will sort of be trying to play this into his strategy effectively, that while his tires are up to temperature, while he's in the groove, so to speak, you can just make hay. 14.4 seconds. Yeah, so Santa Carlos lost a lot with that dip in the gravel there as we cut to Pajard. Still gamely trying to hang on to Victor Chenel and that third place in class. So Iris is still absolutely in this one, but they were 2 seconds slower than Victor Chenel the previous lap. But Giancarlo Rossi continuing to consistently pump in the 357s here. It's at 357.2 last time around. Henry Cynic 358.3. So Cynic has upped his pace, but he is still being caught here. And that is worrying times for Satellite in terms of their quest for what would be, let's see, round 8 of the championship. They've lost 2 races. This would be their 7th win of the season then, if they could pull it off.
Yep, or 6 wins, I would say, because they did lose twice, so this is round 8, of course. But yeah, that will be some way to finish off the season if they could survive. As going to the comment section right now, we were talking about whether or not you can do 2 drivers for 24 hours. It's like the old school. Well, Sebastian Zico has given us a bit of an answer for that. He said it's complicated. They'll sleep well afterwards, but unfortunately for them, they haven't found a third driver for that one. So it was a case that it was out of sheer necessity that they had to go with 2 drivers for the entire 24.
Exactly. So that's Le Cassicu, I believe, isn't it? With
yep,
Sebastian. Yeah. So Philip Brigenet in the car at the moment, but yeah, it's a hard sell 24-hour race, especially to an inexperienced driver. But honestly, I think I would absolutely recommend it to anyone who's not done a 24-hour race before, because it's a fantastic experience. You don't have to do the full 24 hours. It sometimes can be a bit of a misnomer if you're completely new to racing. It really is just maybe somewhere between 4 to 6 hours if you've got 4 or 5 drivers per team, essentially. There we go. 1.7 seconds faster Giancarlo Rossi on the previous tour. 13.8 seconds is the gap. So it's going to not be too long before he starts to see Henry Cynic in the distance here. But of course, he's got to let these hypercars through before that can happen. There goes the SD Schuber. And here comes one of the race leaders. It's the number 7 of Christian Malguera then. Just putting another lap on the Gro team.
Yeah, but look at that. The delta in terms of losses wasn't that much, wasn't it? It was just only about 1 or 2 tenths. But back up onto the Mulsanne straight, here comes Rossi. It's just inching bit by bit. But again, Rossi overall still has the pace. 1.7 seconds that time around. It's just absolutely stunning in terms of how much pace that he has in the car after the pit stops. Because again, as Mariano has alluded to, both cars, 64 and 97, are on the same strategy. So these guys, whenever the guy in front pits, the guy behind will pit as well. It'd be interesting to see whether or not they can go head-to-head on track once the gaps really suss themselves out.
And yeah, it does sort of a little bit like a waiting game at the moment, but it is an exciting one. And I think what's really impressive is not just the pace that Rossi and the rest of that team have had, but how consistently they've been able to pump them in when they need them. There's only been a couple of stints where sort of midway through the race where they tailed off a little bit, but they've really regrouped since then and come back extremely strong in the closing phase of this race. So Savasuna comes into the pits, so he's almost certainly going to have to... He's going to come up very, very close to Saracino, isn't he? Once the pit stop is served. So it'll be interesting to see how third in the overall LMP2 order goes. But I have a feeling that Saracino might have done enough to undercut Unal here.
Yeah, that's another interesting battle in that particular stake. The overall LMP2 positions, but they're not having to be on the same podium, of course, because they have their own one. Here's Unal, 2 laps ahead of John Ray Tronza. What a name, by the way. It's still in the pits here, so this might just be a bit of a lengthy one. So it's not just fuel, but tires as well. And there we go. He's off his box now. Where is that Blue Bolt car in relation to him? He comes across the pit lane line now.
Oh,
and it looks as there he is. Oh, he's just lost the position by a couple of seconds.
There we go. So just undercut then. So brilliant couple of laps from Saracino. Give himself a 1.3 second gap to the Sunset Motorsport car. But Savasu now he's certainly not going to let that lie down without a fight. And to be fair, he's been trailing, I think, Saracino. But I think he was ahead of Saracino, and Saracino's been slowly catching him effectively across the last 3 or 4 stints. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see if Unal can snatch the position back away from him. Like I said, it would be a big, big statement of intent when almost certainly Sunset Motorsport are going to move up to pro full-time next season. And could you imagine Go Team, Hyperion, and Sunset Motorsport having amazing fights next season? Because I think that would be fantastic to see.
Yeah, okay, it's almost written, isn't it, right now in terms of the headlines between those 3 next season. Granted, if Go Team or Hyperion stay in the LMP2 category for next season, of course, we still are not sure how everyone will be or where they are after this. But make no mistake, the 3 of them together is it's kind of like Hamilton, Perez, and Verstappen 2020, wasn't it? It was always them. Oh, sorry, Bottas. It was always the 3 of them in that order when the 3 of them were just leading the way during that season. But well, we'll wait and see. Fingers crossed that they're going to be together, of course.
And let's not forget about VEM, who are actually 3rd in the Pro Championship. They've done incredibly well. Daniel Vella has been pretty consistently matching the times of Matthias Zabinski, only 54 seconds ahead of him. So not catching at quite the rate and not sort of Rossi is catching Cynic, but certainly very much in the hunt for 5th place. So this is the battle not to finish last in LMP2 Pro, effectively. They are, of course, fighting for the top 6 in the overall LMP2 order, which still has a good 15 LMP2 cars running at the moment, with really Unal, the only sort of cork in the bottle, splitting the LMP2 pros halfway down the middle. But yeah, just that pace from Rossi, what's 3:57.4 compared to 3:58.2 for Cynic. The gap 12.8 seconds, and Rossi just continues to impress here. He's probably not going to catch Cynic before the next phase of pit stops, but he's certainly going to get close. And they're going to leave the pits very in close proximity to one another. So it'll be interesting to see what Rossi can do there. I keep thinking, by the way, and I wanted to bring this up at some point before things get too exciting. A video I saw someone make of a race. It was at the Circuit de la Sarthe, but it wasn't an endurance race. They'd got and some AI commentary. These 2 AI commentators they've made, and AI commentators would sort of describe just basically what's been happening on track, and the other commentator would reply like, "Wow, what a sequence of events!" It really reminded me of those old PlayStation Formula 1 games. So you'd have Murray Walker and Martin Brundle pre-recording commentary for like every single scenario. And you'd have Murray Walker say, "Oh, the player that's driving just hit the barriers." And then Martin Brundle would just say, "You're right there, Murray." And that would just be his generic response to everything.
Yeah, it was like they never recorded any more lines for Martin. And then he does give some insight to how the cars drive. But we don't really hear much from Martin in those games, even back in that era. In fact, we don't hear much from him at all.
Like the Formula 1 sort of 2002, 2003 sort of onwards. They started to give Martin Brundle a few more lines, and even then, he had to compete against James Allen. And I think when James Allen was in his say the most outrageous lines possible, like he would say things like "easy peasy chocolate squeezy" whenever somebody won by more than like 10 seconds or something. But yeah, those games were pretty. They had some pretty entertaining moments of commentary back in those days, and it's almost a shame that we sort of moved more into sort of race engineer territory as the Formula 1 games have become more quote unquote professional. Although the amount of bugs in the Codemasters F1 games, and to be fair, rFactor 2 isn't without its bugs, as we've seen on occasion. But yeah, I do find it kind of funny how we've gone for the aesthetics of professionalism, but some of the Formula 1 games have still got some of the same problems that they had about 10, 15 years ago.
And through multiple engines as well and developers. So yes, some things never change despite the change of people behind the scenes. But
money being put into these things.
Yeah.
Anyway, Martin Mergeli's come in for yet another pit stop from the lead of LMP2 Pro. Santa Callas is continuing to be dropped by Smariglio. He's lapping in the 3:18. Smariglio very consistent in the low 3:15s. Actually lapping faster than Malguera ahead of him. Unfortunately, Margera is another 4 laps to the good. So, yeah, Santa Callis, I think, might be more relying on the fuel strategy here because not changing tyres has put him at a bit of a disadvantage in this stint. So, I think that was purely a ploy to try and gain time in terms of track position over Sim 3 number 9.
Yeah, but not to say it's backfired, not yet at least, but pace-wise, 3 seconds off, that is something very unlike what Santa Carlos would do. That really does put into perspective that the long lap around here, yes, you can try to save tires, but the more you run it, the more you will run the risk of going into the territory where the car is not really handling as well as it should be. So, ground effect will have to tough this one out until the next cycle of pit stops. As Miriglio actually comes in now for his stop. So let's see what Callas can do when he has clear air right in front of him.
I think clear air is probably not the issue. It's more it's more fresh tires, perhaps. But
sorry, a target in front of him. Yes.
Yes. So Henry Cynic, by the way, are now only 11 seconds ahead of Giancarlo Rossi, and Rossi about to break under the 10-second barrier if he keeps this pace up. 3:57.5 the previous lap, 3:58.9 for Cynic. So just continuing to close by more than a second per lap, and yeah, Henry Cynic is just trying his level best, but Rossi just he's like the Terminator, just continuing to just close on the horizon. He's like some non-giving up driver, man.
Oh,
yeah, as Bart Simpson would in The Simpsons would say. When there's that old classic episode where he tries to skip school and Seymour Skinner, the principal in The Simpsons, is just chasing him down, and he at one point Bart cuts a bridge that crosses a river, a rope bridge, there to try and prevent him from following, and Seymour Skinner just walks through the river, and they try and do a parody of the Terminator, where he just walks through the river like the Terminator walks through the door in like a prison cell. He just phases through.
Oh yes,
Absolute 2, I think.
Absolute cinema, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm remembering the Simpsons parody of a man who's walking through a lake rather than the original that is based on. But yes, Giancarlo Rossi definitely very, very far from giving up, and has a lot of motivation, has all the impetus he needs to close in on Henry Cynic. And Henry Cynic has just got to hope that those 3 hours, he goes for a time loop or something, and those 3 hours, 46 minutes pass a lot quicker than they currently are.
That's Groundhog Day, isn't it, for him?
Exactly, yeah. But he must be getting PTSD flashbacks to the final lap in Nürburgring as well. And thinking, as we see Gardner just crossing the gravel in the pit entry there. So even the class leader by 4 laps stumbling at the pit entry there. And that really shows how much fatigue is creeping in at this phase.
Yeah, Gardinetto then, who's also one of our regular contributors in the comment section, speaking English to us, of course, the Italian, really was putting it on a knife edge there. But luckily, the gravel traps in rFactor 2 don't catch the cars out, so he gets to fight another lap. But certainly, that's a wake-up call for him.
Yeah, certainly. Or it could be potentially he's about to jump out that car and let someone else have a go. Although it's been a relatively short stint, only about 2 hours for him, isn't it? Possibly only an hour, I think. So I'd be surprised if he gets out at this point, unless he's just really exhausted from driving at it. Andrea Terzi is coming from the lead as well for a pit stop, along with Thomas Vack, of course, replying to Martin Merkley. So that really shows you that the strategies haven't really changed up front, and that is quite impressive how everyone... there's not been a huge convergence in the strategies up front. It's really only Callas and Grigolon who's now gotten on board Simfree number 9, and that really shows you the difference between not changing, Callas not changing tyres, and number 9 changing drivers and tyres. That's put them, they were about 30 seconds apart, weren't they? Now they're 92 seconds apart. So at the moment, you have to say Ground Effect are making this strategy work, but they've got to make sure they don't lose too much time before they have to do their own tyre change in not too long a time. So they've only got a few more laps to hang on for.
Yep, or, do something what happened to Jose Maria Lopez and spin a couple of times while chasing after Ferrari at the recent Le Mans. That is something that will not be in the plans for Ground Effect. They really want to make this strategy work, and it's paying off dividends for the time being. Hoping to see if they could get back to the pits after this and still stay ahead. We'll have to wait and see after that, as we're looking at Henry Cine right now. Gaps under 9 seconds, so that drive by Rossi right now is surely almost remorselessly gaining the gap, almost without reply from Cynic.
Yeah, you see, the problem for Toyota in Le Mans is they're so used to basically the situation up until a year or two ago, where they basically did from what I think it was 2018 or 19 all the way through to 2021. They basically were the only hypercar team at Le Mans, so, or LMP1 team as it was originally known in the late part of the last decade. So they basically didn't have any competition whatsoever apart from each other. So now suddenly they've got Ferrari, Cadillac, Porsche, all these big manufacturers, Toyota, and suddenly found themselves having to push a lot harder and make a lot more mistakes, funnily enough, which is sort of what happens when a competition arrives. Giancarlo Rossi, speaking of competition, is 8.7 seconds behind Henry Cynic now. And yeah, Henry Cynic has dipped back into the 359s despite briefly going into the 358s to try and limit the damage. It looks like Rossi is just will not be denied here, and we're going to see them battle joined on track before too long. With Victor Chanel dropping to 121 seconds behind, and that really shows the difference, because that BMW, it's not slow, but Rossi is just absolutely dropping away and making them look very pedestrian by comparison.
Yep, one end of the stick is longer than the other, but Cynic then will be looking over his shoulder because Giancarlo Rossi is really thrusting himself into this fight for the win in GT3 Pro. But this is going to be a grandstand finish. Absolutely amazing stuff here from the Italian, with two fittingly very racing driver names on him. 7.5 seconds now. In fact, it's really almost a case of 1.5 seconds per lap here. So we might just get to see them on track together even before they come in for the next cycle of stops.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like Henry Cynic's lead is about to collapse here, because he's just a couple attempts slower in each sector so far. But also, interestingly, we are seeing a battle for 6th in the GT3 Pro class as Salvatore Zitello has been catching Carlo D'Anda in the Virtual Drivers Alliance car. So Arm Cerber only 7.5 seconds behind. They were 3 seconds a lap quicker than Carlo D'Anda, who's in the 4-minute flats at the moment, compared to Zitello in the 3:57.6s. So he's sort of matching Rossi's pace at the moment. In fact, slightly faster than Rossi on the previous lap. But Rossi now holding up the Speed Eagles car that's running 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am. Has to go all the way around the outside at the Porsche cars, which is probably the least favorable place to lap, but he just about made it through. So it looks like they've adapted to that now, all these hypercars and the LMP2s.
Yeah, and case in point, there's the Sim3M car overtaking the that's the Armstrong car coming through. In fact, it's the Hyperion car coming through as well. So again, that's another part of the track that you do not want to get 2 or 3 cars together through. But the drivers have made it work, and they probably know by now how to get around the slower traffic by just going around the outside, hanging on to it. Don't let off the throttle too much, otherwise you might just lose the balance. So again, we're already done about 20 hours of this, so I think the drivers have picked up a thing or two.
Yeah, it's not halted Rossi whatsoever. Another 3:57.6 on that lap. And Cynic still 3:59.5. So he's just been caught hand over fist at the moment. And yeah, Giancarlo Rossi, even though having to let the faster cars through at the Porsche cars, which you would think would lose both of them a little bit of time, he's just not... he's been able to let them through without losing time, which is quite the art in the GT3 cars. He just avoids contact, actually, with the... championship leader and reigning champions in LMP2 Pro there.
Ooh, that would have been a nasty one, wouldn't it? If one driver makes a misjudgment and causes an unnecessary accident, that will put pay to this effort that Rossi's been putting out right now.
Not the easiest place to lap someone, though. And you could tell the 44 he hasn't given up on trying to catch Mergoli, so he sort of has to take those risks, doesn't he, Patrick Savowski?
Yeah. Ooh, that was really coming close to coming a cropper, but both drivers seem to be unfazed, as Rossi is really unfazed at this point. Nothing's stopping him. He's probably among the fastest drivers on the track, regardless of category. Really got the bit between his teeth.
Even in the GT3, compared to these hypercars, we've seen lap him consistently. That's quite a statement.
I mean, you would compare the amount of time that he's gained to the driver in front. I think he is high up there in terms of the driver that's making up the most in terms of delta.
The fastest in class, maybe only matched by Zitello at the moment, who himself is within about 5.5 seconds. I think Zitello is probably going to catch D'Anda before Rossi catches Cynic, but it's going to be a bit nip and tuck between the pair of them. But we'll keep our eyes on both battles, but probably the one for the lead more important one, in all honesty, despite Subra still trying to keep their very, very faint title hopes alive against Alle Racing 64. GR Simfrost sort of giving a faint glimmer of hope for Salvatore Zitello. And in fact, Zitello goes into the pits now, so it's kind of irrelevant because he's going to have to try and undercut Carlo D'Anda anyway then, which is probably going to be a bit easier than overtaking on track.
Yep, the pit stop cycles will help itself out here. But looks like the first and second battles are the ones that we're going to be looking out for here. Cynic just about holds on to it for 6 seconds for now, but you got to feel he is trying to delay something somewhat of inevitable at this point.
Yeah, and Sander Callis seems to have got his strategy to work because he's pulled the gap to 96 seconds over Mattia Grigolon when it was 92 coming out of the pits. So, yeah, it seems those tyre warm-up issues really coming into play, aren't they? As, look how much Giancarlo Rossi was pushing there, Indianapolis. Wheels dipping into the gravel, but somehow it's not halted his charge at all. Just holding on for Arnage there. And that really shows you how much that car is on a knife edge right now as the tyres just start to fade on that Mercedes.
Well, you can say Ken Miles, he'll actually take a bow for that one. That was really something, wasn't it? 2 consecutive corners where he could have gone horribly wrong in this particular chase, but kept it together. Only lost about 0.7 of a second, which in the grand scheme of things in a 24-hour race is not going to be much at all, given the amount of pace that he has shown so far.
I'm not sure if you're referring to Ken Miles in the movie Le Mans '66 / Ford versus Ferrari, or the actual Ken Miles that raced at Le Mans in 1966.
The movie version, of course, just to give it more effect.
Yeah, I think there are a few things in there that didn't quite happen. I made a 30-minute video about it a couple of years ago when that film came out. Look at the speed difference there between the number 9 and these two PD3s being lapped here. Oh, and there we go, the Carloni car now has to let the Hypercar through. It's going to have to let Rossi through as well. Oh, Rossi's really being held up here. And in fact, this lap is finally what's halted his charge, isn't it? He's climbed up to the 358.5s. And that's really let Henry Cynic off the hook now. The gap just back up to 7 seconds. But if he can just regain his rhythm, it shouldn't take too long for Giancarlo Rossi to just start closing in again.
Indeed, and the fact that Cynic will probably just see this as a small respite, but again, once Rossi gets back into his stride, it might just be a case of him sweating over it again until the next round of pit stops.
Absolutely. So I'm just trying to think. That would be, if Giancarlo Rossi can do this and catch Henry Cynic, then that would be Italian teams winning in all but one class. The one exception, of course, being LMP2 Pro. Where unless Giuseppe Saracino is able to catch 4 laps, I don't see HD Esports Blue Bolt overcoming Hyperion 44, the Polish team, or the Swedish team of Go Team.
Yeah, but collect the mix of nationalities.
That would be Simfrine, Carloni Racing, and oh no, Sunset Motorsport are Turkish, aren't they? Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so it would be three Italian winners, which would be pretty, not unprecedented, but certainly a pretty good evening for the championship organisers, for the home fans as well. Where we are in France, of course.
I mean, the only French team we have right now is the Le Casque car, but they're pretty much fighting for just outside of the rostrum at this point.
Yeah, I think Le Casque, Sebastian Zico getting back on board that car from Philippe Bruginet. And they're currently a couple of laps ahead of Carlo D'Anda, but over a lap behind Stanislas Pajoud as well. So they're very much in no man's land, it has to be said. But still doing very, very well to hold on to 5th position. And that could be a very, very respectable result. And they can definitely celebrate that at the end of it. Just getting to the end, beating teams like MR Motorsport and Arm Sabra that have won races at Le Mans. That's certainly a big achievement. And Virtual Drivers Alliance as well, we know, are no slouches either. So I think they'll definitely take that with quite some pride. And I think Team Iris, despite a difficult day, the 777 squad has done incredibly well to recover too. So lots of underdog sort of stories today that have certainly come out on top. Probably GR Simfrost is the big one. Only 7.4 seconds off the lead at the present moment. But in terms of underdogs, in terms of previous seasons, Carloni Racing, you've got to go with those guys because I don't think last year we would have expected them to pull this one off. given how far down they were in that championship. They really seem to have just turned things around, put together an absolutely crack team, and have really given this season their best shot and come away with lots of wins and a big lead in the championship.
Yeah, that'll be a feather in their cap, isn't it? And as well as the GR team, if they could manage to pull off a win here. So we see in the comment section, Michael Francesconi has actually come in. He is cheering on his car right now, car number 97, with Rossi still really reeling in the race leading Henry Synek car, number 64. So we're on board with him right now. This is going to be the most crucial part. Can we see if Synek can still hold on to this? As you can see by the throttle trace, it looks as though the car is just feeling a bit lazy at the moment, because he was really dabbing that throttle to keep the car in the right direction.
7.4 seconds is the gap, and into the pits comes Henry Synek for fresh tyres, and not a moment too soon either. And is Rossi going to follow him in? Yes, he is. So there we go. Battle is joined. Into the chicane he goes, and luckily no gravel dipping this time for either of them. And Giancarlo Rossi then will get to briefly see Henry Synek, and I wonder if probably satellite racing, because the gap's so close, they can't really afford to change drivers right now, can they? As you see Mario Tump also in pit lane, Zabinski as well.
Yeah, let's see then. Looks as though that is actually a full service for both cars. Cars are up on their jacks, so it is a full fuel and tire stop here for the race leaders in the class. But will it be a driver change? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Henry Synek then definitely going to try and hold on, I think, despite the fatigue that he's no doubt experiencing. The car drops off its jacks. It's going to be let go any minute now, as we also see Mario Tump and the 45 exit pit lane. So I think VEM Gennaro De Luis has not really gone from about 52 seconds behind the Hyperion to 60 seconds behind. So it looks like Dabrowski and company have put in a very good stint here, as Henry Synek still stationary. Is Giancarlo Rossi going to be able to get out of the pit box first? Henry Synek is his tense times here, isn't it? There we go. Yep. Looks like Eros Masculi. It's Simfras that have changed drivers here, and Jimmy Nisula getting back on board the Satellite Racing 64 then. So it looks like he's going to leave just in front of them, yes, but he has got the Satellite Racing car in his sights now as Eros Masculi. But both drivers have got to readapt to Circuit de la Sarthe now, and Masculi has been given the toughest job of all, because in these last 3.5 hours, he's got to try and win this race. And he's got to do it against Jimmy Nisula, who's one of the very best in the business, especially when it comes to GT3 this season.
Absolutely. When you hear the name Nisula or Synek, you can tell those guys are going to be doing the business. But so Masculi then, no pressure for him. He's just trying to see if he can actually match up to the pace up in front. And in terms of the current pace of the race for both cars, it's pretty much nullified because they don't have the same drivers in here right now. It's both changed, so they're going to have to readapt, as you say, to the pace of the race completely from scratch.
Yeah, one excellent stint from Giancarlo Rossi, really. It's taken them from being, maybe 50, 60 seconds down to just under 8 seconds down. It's a shame there was that lap traffic, because they would have probably pit almost together if it were not for that. So little tiny moments, one lap where you lose a little bit of time can make a big difference in the overall order come the end of the 24 hours. So it's going to come down to fine margins here. Nisula versus Masculi, and you've got to say, if it's just an absolutely straight fight, you've got to say Nisula has probably got enough to hold on here. But Masculi, there's a bit of an unknown factor here, isn't it? We know how quick that car is, and it just depends if he can get the most out of it, like we saw Rossi and Francesconi doing in their stints earlier.
Yep, and don't forget Alessandro as well as the other driver in that particular unit. Yep, so we know what this car is capable of, but let's see if Masculi can live up to that one. As there's a bit of a caveat in this particular battle. You can't remember, because it's only Synek and Nisula, as far as we know, who have been driving that car. So fatigue might set in at the worst possible time. So let's see if that could be a factor in this battle for first and second in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, Nisula's at least got something of a rest, and I think poor Henry Synek has earned his rest, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It could be Nisila going through to the flag for the final 3.5 hours then, unless they want to put Cynic back in at the end. I find it a little bit unlikely they would do that.
Yeah, I mean, Cynic's probably just wanting to crash right now. It's just, he doesn't want to see any more of these trees around the surf.
He definitely doesn't want to do the finish after Nürburgring as well. And there's no Jordi San Andres to fight with, but it's Mr. Eros Mesculi, and he just like, nah, Jimmy, you got this one. I think I'm going to go to bed. Or have some coffee or something.
Or just completely crash. Maybe
the two of them, he can't afford to crash, because what if something happens to Jimmy Nisila that he might have to hop back in?
Oh yeah, well, he can probably just take a rest in his rig and hear the action as it happens.
Yeah, fair enough. They've probably got a spotter in satellite. Maybe that's what Juba is doing today. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, a few more pit stops. Fabio Carloni gets back on board the Carloni Racing Red for their final stint. And Chaim Kortov getting on board the Fuel Savers car.
Yep, as we're talking about Carloni again, the team with his namesake is actually leading in that GT3.
No, it's actually Carloni handing over to Maggiolo, sorry. They just did the driver change right at the end there.
Yeah, and well, we're talking about the Carloni name. His namesake is currently leading the championship in GT3M, so what a way to do so, isn't it? He will be celebrating long into the night with his team after what we can say is vindication for the last few seasons that has happened to this particular organization.
Yeah, and there's still a chance for Maggiolo to snatch second and make it a Carloni 1-2. He's 164 seconds down on Gianpaolo Folgatti for MR Motorsport 66 that currently holds second. There's a long way adrift of this man, Gardinetto. A reminder of your 5 class leaders: Christopher Kianik, Martin Maguli, Savas Unal, Jimmy Nisila, and Francesco Gardinetto. All of them looking to seal the championship for their respective teams with a win here at Le Mans and the 50 points that come with it. Some by much bigger margins than others, it must be said, with probably this man about to seal it by the biggest margin of all. Although there might be a driver change because Gardinetto has been in a while. So it could be his teammate that actually crosses the line. It'll be interesting to see who they pick to do that, because that's going to be the big moment of glory, and we'll hopefully be there to cover it with you. We think Matteo Petaccio might be trying to get back from covering IndyCar for Sky Italia to cover the finish, so I don't know if they'll let us do a joint English-Italian commentary to end the season, but we'll have to see. But that might only be the final half hour though, so we'll find out much closer to the time as we look at Victor Chenel just putting that BMW through its paces. He's 41 seconds down now on the leaders, of course, but that is on the slightly different strategy then. I think Victor Chenel is probably not going to be able to get the field to last to keep it in contention, and the problem is as well is that it's a significant gap, and the 2 cars ahead are on much fresher tyres as well. Masculi, he's lost a couple of tenths to Nisila. The gap has gone back up to 8 seconds now, so the charge is halted a little bit for GR Simfrast. They've got to wait for Jimmy Nisila they've got to break him before they pass him, essentially, in terms of fatigue here. Or let Le Mans break him for them, essentially. Yeah.
Again, it's a case of whether or not you can keep your mental going even in this stage of the race. 3.5 hours might just feel it's going to be a breeze, but towards the final half hour, even the final 10 minutes, it will be feeling like it's going to be going on forever. So you just have to keep the mental up even at this stage.
Yeah, Masculi to lose only 2 tenths to a well-rested Jimmy Nisila. That's pretty good effort though, and if Nisila is indeed not as well-rested as we suspect, then potentially the race could open back up for GR Simfrast 97 against Satellite Racing. So we've got to keep our eyes on that battle. Stanislas Pajard is entering the pit lane, and they're going to drop him back from the rear of the RGPL car. But Pajard has certainly not given up on that podium, so Team Iris are going to fight to the bitter end of this one.
Yep. It's just, again, for the Irish team, it's a matter of trying to get the podium to save face after what was arguably an ignominious way to lose the championship in Hypercar. This will be just a case of, well, it's not personal because the team that they're fighting against is just for another podium position, but it will feel as though it's a grudge match.
Absolutely. For RGPL, I think they're just, as a rookie team, they've really got nothing to prove, so there's no there's not a huge amount of pressure on them, but compared to Team Iris, but certainly Iris will want to put the new boys in their place. Currently, Victor Chanel has done a very, very convincing job as Chris Davis is getting on board the Team Iris 777, so he will see that car through, most likely to the flag. Great to see Chris Davis being given that honour, as there goes the Hypercars once more past the GR Simfrust car. No big changes up front, but Kozari started to close on Christopher Kianik just a little bit, the gap 142 seconds. So great to see number 7 crew have certainly not given up. And Kozari and Kianik had a great battle earlier on in the race. Much earlier on, it must be said. It's great to see them continuing to trade fastest laps with one another. In fact, there is Christopher Kianik. It's been Kozari we just saw flying past on screen. Mattis Recast is pitting for the Speed Eagles, by the way.
Yeah, so that's the Speed Eagles car coming in from P4 among the LMP2s, but P3 in its class, the LMP2 Pro. We're looking at right now because Korozari came by, so he is almost a lap behind Kianik now. So let's see if there'll be any team orders at play here, because the number 8 is in really good position right now to just take the title here and then. But Korozari will definitely not give up the race win too, because he really would love to sign off the season on a high. These two were, of course, we saw just now in the broadcast this morning in the early hours among the the hypercars. It was a very close battle, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was, and there were some brilliant overtakes between them as they slipped through each other on the run into Indianapolis and down the Mulsanne as well. And there were some very, very hairy moments as well, where they got probably way too close to comfort for each other. So it's great to see either there were no team orders or they were ruthlessly ignoring team orders from Sim 3. But the Italian squad, they'll be absolutely delighted with the way things have worked out. Really, since Iris dropped out, it's all gone their way, essentially. And you have to say, Iris don't really have anyone to blame but themselves for running out of fuel. And there have been mistakes in this season that have crept in. So despite their great performance in Sebring, you've got to say it's going to be for the 707. It's going to end on a bit of a bum note, to use musical analogy there, as Sander Callas comes into the pits ahead of Matteo Grigolon. So this strategy from Ground Effect should allow them to jump Sim through number 9, because they had 101 seconds before Callas came into the pits there. That's more than enough time to put fresh set of fuel, fresh set of tyres, and get out ahead then. So Ground Effect is starting to strengthen their grip on that 3rd place then, and that could really be the last hypercar battle that we've got to look forward to, because I really don't see Kozarari mounting a miraculous comeback here.
Indeed, it will take some beating here towards Kianik for Korozari to just get up to the back of his teammate and engage in battle once again. Something might have happened in the middle of the night that we might not know of that increased the gap to almost the entire length of the entire circuit between 8 and 7 at this point.
Yeah, meanwhile, the battle between Nisula and Masculi, it's been nip and tuck, sort of the 8.5 second sort of margin. Nisula faster at some sections and Masculi clawing back the time in others, I believe. So let's compare sector times. Masculi slightly faster in the first sector, and actually in the second sector on this lap, it's sort of still going to come down to the first. So I actually think Nisula may be starting to struggle a bit as we cut to Marco Santoni in the 71, 94 seconds down on the Arm Cerber number 41. So yeah, the 71 has got his work cut out there, but I think Vinciulo is sort of in a battle with Deander, 84 seconds between those two, but definitely Deander's still within reach for the Arm Cerber 41. It just depends on how the strategies play out there. But up front, I think Masculi is going to have to make the move on track and just hope that Nisula's times start to fall off a cliff like we saw Henry Sinnick's times doing. So Satellite Racing picking probably the ideal time to change drivers, it must be said. So they've only got 2 drivers, but they've used them well so far.
Indeed, and probably used them far beyond than their expected shelf life, with Sinnick really putting in the shift there.
They've got a few seasons left in them, those guys. But
no, for sure. I mean, the expiration date for Le Mans, because he definitely was running out of juice towards the end. So he just needed to take that time off. Otherwise, he will definitely collapse while driving. So fair play to him. That was a really heroic stint. But unfortunately, the guy behind was just absolutely monstering it. Giancarlo Rossi with quite possibly the stint of the race so far, with how much he was catching up to the leader. Now they have to rely on both their teammates to see whether or not each of them can bring the car home in first place.
Yeah, oh, another 2/10 gain from Masciuli previous lap, 3:57.5. So he's actually lapping faster than what we saw Giancarlo Rossi doing. So that really shows you that even Rossi was starting to be affected by fatigue a little bit. It'll be interesting to see if Masciuli can keep this up. But as we say, 3 hours, 18 minutes left to go. And my throat is starting to die already. So I might have a break for a coffee fairly soon, maybe in the next 15 minutes or so, to just get me through to the finish.
I think it's a good time to call for break at that time. So yeah, we'll just try to compose ourselves as well, because it's also quite a shift for us, especially given the fact that Mariano, when we were talking to him just now, was really feeling a bit croaky. So hopefully he'll get a good rest after the race. But heroically, he's still handling the broadcast here right now to give us some really brilliant footage.
Yeah, I think he's only slept an hour in the last 40 hours or something like that. Or is it something ridiculous? No, it might only be slightly more than 24 hours then, yeah. So maybe sort of 30 hours. It's hard to do the maths beyond that aren't to do with racing at this point. As we see Savasu now coming into the pits, so that's going to drop him off the back of Maximilian Pinter then. He's just come out 4 seconds behind the Blue Bolt car. So that battle for third in the LMP2 overall order, ninth in the overall race order, is sort of coming to a close. It looks like Sunset are just deciding to coast it home at this point, although you could be forgiven for thinking that given the pace of Savasuno. But yeah, there's not too much else happening on track apart from that GT3 Pro lead as we look at Vinciulo trying to find a way past Carlo Deanda. So Deanda yet to do the driver change for Virtual Drivers Alliance, so it could be quite close once that happens. But Vinciulo still will need to get the gap to sort of below 79 seconds or so to sort of be in that region to take advantage.
As going back to the comment section now, we got a couple of interesting ones. One is from a guy named Ducat749 saying he's interested to join the series next year. How does Pro-Am work? I think we might need to consult Mariano for that one with the regulations, because there is a certain requirement to be had if you want to work in the Pro-Am category. And conversely, there's Francesconi himself, Michael Francesconi, saying it was 1 lap behind after 3 hours. Now they're back on the lead lap here, waiting to just strike in first place. That's quite a story, isn't it? Imagine they could win from 1 lap behind.
That would be pretty incredible. And it really shows you that you can never count out this team. We could GR Simfrost 97 and these 4 or 5 drivers could be really make themselves ones to watch in the future. But that said, Jimmy Nisula is starting to fight back a little bit. He's gained another 10th on Masciuli. Gap 7.9 seconds at the moment. But let's see if Masciuli can claw that time back in the final sector then. So Masciuli 2/10 quicker in the first sector, a 10th slower in the middle sector. And it's all going to come down to these run out of the full chicanes then. Across the line they come. There we go. Jimmy Isil, 1:46.5 final sector time. That means he's set... Jimmy Isil 3:57.2. But Masciuli sets a 3:57.0. So he's absolutely matching him. It's punch for punch here. It's like a boxing match with 2 very worn down fighters, especially Jimmy Nisula, very, very worn down, somehow able to just about match what Masciuli's doing, but not by a whole lot. So Masciuli gaining, but only those precious tenths, but it's all going to make a difference come the end.
Yeah, he's bringing it to round 9 here, round 8, boxing reference, of course. Really, commendable effort from both drivers in that satellite team to just hold themselves up to first place and still be fighting it out, albeit not in close proximity, but the gap really does bring forward the mental game, whether or not they can still hold on to that despite driving for more than 12 hours each.
Certainly. It's a little bit like seeing a bantamweight versus a heavyweight champion at the moment and somehow matching them blow for blow. So that really puts into perspective the job that the entire crew of the 97 have done so far. And yeah, I think to answer the question about the difference between Pro and Pro-Am, it's exactly the same car. But it's not like the Pro-Ams are less powerful or anything like that. It's literally decided at the start of the season which class those are in. So those who usually the champion from Pro-Am moves up to Pro, and everyone else stays in Pro-Am is usually the way it goes. Sometimes you might have to see the top 2 in Pro-Am go up to Pro, but yeah, it often comes down to personal choice whether you want to move up or not, and you don't often see Pro teams moving down to Pro-Am as well. You usually only see them moving up or teams staying where they were. So if you're a new team, you're certainly going to start in either GT3 Am or LMP2 Pro-Am and then move up. I don't think there's quite the same restrictions with Hypercar though. I think Hypercar is sort of, if you want to run a third car in the top class, then you're welcome to. But they don't tend to be more than about 10 Hypercar entries at most. Indeed, we only had 7 for this race.
Yeah, it's kind of like LMP1 in the olden days, wasn't it? Because in real life it's just cost, but in this particular case, probably a lot of drivers just want to have the excitement of closer competition in the lower categories. But make no mistake, Hypercar has had some really exciting battles, particularly this round and at the start of the season where we had close finishes in Imola and Sebring. So it's just a matter of preference, as you said. It's whether the team wants to actually tackle being the ones to move out of the way most of the time and look in the mirrors, or they just want to have CQC, close quarters combat, in their class. So again, very much a personal thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it may even be that this the Hypercar is quite demanding to learn as well, especially if you're more used to the prototypes with a bit less downforce, let's say, and a bit less power. But yeah, Aris Masciuli, 7.8 seconds. He briefly dipped the gap too, so once more, he was a tenth slower slightly than Humanistia in the first sector, and he was actually 3 tenths slower in the middle sector apparently, according to the live timing screen. So yeah, 133.6 for Humanistia, 133.9 for Masciuli. So yeah, the gap has gone back up to 8.4 seconds now. So this is looking it's looking like Nistula is starting to get things under control here, and Masciuli maybe wasn't quite able to keep up the pace on that previous lap and might have to regroup here to try and cut into the gap. But even if he can just stay within 10 seconds or so, then if Nistula makes a big mistake and loses a bunch of time, he's going to be absolutely there to take advantage. So at this point, just staying consistent, there's no reason for the number 97 crew to panic just yet. Masciuli might be able to pull this one off.
Indeed, and again, taking into account that it might just be traffic in between anyway, because the prototypes are just coming through and siving their way. It might have been just an inopportune moment for, as you can see, Jadon Antonelli losing it there. It was just an inopportune moment for Masciuli that he happened to encounter these prototypes. Like here, for example, this might just be quite tricky. He'll have to back it off just a bit and regroup afterwards.
Yeah, he's not got the Giancarlo Rossi-like ability to just phase through the hypercars and prototypes as they lap him and without losing any time. Masciuli's having a slightly harder time of it, and that matter, Jimmy Nisler seems to be very good at that as well, as he has been all season, to be fair. As Chanel comes into the pits then, from third in class, he's about 46 seconds down on Masciuli. Don't think he was catching too much, so I don't think it's likely to become a three-way battle for victory, but Chanel certainly not anywhere near close to giving up yet, so we'll have to see how close Chris Davis, who was 150 seconds in arrears, can get now.
Yep, and that's also another interesting point in terms of the podium, of course, between RGPL and Iris. I think the gap is, as we mentioned earlier, about half a minute in between the both of them anyway, so we'll see once everything just works itself out, where everybody is at this point, and just get to the end.
RGPL as well, because Victor Chanel's been in quite a while.
Yep, so full service driver change. You can see the car got jacked up there.
Right, so we'll have to see who they opt to put in, as John Ray Tronzo is also in the pits for Carloni Racing. So JRT, as we affectionately call him. Yeah, his first outing, I think, this season, and well, what a great achievement would be for John Ray Tronzo to be part of the crew that currently running second place in LMP2 Pro-Am. And that would be a great way for Carloni Racing to finish not only with a double podium and double first and third in the GT3 AM Championship as well, but also second in LMP2 Pro-Am. I'm trying to remember where they are in the Pro-Am order. I think they're second there as well, 46.5 points behind Sunset Motorsport. And they are ahead of Speed Eagles as well, so they would remain there too. So it's been a really, really good, whichever way you slice it, very, very strong year for Carloni Racing, whatever they've been driving, really. Only a matter of time before they move up to Hypercar, surely.
We'll see. It'll be nice to have them on board as well if Blue Steel and Hot Rocket as well return for next season to have more hypercars to compete with. But yeah, definitely one to watch out for. The Carloni team have come leaps and bounds ever since some of their nadir days, shall we say.
Yep, there's certainly been some days where they've been in a sort of similar, well, just a horrible position where they're both all their cars out of the race early, or they're miles behind with no chance of victory. And now this is really going to make up for that, because it takes an awful lot of time. And I know this myself from my experiences as a manager in sim racing, sort of build up a team that can be competitive and can fight for has the drivers of the right quality and the right experience to sort of fight at the front of a 24-hour race. And it's quite one thing to sort of be at the front for maybe your first couple of hours, but to sort of keep that going throughout not just a whole race, a 24-hour race, but a whole season as well, across a good 12 months. This has been going on for season 6 since Bahrain. Well, not quite 12 months, more like 8 or 9 months essentially, but it's still a long season, it feels like, that we're coming to the end of here. And yeah, Carloni Racing are probably going to be some of the happiest people you'll see at the end of this, probably pipped only by Simframe, maybe Go Team as well, Satellite Racing and Sunset Motorsport.
Yeah. Again, make no mistake, all the guys who will win the championship will be celebrating it to no end, but in particular, we're talking about the Carloni guys. They will definitely be well over the moon. They're going to create mini earthquakes, I would say, celebrating this, because, again, it's just vindication for the amount of effort they've been putting through the last few seasons to get where they are now.
Exactly. And another team that's missed out last couple of seasons. Remember, they missed out, what was it, by... they won here at Le Mans last season and lost out to Blue Steel Racing by, was it a point in the end?
I think it was a couple points, yeah.
Couple of points, yeah, handful of points. And it can't be more of a contrast now, because number 8 is going to win by a huge margin over their teammate, and both of them going to be well clear of Iris, and I think are going to have to settle for third. BJ, who's going to finish third in Hypercar now with Iris out of the picture? Because Blackhawk were only about 9 points behind them, weren't they? So they are able to finish 6th and last in class. It's going to be more than 9 points, I think. So yeah, I think Blackhawk are looking good to take third place here at the end of this. Blue Steel Racing, we know, aren't going to score either. And then there's Symphony number 9 fighting ground effect effectively, with just 10 points between those two. So that is really, whoever finishes third is going to finish effectively fifth in the championship.
Indeed, and it's a case of whether or not the Iris car is going to be classified, of course, because you have to complete a certain amount of distance to be classified. I think it's about 75 based on the regulations. So if the race leader's duration is actually within that 75%, you might just still count them in.
I think the possibility of this race not going all the way to the end would be extremely disappointing for the second race in a row. I think let's hope we don't have a repeat of Spa.
Yeah, knock on plenty of wood at the moment.
But anyway, we're just about to get to 11 o'clock UK time, which I believe is that midday in Italy. And we were just about to be joined by Giacomo now, who rejoins the commentary box for the first time since yesterday, as we're just about to go to the 3 hours remaining mark. And so I think...
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. I'm going to briefly say hello to you, Giacomo. I'm feeling very tired as we see the race lead just crawling his way into the pit lane. It's Christopher Kianik. And I was just about to go and make a coffee so that I can just get to the end of this race. But before I do that, I wanted to just go through the race order very briefly then. So, lap 372 with 3 hours remaining. Christopher Kianik leads Riccardo Corsari by 140 seconds. But of course, that gap's going down because Corsari hasn't pit yet. 2 drivers still on the same strategy. Sander Callis, 4 laps down on the pair of them and 99 seconds ahead of Simframe number 9. Then LMP2 Pro, it's Martin Mergeli, a lap ahead of Patrick Skowalski, still looking good for victory to steal that championship, with Maximilian Pinter falling into third for HD Esports Blue Bolt. Then LMP2 Pro-Am is currently, the lead is held by Savas Unal and Sunset Motorsport 84. A good 2 laps ahead of Simone Melili and Carloni Racing number 29, who are currently 2 laps ahead of the Speed Eagles and Matthias Rikas. GT3 Pro, led by Jimmy Nisula by 8.9 seconds. Eris Masculi, very evenly matched, 3/10 slower the previous lap, but it's nip and tuck between the pair as Nisula very, very fatigued. I mean, basically done the whole race, shared with his teammate Henry Sinek. But just about holding on to the lead by the skin of his teeth at the present moment, with RGPL holding on to third from Team Iris. Then in GT3 AM, Francisco Gardenetto, 4 or 5 laps ahead of Gianpaolo Folgatti. So Carloni Racing Black looking very, very good for the win and the championship in GT3 AM over MR Motorsport 66, with the sister Carloni car of Maggiolo in third, 177 seconds down on Folgatti then. So that is your order, and still all 5 championships yet to be decided. I leave you in the hands of Giacomo and Amir as I take a 15-minute break now to go make a coffee. I'll be back soon, but the race nonetheless continues with 3 hours to go.
Yep, and thanks for that, Ed. That was actually quite a lengthy one from Ed. He was really on it from the word go, from the start of the English broadcast. But we're back here right now for myself, Emma Hazic, alongside me, Giacomo Noguera. And Giacomo, how much of the race have you seen so far? Because it has been interesting, especially from the Hypercar class and in particular GT3 Pro. But what have you seen so far that we might have missed?
Well, I've seen the commentary done yesterday, of course. I connected about an hour ago to see how things has shaken up, and I've seen we had quite some few retirements overnight, sadly. And what I saw, what I was surprised to see, was that huge gap that appeared between the number 8 and the number 7 Team from eSports in the right in the front of the pack. Can you talk us through what happened, given also that there's probably going to be some people that are just tuning in right now?
Yep. Key point to know, I think it's just probably an accident, something happened, or probably a spin that caused that, because it was over 140 seconds as we are seeing it right now, about 145 at one point. So the number 7 car with Corazzari and gang in it were just about within 5 seconds to car number 8, but it looks as though something happened in the middle of the night, which unfortunately we also kind of missed it a bit. So hopefully one of the Sim3M guys can actually explain to us in the comment section what happened as well. But really it puts Pate to, for the time being, an opportunity to take the fight to car number 8 for now. But make no mistake, Corazzari is pushing, Kianek as well will be trying to keep out of trouble here. So we'll wait and see what the official explanation would be. But by our reckoning, it might have been a small accident that caused the gap to increase.
That's unfortunate anyway, because it kind of takes some of the fun out of this this fight for the race and fight for the championship, which has been driven all the way. It's taken us all the way to the final race of the season, to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and with 2 teams who have been battling, 2 sister cars who have been battling during the whole season. Now let's have a look at the other categories, shall we? In LMP2 Pro, quite a big gap as well. So we have the CNT Go team, number 21, leading, followed by the Hyperion, number 44, and the Blue Ball Racing car, number 11, in 3rd place, who has just pitted, actually. They're in the pits. They're in the same lap as Federico Soave in the Sim Film Esports, number 47, so they might actually be overtaking here in the pits. Let's see, this is the 20th pit stop, as it shows in the leaderboard currently, as we go into the 3-hour mark, which leaves us now, so it's going to be 2 hours 59 minutes to the end of this race.
Indeed, and I did mention to Ed earlier when we were in our commentary session, is that the final 4 hours of an entire race in 24 is the crucial one, because it's just that kind of feeling of belief, isn't it, where you can feel that, okay, if you're in the winning position, you might just be able to take it, but you just have to hope that nothing happens. In this particular case, it's a sim race, so internet connection, PC failure, hardware failure, whatever you name it. You do not want to have that. We had that quite a couple of years back. I think I recall Ibrahim Khan back then in the Rookie Monsters car having wheel failure with just about half an hour left to go. Luckily, he disconnected just for a while to get back in the race, but certainly one of those scary moments where even when it looks like it's for certain, it is really not certain at all, isn't it, Giacomo?
No, you're correct. That's something you need to think about. I mean, when you're racing, you got all your potential issues that you might have with your car. Here, you need to think about your hardware and software, and then it really depends either on your luck or the reliability of your setup. In itself, there are some wheels that are better than others, reliability-wise. But with a lot of us being enthusiasts, really, there is all sorts of different hardware configurations that we use, and then it really comes out to your preference. So you might prefer something a bit more exotic, less tested, something something more custom. Then perhaps you're taking a risk. You might get more confidence, because then it comes down really to confidence, like what you choose hardware-wise, pretty important with the pedals particularly. Then if you have something that is a bit exotic, untested, custom, over a 24 hours race, it really becomes a test. So you might be let down by your hardware. You never know. So there was actually a discussion that was seen a couple of years back on, I believe it was on a Discord server, where people were saying, yeah, I've got all this really nice setup and everything, but after like 4 or 5 hours, it kind of gives in. So normally when I do a 24 hours race, I do it with my Logitech. Perfectly understandable to me. You want to be sure that you end up, you might use something that is a bit more like a toy, but gets you through the night.
Yep. But we're talking about custom wheels. You're talking about the G29s. Can you imagine that? I'm pretty sure over in Italy there are people who make custom wheels for the G29. Can you imagine putting that to the test over a 24-hour period when it's not really proven? So it goes back to your point of it really does put a lot of faith into something that's untested and going into it completely blind.
Yes, exactly. But thinking about it, this is also a test for like manufacturers. That's why we see also in some for some teams we see a lot of sponsorships going on. So manufacturers giving out hardware because it's effectively a test. Like personally, if I see a sim driver winning a race, a 24-hour race with a certain setup, I might be interested into that sort of setup, because reliability when you're racing, when you're sim racing at high level, it's something you really want to look into.
Indeed, absolutely. And for some of the guys that came for direct drive units, they would definitely be banking on that to do the job. But of course, some of us who have direct drive units, we do not want to run it too high, otherwise it might just wear out, doesn't it? Especially when those ones that have high Newton meter, you just want to tone it a bit so that you can at least have a bit of durability throughout, don't you think?
Yes, exactly, and it kind of lowers the chance of failure on your wheel. I remember once I was racing in ERS in Suzuka, and a friend of mine, he had built his own wheel. Was I believe it was a Logitech base, but he had built his own wheel by basically cutting some plastic, assembling by himself. So going through the 130R, but for those who don't know, maybe it doesn't doesn't come to mind, but it's that corner, super quick left-hander, and you can put a lot of strain on the motor and on the wheel, and his wheel literally snapped while he was turning. Somehow he managed not to crash. He avoided crashing, and then by holding the basically the wheel pinion with his hands, he brought the car into the pits, and then we swapped the drivers, and I took the wheel to drive for the remaining 3 hours to finish the race. But that's something that can definitely happen. It does happen to us.
Yep. In essence, he just put his hands into the wheelbase itself, and he became the steering. His hands became the steering wheel to just bring it home, isn't it? That's just something.
Yeah, it's definitely something. It's literally he basically became the steering wheel himself.
Yep,
So
a
like,
homemade wheel that went. Sorry, that a homemade wheel that unfortunately broke as it was being tested, wasn't it?
yeah, exactly. I mean, you gotta test things, and if they work for a while, you might start believing that you actually built something that is durable. But you never know. You never know.
Indeed, you'll never know what's gonna happen until you really try it. But that's a nice story, isn't it? It's one of those things in sim racing where you can look back and you laugh on it as a great experience for everyone involved. So really, I can tell you're probably smiling about it now, telling that story of how
Totally,
you guys really got away with that one.
totally. No, it's those fun stories. Endurance racing, particularly sim racing, endurance racing, uh, can can take you. You always have something to remember, things happening. Um, so I'm particularly glad to see down in GT3 Pro. You can see in second place Eros Mashulis. Well, he was one of my teammates at Pescara Sim Racing a few years ago. Glad to see that they're doing really, really well in second place. I'm gonna say hello also to Michael Francesconi, who's probably following, because I can see him in the chat. So some familiar names I can see here.
And that name is Pescara. I haven't heard that in a while. Probably the past couple of seasons, of course, since unfortunately we haven't had them in the series as well. So, yep. Shout out to both Mashkuli and Francesconi, because Francesconi especially has been in the comment section willing on the number 97. But unfortunately, at this point in the race, after the incredible stint by Giancarlo Rossi, it looks as though that it's gone off the boil just a bit, as Jimmy Nisler is now getting into a bit of a stride. But make no mistake, the differences between the gaps is only about 3 to 4 tenths. So it's still within earshot of a possibility of the win for the number 97 GR Sim Thrust car. But he'll have to bank on the fact that Nissan has been driving for a while, that mistakes might just creep in afterwards.
Yes, exactly. I mean, our drivers that spent so much time behind the wheel right now, so you sort of have to find that balance where yes, you're pushing, but you're starting to give yourself some margin. Like maybe you've been driving at 98, 99% until now. You sort of have to start leaving yourself that margin. Also, if you want to attack during the final phases of the race, which is something that definitely might happen, because as you said earlier, when you get to the last 4 hours of a 24-hour race, you sort of get to that point where it all starts coming together. Everything that has happened until now, your strategy, how many times you've pitted, when you've chosen to pit, it all starts coming together, and you got to deal with the consequences of your action, as one might say.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, and for those that have had incidents prior to the 20 hours beforehand, it will be starting to creep up a bit. But those guys who have actually not been through the tumble dry and then came out the other side really clean, they will be starting thinking about bringing it home. But again, those guys who have the luxury, for example, like we're looking at Martin Marguli, who's leading by a lap ahead of Patrick Swiatkowski in the number 21 Go Team car, they will probably be thinking about just bringing it home, not really having to push too hard. A lap ahead is quite a good gap compared to something like 11 seconds between the number 64 satellite car and the number 97 GR car, where it is that close. It's basically a stone's throw away, and one monumental mistake can just throw everything to a tailspin. So again, it's pretty much delicately balanced in that particular class. Whereas in other classes right now, it looks as though everything's settling again into that little period where everything's calm, but it might just kick off again once we enter the final hour.
Totally. And drivers must really focus to avoid, getting into tunnel vision, So concentrating maybe a bit too much. That sort of sweet spot where you are both concentrating, but you really are not. You sort of start driving automatically. It's something that we also experience while driving maybe on a pretty empty motorway, where you sort of start losing consciousness. You drive, but at some point you start thinking, you're like, wait, I don't remember having driven for the past half an hour. And it's something that can also happen while you're at the sim, because the racetrack is repetitive, well, in its own right, since you're driving on a circuit, you're driving in circles basically. And if you have nothing happening for a while, so not a lot of cars around, you're not really battling for the position, such as is the case for Morgili right now, because he's got basically an ocean behind him. You're in an LMP2 car, which is sort of the sweet spot, because you can easily pass the GT cars, but when the hypercars come behind you, they're not really so much quicker than you. So it's still that sort of situation where you're pretty calm, and it's quite easy to lose focus, isn't it?
Absolutely, and given the fact that what you're essentially alluding to is that you're driving subconsciously, you're already concentrating, but you're not going too much to the point that you tire yourself out. So basically, your mind and body are almost as one. You can do it almost without even thinking about it, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. I mean, you know the car, and then you know the track. So it becomes more a question of muscle memory, really. You're not thinking while you're driving. You just know that you have to complete your stint. You might have some music on. I know a lot of drivers, and this I want to hear from the comment section. Particularly in the night, do you drive with some music, something to keep yourself awake, something to keep yourself company during your stint? Like, personally, it was something that I would do, particularly during night stints, to put some music, Eurobeat usually, not too loud, so I can still hear the engine, I can still hear if somebody's trying to overtake me. But it's just nice to have it. It really keeps your mind from switching off completely. You can hear the songs. I might have sung actually sometimes during races. I think my bus teammates can confirm that. I'm a pretty terrible singer, and I'm sorry to them. But it's something fun that you can do to pass the time during a long stint.
Indeed, and the fact that it's just to keep everybody else sane as well, to be honest, because, again, especially in the middle of the night for everyone involved, it becomes a case of whether or not you will be awake from seeing just the void, isn't it? It's all dark around you, except for the road ahead with the headlights. You just try to just keep that consciousness level, at least up to a point where at least it's not too lucid, isn't it? It's a case of physically you're there, you're watching it ahead, you do not want to lose sight of going forwards, otherwise you might end up just retiring, waking up in your rig the next day, instead of thinking, what the heck happened? Oh, well, you fell asleep.
Oh yeah, it does happen. It does happen. We're falling asleep. I've heard stories of people falling asleep and the sim. I mean, because like some sim racing chairs right now, they're getting a bit too comfortable. I think there's sort of at the point where you might sleep in the sim. You got the engine sound a bit repetitive. The lights. Le Mans is really bad for sleeping, because you have this whole section that we're driving on now. It's got no lights, no lighting whatsoever. 60% of I think even 70% of the track is not illuminated. So it can really bring out from you this instinct of just falling asleep, closing your eyes. You gotta be vigilant, really.
Absolutely. And when you say worse for sleeping, is basically it's good to fall asleep while you're not looking at anything. You think that the screen's dark, and then suddenly your eyes just start nodding off. You just end up not completely falling to micro sleep, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's
Yes, exactly.
Time as well. Hello, by the way.
Oh, yes. Welcome back, Ed, to the commentary box. Yeah, we were talking about how to keep yourself awake in the middle of the night. So Giacomo actually suggested a great idea to listen to music to keep yourself and your teammates awake by listening to some Eurobeat, so initial D stuff.
Oh, I used to do something a bit similar, because when I was a Trackmania driver, often you'd have a whole week of qualifying for the race, and often those of us who were going for pole position, we'd spend a lot of time on the server, not those often would deliberately wait until midnight because there seemed to be this sort of thing I'm not sure if it's in sim racing, but it certainly was in Trackmania, where the idea was, we always seem to go faster when it's just after midnight. I think usually because you practice a bit beforehand, and at that point we're able to sort of finally apply it. And occasionally doing a long sort of practice session, we'd I think even the server, or what used to happen was they put some music on the server itself, and I think the problem is it would just be the one track that would repeat, so we had because that's all the Trackmania server had space for. So we ended up, I think, usually just listening to other music during just personal tastes and whatever. I sometimes listen to some electronic, some jazz or whatever. And yeah, I have occasionally set a few pole laps while listening to weird dissonant electronic music in the background. Not quite Initial D, but more Villa Brasilia, that kind of thing. That I was into at the time. I still quite like Villa Brasilia, just don't listen to it quite as much as I used to. Doing a lot less driving, as we see. That's the flying goat car, just absolutely mounting the curb at the final curb at the full chicane there, and I think getting a brief amount of airtime on the right hand side. Sorry, I got distracted by the race though. Anyway, staying awake, right?
Yeah, staying awake. We were actually here to watch the race, so it's not. We're actually getting distracted thinking about music instead of following the race. So flying goat number
at the present moment, to be completely honest, apart from the situation mostly staying the same. Jimmy Nisula still extending that gap to Eros Masciuli, 12 seconds. He's just set a 3:56.6, very impressive time from Nisula there. And Masciuli is just slowly being dropped out of his orbit here, but as long as Masciuli can just sort of roughly match what Nisula is doing, then he's still in the ballpark. He's just got to make sure he's within the sort of same 20-30 seconds at the end in case something happens, because really he's got to hope that Nisula just gets really tired quite quickly, or that he can find some sort of way to beat him, because they're on the same strategy. So it's really just going to come down to who's the better driver in this final stint. At the moment, Nisula is excelling at the moment.
Just keeping it under control, basically.
Yep, and trying to kind of stave off the fire that the GR team were pulling off at one point when they were really closing in up to the number 64. But it looks as though that threat is neutralized for the time being. But make no mistake, that could still change in the final 3 hours here.
Absolutely could. The other battles I'm seeing going on are Arco Hollistel's been caught for, let's see, in Pro-Am LMP2 class. For, I think that's for 7th position. He's been caught by Simone De Sanctis from Team Sheba. So fuel savers, Team Sheba, only 22 seconds between the pair. And Arco Hollistel just set at 3:35.8. Simone De Sanctis set at 3:31.2. So that is nearly 4 seconds a lap faster. So yeah, Simone De Sanctis has really got the hurry up here. And Hollistel probably isn't going to be able to hold on to that 7th in class for much longer. I mean, I know it's not a lead battle, 7th in class, so, but it is something.
Indeed, as we can see, there's Vincillo coming out of the pits and jumping ahead to Michele Rizzo, who's 2 laps behind Sebastian Zico, who was in the comments earlier just now, driving, as we mentioned before, with just 2 drivers in his stable. That could just be literally burning the midnight oil.
Vital Ferox in the comments says Forza Flying Goat. So the 95 team, that's such an awful start to this race as well. They were miles behind, and to see them just still going, even though they are 77 laps down and last in the order of those still running. They're only about 5 laps behind Grow Racing Team 89, who've had a pretty difficult race of their own. So, you know, full marks to Martin Brolt and Jerome Prulio and everyone at Flying Goat, because they've kept going, which and I think I'm not sure if they've done the 24 hours before. Did they do it last year as well? They have been doing the full season, haven't they? So, yep. I'm just trying to remember how Flying Goat are doing. And my recollection in AM is that they've not done, especially. Actually, they've been pretty consistent this season, haven't they? Sort of 4th, 3rd, sort of. They're 4th in the championship, 110 points, 7 points ahead of SD Sheba, and 5 points behind MR Motorsport 66. So. So yeah, if they can get to the end of this, they're probably not going to hold on to that fourth, because I think Shiba, where's the ST Shiba? And they're 2 places ahead of them. Yeah, so Shiba would definitely get past them because they'd be gaining more than 7 points. But yeah, if they get top 5, I think that would be a pretty solid reason for, incentive for Flying Goat to sort of keep in there. Because we've got GR Wild in 6th as well on 97 points, so that's 110 to 97. That is 13 points behind as well. So it's actually pretty unlikely they'll hold GR Wildfire off if they're able to hold on to 2nd place as well in GDN. Well, in fact, GR Wildfire are already out of the race, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So, actually, yeah, it is 5th place they're fighting for. My mistake. Sorry, I was thinking, oh, I must have overlooked something, and I hadn't. So it's all good, right? So, good thing the drivers aren't overthinking things. They leave that to me.
They leave all the calculations to us. Yeah.
Vinchulo just dips the left-hand side of the wheel, just touching the gravel on the exit of Mulsanne there, as he tries to chase down Michele Rizzo in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115, 52 seconds apart. So he's been closing the last couple of stints, but has been in that car an awful long time. Has been able to just extend and to stay ahead and keep track position. But I wouldn't be surprised if in these final 2.5 hours the ARM Supercar is able to get back into the top 6 in the GT3 Pro.
It's not impossible. I mean, it's still a long way to go, but as long as you are, let's say, within the minute, you can allow for some mistakes from the others to happen, and that will make you take the position. That's just what you gotta do. You gotta believe that something is going to happen, because it's still 2.5 hours, just shy of 2.5 hours to go, and it's basically 2 sprint races still to go. You gotta believe that maybe fatigue is gonna get into play, and other drivers might make a mistake.
Speaking of fatigue, Nisula lost 2 seconds to Masculi on this lap. He was 12 seconds ahead. He's now back to 10.7. So it does feel like something's out there. Maybe some lap traffic at an inopportune moment. But yeah, that will give Masculi just that little twinkle of hope there. And maybe that's all he needs.
Yeah, a bit of a spark of inspiration. Sorry, go ahead, Giacomo.
So I would say, when you start seeing the gap changing and the numbers going down, you sort of get that the feeling of, okay, I'm onto something here, so I might push even more. I kind of might bright the spark into you when you're driving. And we could see Eros Masciulli going at it in his Mercedes.
Yep, another Italian driver, Masculi, isn't he? And very experienced in endurance racing. I've seen him in ERC, a couple other championships as well. I think he used to do some single-seater stuff as well. And they crosses the line 10.8 seconds apart from Jimmy Nisula there. Last lap for Nisula was actually a 3:57.3, so it must have been a great lap from Masculi there to close a second on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably pushing really hard. I was saying before, Edward, while you were on break, that Masciulli is actually one of my old teammates. I used to race with him quite a bit at Pescara Sim Racing a few years ago.
Oh,
so I'm secretly cheering for them. I can't say that.
Secretly. It doesn't sound that so secret now that you brought it up. But yeah. Not very subtle, Giacomo, but yeah, I think given how many times satellite racing have stood atop the top step, I think from a purely underdog perspective, and we British, we always seem to support the underdogs if there's no British people to support, then yeah, I think you gotta if you're supporting the underdog, you gotta support GR Simfrast, and Eros Masculi is the 45, just breaks in time for the first Mulsanne chicane without hitting the back of the Grow Racing team car.
Whoa, that would have been an absolutely heartbreaking moment, isn't it? You
Not
thought
the
for a
first
second
time that Hyperions come close to hitting them, if you recall.
Yeah,
I mean,
but Masciulli might have had an absolute heart attack seeing that one, but he cannot be lingering about that for too long. He has to keep his focus going here. to chase that back, to chase out
Luckily,
Denisova.
there's a long straight for him to get over it. So, just have to say, yeah, seems to be going back to matching Nisula now. So, if there's a few more mistakes from Nisula, then that might be how he catches back up. It might not necessarily be pumping in lap times that are over a second a lap quicker, like we saw his teammates doing to a Henry Sinek. It's going to be more matching on the titans of GD3 Pro in the form of Jimmy Nisula. And the gap 10.4 seconds now, so he is sort of back on song, isn't he? He's closed a bit more in this sector, so I think Nisula is just starting to not struggle, but he's starting to he's not pulling away like he was earlier.
So he is, and so again, he's gonna have to start staving off those advances from the car behind here if he wants to keep for a win at Le Mans. As we're looking at Mathieu Grigolon now, only about 27 seconds behind Alaria Algepeos.
Yeah, Algepeos didn't have a great lap there, 3:21. Grigolon is in the 3:15.9s at the moment, so yes, that's nearly over 5 seconds a lap quicker, but I believe they've just had a driver change, so Algepeos who's done quite a lot of the night stint as well, is getting just back into the swing of things, having been handed the car by Sander Callis there. So Algepeos, who has been part of that lineup, he had a great stint in Istanbul, I think, which was vital to them being in that mix for victory there, before they were just beaten, I think, by Simfuri number 7 to victory. So it'd be interesting to see if Algepeos can pull one out of the bag and hold off Simfuri number 9 here, which I really think is the battle that rFactor and Simfuri are looking forward to, whereas the top two just out of reach at the moment. Well, I say just out of reach, significantly out of reach by the tune of 4 laps. And into the pits comes Jimmy Nisula.
I was saying they're gonna look forward to that because as a team they might have a full podium lockout, which is something that is probably desirable. We see Nisula going into the pits. Let's see how Masciuli in the Gersintras reacts, and he's also into the pit. They are following exactly the same strategy as we said earlier.
Yeah, just looking at the the sector times, Masciuli matching Nisula in the first sector, the same 10th of a second, then was 2/10 quicker in the second sector, and another 2/10 quicker in the final sector as well. So very, very good in lap by Eros Masciuli.
Let's see how they fare in the outlap. That's gonna take a bit of a while. Let's see them coming out right now. Masciuli is out. We've seen Nisula still not moving.
Jump here. Here we go, Masciuli trundling down the pit lane, and he takes the lead in GD3 Pro. It was a slow stop for Nisula. Perhaps they changed tyres, and Masciuli might be double stinting on an old set of tyres. There, the lead changes hands. It's now BR Simfras to the tune of 2.5 seconds.
It's totally spicing things up then. If they're still on the older tyres, then I mean, how long can those tires last for, really? I mean, it depends. Eros is, well, he's known for being really good at tire management, but it's still pretty complicated. You got to do an entire stint between half an hour and 45 minutes on the same tires. But he's got a tiny advantage, 3.3 seconds. Let's see how they fare now in the outlap.
Well, it's all about saving overall time in the race, isn't it? If having that shorter pit stop puts him into clear air ahead of Nisula, it means he doesn't have to chase quite so much. Is that going to save him more time overall, depending on how things work out? Especially if they're lapping traffic and Nisula gets held up a bit, and that prevents him from overtaking Masciuli. Even if Masciuli is on the older tyres, there's a bit of a disadvantage. So you see the gap, 3.5 seconds. So Nisula could be doing some moves quite soon, so this has suddenly become extremely exciting then in the battle for the GD3 Pro lead. And you have to say, GR Simfras 97, that was a lap down after the first 3 hours, have now gotten themselves into the lead from the team that's looking effectively as the GD3 Pro champion-elects, no matter what happens in this battle here. But Jimmy Nisula will be extremely keen to regain that lead on those fresh tyres.
really gonna have to push and attack now. He's losing a bit of time, but that's just probably due to the fact you gotta bring the tires back to temperature, and you really gotta get your head into it once you've stopped. Anyway, thinking about it, like the Sintra's car, they were 11 seconds behind. They found themselves 3.5 in front now, so they have effectively saved 14 seconds with that stop. So if they can avoid losing all that time, well, it means that they have gained from using this strategy. So we're going to be able to tell in about 30-40 minutes time. We have to see how they fare. But now we switch to Christopher Kianik, the leader of the race, in his Porsche. Is still in front, 148 seconds in front of Corazzari in the Sinfrim eSports number 7. It's a comfortable advantage. It's something you can manage over the course of 2.5 hours. And looking at the times, well, over the last lap, he's gained 1.5 seconds. Probably Corazzari being held up into traffic. Now, what do you think? Well, Corazzari, what should he do right now? What's going through the head of the second car at the moment, given the current situation?
I think looking at the lap times, he just set a 3:16.1 and Kianik's in the 3:14.4. So to me, Corazzari is kind of just knows that it's pretty unlikely that the 7 is going to get into the lead. I think the number 7 is sort of at this phase, kind of, especially after Spa, where they didn't score any points, they came in knowing it was sort of the underdogs, and they had a good fight of it early on, but unfortunately they're now about half a lap behind, and I think mentally they're kind of beaten at this point, and they're sort of accepting that they're going to finish second place. They've stolen the fastest lap away from the number 8 crew, 3 minutes 12.4 that they set earlier on, but Corazzari, I think, as much as he might try and push for the odd another attempt at fastest lap a bit later on some fresher tyres, I think they know that this is probably about where they're going to finish, and that there's no real point trying to absolutely go hell for leather and try and cut 150 second gap down to maybe best you can maybe do is get below 100 seconds to like 90 or 80, I think, realistically, in the 2 and a bit hours they've got left. But I think the number 7 crew has sort of had to mentally admit defeat already. Probably, and it's probably better for the team if they do as well, rather than crashing out trying to push too hard and gifting a second place to ground effect.
Yeah, totally. They, I mean, you're at that point.
Amir's going to disagree with me now.
Well, I don't know.
I think Amir just went on a break and didn't tell us, right? Which is fair enough.
Just only going a bit over drink, actually. Just try to clear up, because I think we went about 1.5 hours about drinking just now.
Yeah, fair enough. Giacomo was just asking what the mentality is of Corazzari and the number 7 crew. With 2 hours 25 minutes to go, they're the only ones that can beat number 8 in the championship now. They are 143 seconds down. And yeah, certainly last lap was better for Corazzari. 3 minutes 13.5. 9 tenths quicker than Kianik, but even if they take 9 tenths out of them for the rest of the race, that gap is pretty considerable, even though they are still on the same lap, and they've done well to stay on it. It's difficult to see this picture changing too much, isn't it, before the end, and maybe the number 7 crew is sort of kind of just trying to get to the end now, and is more playing just to try and occasionally go for fastest lap, rather than genuinely challenging for the lead here.
Yeah, it's a bit insurmountable, isn't it? Because, again, it's just literally the length of the entire circuit. We saw when Corazzari came by, Kianik was only about a sector behind. So, again, something catastrophic will have to happen to that car. We're not wishing upon him, by the way. If only for Corazzari to have at least a chance to get back up on terms to the lead. But, having said that, we did see some crazy things that happened last night, did we, between those two cars?
We certainly did. And it would be nice to see them cross the line together just for show, but I suppose number 8 will say, well, we've won fair and square, not only the championship, but Le Mans, and we don't want to wait 100 seconds for the 150 seconds for the sister car to cross the line. which is fair enough. This isn't Le Mans 66. And there were. It'd be interesting to hear if we get to interview them at the end. I doubt we will, because they'll probably be exhausted if there are any team orders between the two cars. But yeah, anyway, interesting. The gap Satellite Racing and GR Simfrost, 4 seconds between the two. So Giovinazzi has only lost about half a second then on those fresh tyres as he's trying to bed them in then. So Masciuli making hay while the sun shines. And you have to say, the gamble by GR Simfrost, it seems to be paying dividends at the moment. But we'll have to see, because you can never discount Giovinazzi. And once he starts getting within range, we could see things getting very, very interesting.
I mean, something that they might be thinking right now is, what if they can mirror the strategy? So saying, okay, I'm going to save tires right now because at the next stop, they're going to have to, the GR Simfrost team, they're going to have to change tires. And maybe he's thinking, okay, I save tires now. I try to get the gap into a maximum, let's say 10 seconds, so I can get through again by not changing tire myself while they change tires because they've got to.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's another battle that's starting to shape up. De Sanctis, we mentioned earlier, has been chasing down Arco Hollistel in the Fuel Savers number 23 car. So the SD Cheaper 911 that's had its fair share of calamities in this race is starting to recover. Simone De Sanctis was part of the SD Cheaper crew that won the GT3 AM class at the Turkish Grand Prix, beating Carloni Racing Black. One of the few times Carloni Racing have been beaten this season as well in GT3 AM. But great to see Simone De Sanctis making the step up to LMP2 and now sort of in a fight already with the Fuel Savers that are pretty experienced but don't have a whole lot of top 5, top 6 finishes to their name. So Simone De Sanctis looking to steal one away from them. So great to see SD Shiba having a representation in all 3 classes and reasonably competitive in each. Like I said, probably their biggest success was that GT3 AM victory this season. But if they can beat the Fuel Savers, that would be a good recovery of their 24 hours here. And Arco Hollistel, his pace has not looked particularly great. 3:29 last lap from Simone De Sanctis. 3:31 for Arco Hollistel, so another 2 seconds taken out of him there.
Yeah, I mean, to not play a pun on the team name, maybe he's trying not to burn so much fuel, so he's just saving it a bit. But that pace is rather concerning if you're Arco Hollistel, if he could try to hold on to that P6 away from a fast-charging Simone De Sanctis.
Yeah, and in fact, the lap times that De Sanctis is setting now are basically pretty equal to Arco, the fastest laps of the race for the Fuel Savers car. So 3:29.4 is their fastest lap, and De Sanctis is only going 2 cents slower than that right now. So that really puts it into perspective, because I think the Team Shiba's fastest lap is a 3:27.6 for the race, so they're still a little bit below that in terms of a couple of seconds off. But yeah, Hollistel, who, it must be said, we saw him getting into an incident with the 111 earlier yesterday in the race. Has not really been one of the fastest LMP2 Pro AM drivers today, and De Sanctis is sort of catching him hand over fist at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how well the Dutchman defends once Simone catches him. But De Sanctis is just doing everything right at the moment and really just chewing up the tire. I think he's one of the fastest LMP2 Pro-Ams at the moment. I think Malili is lapping very, very similarly to De Sanctis at the moment, so, and he's running, of course, second in class. That really puts it into perspective. It's really only the pro runners that are going particularly any quicker than that, and Akiol, of course, in the lead.
Yeah, Adam Akiol in the Sunset car really is in a different pace, a different league of his own, isn't it, in that car? And the whole team has been
in the pro league, isn't he?
Yeah, they're in the pros, among the pro-ams, in terms of how they are performing throughout the entire season. So can't wait to see how they will go, taking a step up next season.
I think I've noticed that it's a very long stop for the HE Esports Blue Belt 11 that was running third in class in the pro class. They seem to still be in the pits, and they're now 92 seconds behind Colavito for Sim 347. That's really got back into a position. It's re-inherited that class podium. So something must have went really wrong for the 11. Maybe there's some damage to that car that Pinter's having to pit for repairs for.
And yellow flag in
Coming out the
sector
pits
3.
now.
Oh, yep.
11 seconds in arrears though, so 2 hours to go. It could be a bit nip and tuck between those two.
Yep, and a couple of yellow flag in sector 3. Oh, we might have a big one here. That's a 3-wheeler on his wagon. The number 7. It's missing a wheel.
Second place. Oh dear. We said he shouldn't push too hard, going for the lead, and now he is losing time hand over fist. Luckily, not too long to get to the pits though. But Corazari having a late scare in this race. Luckily, there should be enough time to pit for repairs and come out ahead of Ilari Alpius. But suddenly, rFactor will realize this could be a long repair time for the number 7, so they can gain a couple of laps here. Let's see what happens.
He lost the wheel already by this point, and it's a driver mistake, wasn't it? Coming through the Porsche curves. Yeah, that was a big one. Well, we had to guess. Yeah, I think we had to guess that might have been just driver error, wasn't it?
To me, it looked like he was completely on his own, pushing too hard, and maybe dipped a wheel just a little bit off track, and then was sent spiraling into the gravel there. So Corazari's made it to the pits. There was no need for a code 80 because he was already in the last sector. It was just covered by a local yellow. Luckily, Simone De Sanctis was able to avoid. He has pit now to try and undercut Arco Hollistel, interestingly. Here we go. We're going to see what happened then. Giacomo, talk us through it.
Right, probably see Hollistel maybe thinking, okay, we might see a code 80, something like that. I decided to play his chances. Here, Corazari must have been some mistake given by fatigue. You see here, it was pushing maybe a bit too hard. Let's see here, going through the final part of his lap, it was a bit struggling. So maybe here he had some problem with the tires. That were maybe his tires were over. He was trying to push.
Here we go.
Push the tires.
This is where it goes wrong.
Let's see now. Goes
into here. He went straight on.
Straight on. So it might be some issues with his controls.
That could have been a screen freeze, you know.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like he. Yeah, correct. Because it doesn't seem like he locked up the tires. He just went straight on. So pretty unlucky, actually.
Yeah, we seem to catch it live just after it happened as well as the SD Sheeper was going through there. But yeah, that almost certainly hands victory to the Symphony number 8 and Andrea Terzi then, and that could well signal the end of the championship officially then. So Corazari has now gone a lap down, and he could go 2 laps down while that new wheel and suspension are being attached desperately by the Symphony mechanics. But yeah, Alpius, here he is. He's just lapped Simone De Sanctis as well. And in fact, Davide Lupi has gotten on board the Team Sheeper 911, so they've done a driver change there. But Alpius, he's now 3 laps down, I believe, on Corazari and closing, but he might be able to get it down to 2 laps, but I think the repairs are going to be a little bit too quick for Ground Effect liking for them to take advantage, because they've just, unfortunately, the big gap, the buffer that Simframe built has put them in such a strong position that Ground Effect are not going to be able to scalp second place unless Corazari either has another mistake or really struggles in these final 2 hours, and Alpius has an amazing final stint. I think it could potentially open up, but it does seem a bit unlikely.
Corazari in there, still halfway through the track, so yeah, they're probably gonna get to 1 lap down, which in 2 hours is basically still impossible under normal circumstances to recover. So
but that big crash was not normal circumstances though, so we are beyond normal circumstances now, because nobody would have expected that to happen. Well, I mean, we did briefly speculate and say that that's not what Corazari should be doing, but in the end it was didn't look like it was in his control at all. It looked like he may have had some pop-up or a screen freeze or something. He went straight on and into the wall, and he was basically a passenger. Lots of messages in chat, and all of them in Italian, so I'm going to have to guess what they're saying. Seems some hardware problems, says Mariano. So that seems to be an indication of what transpired there. But yeah, Alpius, now that he's built that gap to Grigolon, 82 seconds. So Grigolon has closed on those fresher tyres in this stint, about 10 seconds. But Alpius may have actually pitted for fresh tyres since then, so maybe that's why the gap went down. But Grand Effector really looking solid in third, and potentially they've got a very, very small window of getting into second place. If only they can lap all this traffic just a little bit quicker as the Hyperion gets out of the way. There we go. Alpius is going to regain another lap then. So Ferrari goes 2 laps down, but Alpius now is only 2 laps behind Symphony number 7.
Or make that one lap now.
Oh dear, so that's Hyperion 45 getting a penalty late on, and that could open things up for VEM number 33 in the battle for 5th in the LMP2 Pro class. So only 110 seconds behind. It could really put DeLewis right back into the box seats against Dabrowski. So some corner cutting, I think, from Matthias Dabrowski there, coming back to haunt him.
Yeah, we kind of saw just now that he was being overtaken in that final corner. Maybe he misjudged it, just cut the final chicane, the four chicanes just a bit, and that was enough to give him the penalty. So that might have been something given in game. But meanwhile, for Alpeas, that's just 1 lap to go. So if Corazari's in the pits, that's going to be a change for the script in P2 on the rostrum.
It certainly could, but the Symphony number 7 isn't far off repair. This shows you how costly pitting for that damage is, or not just the damage itself, but the pit stop you have to do for repairs afterwards, because you just lose so much ground to those that are circulating on track. He's gone from being 140 seconds behind the race lead to now 2 laps down, and possibly he's going to be 3 laps down by the time he exits that pit lane.
Oof, that's such a gut punch, isn't it? From being up at the front, battling for the lead with their teammate, to just barely being able to possibly stay on the podium. It's such a 180, isn't it, in their fate?
Yeah, and it's even more exaggerated, the gaps in Hypercar, because while you're stationary in the pits, the Hypercars are going so much more quickly. If you have a similar thing happens in GT3 Pro, you might go 1 or 2 laps down, like we saw the Simfrost car do earlier on. And speaking of which, Maschili's extended that gap to Nisula to 5.6 seconds. What an absolutely fantastic job Eros Maschili is doing, the Italian, at the wheel of that 97 car. We are right on board with Nisula. He can't even... he can see the Blackhawk car lapping him at the Porsche curves, where so much carnage has already happened in this 24 hours. And let's hope they haven't got any more stings in the tail in the final 2 hours. But for Corazari, he's already been stung, and he's feeling the pain every moment he's stationary in that pit lane.
Still going, so still repairing. So this might open up the possibility for us at least to see a battle for third place. Sorry, battle for second place. For second place,
we might see a battle for third as well. Yeah, but it depends where Corazari filters out, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Now looking at the gaps, we got Grigolon in the C3 eSports number 9 is 80 seconds behind. So that's also pretty hard to close down. He's also at the moment is lapping quicker than the ground effect car, but it could be down to traffic, really, as we see Corazari joining the track again, 3 laps behind their sister car.
And crucially, just a lap ahead of Alpius, but it's not inconceivable that Alpius could unlap himself here. He's only about less than 10 seconds behind him on the road in terms of track. Not in terms of position in the race, but in terms of just where he is on the road, literally.
That's not impossible, and let's remember Corazari now has to fight with the fact that he suffered a massive crash, and they're lucky to still be in the race. Yeah, it's pretty good to play out, but I totally believe that it wasn't his fault, because it really looks like a screen freeze, because we didn't see any locking up. Like nothing that could indicate a mistake.
It's interesting though, because sometimes when something happens out of your control, it loses you a lot of time and puts you out of the fight for victory. Often it's worse when it's out of the driver's control, because at least if it's in your control, as tough as it is, you can sort of learn something from that and say, well, I pushed a little bit too hard, I need to learn how to manage that kind of pressure, or or I needed to say fuel better to use one instance of a certain team we won't mention, or whatever it is, or I shouldn't have fought so much harder with my teammate, or I lost time earlier on doing this, or I picked the wrong strategy. It could be any number of things. But if it's something that was not a decision you made, like you just had a screen freeze, then there's nothing you can learn from that. That's just you did everything right and it was basically taken away from you. So that can be absolutely going, or even worse, you get taken out by someone else as well, because that is another one where it was done to you rather than something you did to yourself. And at least if you do it to yourself, you learn you can avoid that next time. As we cut back to the Loopy Hollistel battle, 7.6 seconds between the pair of them, and Loopy lapping in the 329s. Hollistel is just pipped because he's at 441, but his lap times have still not really picked up the pace, still in the 331s, I believe.
Correct. Just to pick up on what you were saying, that sometimes if it's not your fault, there is really nothing to learn. There's a quote from The Office: not everything is a lesson, sometimes you just fail. That's sadly true when something just goes completely wrong. Anyway, looking at lap times, it's I've had pointed out from I don't remember who it was, I'm sorry to
Make up a name.
It doesn't matter. It's going to be called. He was Italian, so it was going to be called Mario. He said that hypercars, they're lapping in the 312s, 330s, 313s. How is that possible? Basically, since the hypercars are only Porsches, basically, it means that we don't have balance of performance as such. So they're sort of uncapped hypercars, and they lap so much quicker. You can also see the top speeds. We go upwards of 350 kilometers per hour. Some of that is due to slipstream, but still, that's a whole 15 kilometers per hour quicker than the real counterpart.
Now, speaking of Mario Tump has just hit to hand over his Blackhawk Racing number 3 car to Mark Viet. So great to see Blackhawk Racing number 3, who have had a few podiums this season. They've not been the quickest team, but they have been impressive on occasions, and they could well at the end of this. Let's see where they are in the championship. They're 4th at the moment, 24 points down on the leaders. They are still technically in the championship hunt, although the chances are even pretty remote, even more remote than the number 7s at the present moment. But certainly not as remote as Team Iris, who are already out of it, period. And they could be on their way to inheriting that 3rd place if they can just get to the end here in the championship, because I don't think Symphony number 9 or Ground Effect are close enough to really challenge them, because they are about, let's see, 33 points down, I think, Symphony number 9, and it's even more than that. It's 43 points down for Ground Effect. The Blackhawk Racing are looking to bank a top 3 in the overall points, despite this particular race not going to plan. And that really shows consistency. Getting to the end of these races is absolutely key. So Mario Tump, Mark Viet, and the others, I think, can at the end of this season, they can look back on a very, very tidy run with some very, very clean races where they've just stayed out of trouble and taken advantage of where other people have tripped over themselves, essentially.
Indeed, they will, actually, because, again, we didn't expect them to be right at the sharp end throughout the entire season, but here they are, literally just on the cusp of at least getting a 3rd place, pending if whether or not Iris will be classified, but I think they're pretty much safe right now, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Iris have not really got any hope of being classified, given how long ago they went out. I think it was even before midnight that they went out, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's looking pretty unlikely. Their best hopes are really in that GT3 Pro class with Chris Davis, 63 seconds down on Marasek in the RGPL car. So yeah, but meanwhile, the big battle, Masculi versus Nisula, 6.2 seconds. Masculi continuing to lap in the 357.4s, Nisula 358.3s, and this is what we saw start to happen to his teammate, wasn't it? To Henry Sinnick. That Henry Sinnick's lap time just started to hover in the 358s, 359s, And that was literally just the fatigue creeping in. Even on the fresher tyres, Nisila is not making up the ground he would have hoped. And it is starting to hand things into the clutches of the Italian ER Simfrast 97 squad. And Eros Masciuli will be grinning ear to ear because that satellite car is getting further and further in the distance as the Grow team are just growing that lead and disappearing up the road. And surely Satellite Racing have got to do something here if they want to arrest the slide. But maybe Jimmy Nisila has just not got the energy.
Yeah, it's sort of plateauing a bit, isn't it, in terms of the pace that he had earlier when he was a bit closer to the Grow Racing car, but now it's just a matter of whether or not he could keep this pace up, especially with, again, we're just speculating right now, they only have 2 drivers on board at this point, so really is pushing the extremities of what's possible by having that finite number of drivers in a 24-hour race. But again, it can be done, it's just a bit of a stretch.
Meanwhile, speaking of stretch, Davide Lupe is stretching his legs and closing rapidly on Arco Hollister. You can just see Arco in the Fuel Savers car just up the road in front of the satellite car, funnily enough. So Arco Hollister 3:30.9 his last lap, whereas Davide Lupe, actually he also set 3:30.5, but Hollister has just set 3:33.5. So 3 seconds, it was 2 seconds the previous lap, 3 seconds gained on this lap. So surely either this lap or the next, Davide Lupe is going to mount an attack here because he is rapidly closing and Hollister is a sitting duck right now.
Or he could just whack up that fuel mix and try to at least keep that advantage on the straights here, because right now it's really looking good for Lupe. He can actually get up to the back of Hollister if the slipstream permits and if Hollister actually is still keeping this up. Some GT traffic coming along the way. We can see just now that's actually the Grove car coming into shot. Let's hope that there'll be no histrionics involving everybody here, because that will be an absolute travesty if one of these cars get taken out.
Yeah, 7.3 seconds between Masciuli and Nisila now. So yes, Eros Masciuli is really stretching his legs. Let's hope this is a clean lapping attempt from Davide Lupe. Oh, a little bit high over the curb there from Masciuli, but no harm done. Won't have cost him too much time then. There you just see Nisila popping into frame at the back, desperately trying to keep Masciuli in sight. But on a rare occasion this season, it looks like the satellite drivers' charge is failing at the moment, and the lead is slipping away rapidly. But Davide Lupe senses blood in the water, senses a chance at 6th place. And SD Shiba would desperately love something to shout about in this race. The top 6 in LMP2 would be a fantastic recovery in the Pro-Am class. Of course, they've got a car in 5th overall, the 320, which is 2 laps down on Grigolon. There's the sister car, the GD3 Am of Francesco Bernardi, that is currently 4th in the GD3 Am class, and has currently been one of the stars of GD3 Am this season.
He got some yellow flags in.
Sheba in the first 2 races scored just 2 points, and then from then on they've scored good 101 points since then, including 2 wins in a row at of course round 3 and round 4. So that would be Indianapolis and of course not Istanbul. It was Istanbul. Oh! And that's the class leader, Martin Mergeli, crashing into the wall at Tetra Rouge while trying to lap one of the Carloni cars, I think that was. And he's facing the wrong way, having to extricate himself. Oh, just avoiding the MR Motorsports car. And he's having to Austin Powers his way out. Not the first time we've seen LMP2 extricating himself. It was Hollister that was in that position earlier. And there is the Hyperion then. So Hyperion 44 back on the lead lap. And how much damage has Martin Mergeli taken there? Yeah, 242 seconds between Patrick Suwalski and Martin Mergeli.
Yeah, you can see what happened there with the exit.
He
just got it completely wrong. Yeah, he got it completely wrong. And this is when Svakowski's unlapped himself. So Mergeli then, that's a wake-up call and a half. That's something to say that, well, it was comfortable at one point. Now it's time to get back into action.
And that was the first mistake they made in the whole race, it feels like, from the Go team outfit. They had such a clean run until then. I wonder if the steering's okay on that car. They might have just about gone away with that one, as Larry Alkus has just pit and exits the pit lane. He's desperately trying to get back on the lead lap, but Kurazari, his pace has still been in. He's actually been lapping in the 3:14.1s, although Terzi has just stretch his legs further in the 3:13.4. So, yeah, I think Alpius might have to settle for third here. He's pitched just and come out just 22nd at a Mathieu Grigolon. Meanwhile, Lupi is within a second of Arco Hollistel, and the fuel-saving car, they're going to be trying to save positions rather than fuel at this phase now. Hollistel has got to push it out of Tetrarucci if he wants to have any chance of holding on to 6th.
Yep, onto the Mulsanne straight now, Leon on the air straight. Let's see then, he's in the tow. Within under a second, the gap is slowly shrinking here. So Hollistel now will have to take something out of his locker here to hold up the charge of Lupi.
Yeah, but that drama for Go Team, that could really give us just a sniff of a chance of Hyperion of retaining that championship. So this could really go down to the wire now in the final 2 hours. And we are past the 2 hours remaining mark. So literally it's in the very, very final 12th of the race where things have gone wrong for Go Team. It's gone perfectly up to now. And all of a sudden, that gap is being eroded by Hyperion. So Martin Mergli might just try and stick it out with the damaged steering now and try and get to the end, because he might lose more time repairing it than just staying out on track at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely agreed to that one, because that looked like a hefty whack, wasn't it? Because it was the direct front hit. It's the same thing that happened to Corazzari, albeit at a slightly lower speed. But again, the time lost in the pit lane will not be justified here. He would not want to sit around for 100 seconds to get that fixed. He just has to carry on with it. Battle scars all seen.
Yeah, I wonder how many more leaders. Corazzari, then Merguli. I wonder who else is going to become a cropper before this race is done, as we see the number 9, Grugolon, now trying to put another lap on Hollistel and Lupi is within 3/10. He's cheeky, using a bit of extra slipstream from the back of Simfree number 9 to try and get alongside Hollistel, and now trying to go either way past the MR Motorsports GD3 as well. Is it going to be enough to get Davide Lupi alongside as they go on the long run towards Indianapolis? He might be able to break up the inside. Here we go, fantastic opportunism from Davide Lupi there. Use the cars around him to perfection. And there we go. He's up into 6th position in class, and nothing Arco Hollistel could do to stop him there.
As you can see, then the move was made in the previous corner at Mulsanne. But again, it's just a case of using the back markers and some of the leaders to good effect. So there is Smeriglio right behind afterwards, but it was after the exit. It looks as though Hollistel and Lupi just came up at about the right time, but the drive came to good use. Then came the Porsche, used it to full effect because the Porsche is a much faster car, obviously. So the faster drive really helped out. And then the one that really sealed the deal was just going around the MR Motorsport Mercedes to just really help with that slingshot coming out to Indianapolis. And the move was done right before that, because Hollistel knew for a fact that if he had to hang around the outside, he runs the risk of running into the barriers.
Exactly. It's so easy to get it wrong when you're offline defending on the outside, which becomes the really tight inside for Indianapolis there. You've really got to be confident, and Hollistel clearly just thought that discretion was the better part of valor there. We also have a couple of comments in the chat. Can Kikan says Forza Sunset, so clearly Sunset 84 on the way to a beautiful end to their season with a dominant lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, way ahead of this battle for 6th position, but a number of laps actually. Alessio Spinelli says, hi to the commentators. If you like the correct Italian pronunciation of Masciuli, it's in English. Masciuli, yes. I'm calling him Masciuli. There's no mask in his name, it's Masciuli. So Eros doing a fabulous job. Look, 7.7 seconds. Jimmy Nisilis started to try and come back on song. His last lap was a 3:57.8, so he's dipped back into the 3:57s, and into the pits they come. This time Masciuli is ahead, and I wonder if Jimmy Nisilis is going to try and skip his tyre stop here. As a look,
yes, he does.
The SDG car right in front of Masciuli and in his pit box potentially. No!
That's a disaster right there. And the fact that Nisilis that carried on.
Yeah, and as Nisula staying out of the pits then, so this is a very fascinating strategy. Suddenly the 64 and the 97 verge on their different strategies then. So the 64 is trying to go that extra lap with its fresher tyres. Maybe they took on a little more fuel than the 97 as well. Because Eros Masciuli was worried about tyre life towards the end of his stint potentially.
Yeah, Masciuli then is going to get a full service here. You can see the car gets jacked up front and rear. And thanks to the Italian... Oh, look at that. The Shiba car had to reverse. Well, that's... By all accounts, if that was in real life, that would be a disqualification because you reverse in the pits.
dear. But, Francisco Bernardi having a bit of a pit stop from hell there, because he comes in right before the class leader in GT3 Pro, and then has to reverse out because the class leader in GT3 Pro is suddenly ahead of him. So yes, not ideal for Bernardi. He's come out 83 seconds ahead of Ricardo Lopez, and now Michele D'Alessandro is back on board that car for the final 2 hours in the stint to the finish then. So D'Alessandro, one of GR Simfrost 97's best drivers, and he's got to make sure that they can undercut Nisula and maintain that lead. But with that long stop, Nisula could be able to do something clever here and come out back ahead of them by overcutting.
Yeah, but again, sometimes depends on how well the tire wear is for the satellite car. If he actually has better tire life, he could probably just use the overcut to full effect. So again, D'Alessandro has his work cut out here if that pit stop were to be coming his kryptonite.
Exactly, yes. So they took the gamble earlier on to double stint the tires, and now they're sort of paying the price now, aren't they? With the longer stop. Not just for new tires, but they may as well change drivers as well, because clearly Mashuli had, while he did a great job in his stint, I think he probably couldn't have kept that pace up for too much longer against the fearsome Jimmy Nisula. So now Nisula has got his chance to shine. He's just got to figure out how to make use of it. 79 seconds the gap between the pair of them. Elsewhere, Dabrowski is 22 seconds behind Gennaro Delius, so that penalty for Hyperion 45 has cost them 5th in the LMP2 Pro class. So a great recovery from VEM 33, who had a pretty miserable start to the race and have been very slowly recovering their way up the field.
So we can see Michele D'Alessandro. So strategy-wise now, what does Jimmy Nisula have to think about? So he's one stop down. They probably have to do another driver change, because I really doubt that it's going to go all the way. He might do that. He might do that because he can stay in the car for 3 hours straight. Like it's tough, but it's something he can do. And he's gonna have to pit at some point. Is he gonna just go for a resplash, or is he gonna think, okay, maybe those 78 seconds are enough, I might change tires and come up, if not in front of Michele D'Alessandro here, he might think, I'm just gonna come out right behind him on fresher tires and maybe try to get the position once and for all. What is he gonna do? What do you think, guys?
He's going to try and do the splash and dash, surely, isn't he? 133.5, so 2 tenths quicker D'Alessandro in the middle sector there. So the advantage is only going to go the way of the 97 here with its fresh tyres, with its fresh driver as well. So Jimmy Nisula's sort of in between a rock and a hard place, because if he does the long service of driver change, he's definitely going to come out behind. And if he does the shorter stop, there's a good chance of coming out ahead and being able to do what the 97 did and trying to hold on to track position, but he's going to be so fatigued at that point that he could be quite vulnerable. So it's a difficult position for Satellite Racing 64, because I think 97 have sort of got them essentially what we call in the UK snookered in terms of strategy here. So D'Alessandro can now just push for all he's worth, although having said that, he's lost a couple of attempts actually in this sector. The gap back up to 79 seconds then. But we'll have to see once the times across the board. But Nisula surely hasn't got that much fuel. It depends how long you can really extend this stint for as well. So they could be trying to hope for a code 80 or something to happen a bit later on.
Or maybe also try to extend the tire life by doing a third stint. But again, that will be quite a stretch, because if they were to triple stint those tires, he might not have enough available grip. Plus, on top of the fact that the driver that's absolutely fatigued, you might just start bleeding pace.
Yeah, it's very easy to get caught up in the double and triple stinting game, but sometimes just putting on the fresh tires is the sensible choice, rather than worrying about fuel mileage. But yeah, the Mercedes certainly seems to have decent mileage in terms of the fuel, because it was able to match them earlier on. You see Angelo Colavito pitting for Simfream number 47. So it'll be interesting to see if Maximilian Pinter can get closer in that battle for third in LMP2 Pro. There we see not Sandokalis, it's Alpius, of course. Still a lap down on Corazari. So let's see. I think, yeah, the Corazari has just extended that gap to Alpius. Unfortunately, Alpius has sort of been lapping 318s, 319s, whereas Corazari's been consistently sort of between the 314s and 316s. So that's why he's not been able to unlap himself Alpius in the end, which is a shame, but in terms of an exciting battle for position. But Corazari realistically always had the pace, I think, to get in ahead of the ground effect no matter what. So it could be a bit of a foregone conclusion. Only 14 seconds now between Alpius and Grigolon. So it definitely feels like Grigolon has got a lot of pace at the moment compared to the ground effect. So Symphony number 9 could be a big threat to them in these final closing stages.
Yeah, it depends also on the pit stop strategy really that they're running. But Grigolon, I mean, lapping in the 316s is basically matching the pace of the top 2 cars of the teammates basically. So that's really well done from him. He would deserve to fight for that 3rd place, and yeah, it would be a brilliant result for Symphony eSports to achieve a full podium lockout in this 24 hours of Le Mans, as he gets down into the 13 seconds in interval. He's just done a 316.3, while Alpius in front of him has done a 319.4. So yeah, it's gaining basically between 2 and 3 seconds a lap, and it's going to be in his mirrors at this point in the next 5 or 6 laps.
Tell you who is gaining a lot. It's this man, Matthias Dabrowski. After that penalty, and coming into serve it, he on the previous lap went 6 seconds almost quicker, 5.5 seconds quicker than Gennaro Deulis in front of him in the VEM. And Deulis is now pits as well, so that's certainly going to hand track position, at least for the time being, back to Dabrowski there. So impressive pace from the Hyperion 45. Wouldn't be surprised if they're able to overcut their way back past the VEM there. So as much as VEM have done well to recover, it looks like they might actually find themselves being shuffled back to last in the LMP2 Pro order.
Yeah, such is the case of the fact that LMP2 Pro, a lot of the entries have opted to skip out Le Mans altogether and just end the season early, but it'll be a case of not getting the wooden spoon for this one. And for Dabrowski and co, that Hyperion 45 car has been in the wars, but in a sort of way that they would not have wanted. Certainly not the way they would have wanted to end the season, of course.
And VEM, I think, is still on for 3rd in the championship, because what's the gap to Symphony 47? 114.5 to 135. So that is. Let me just work that one out.
Yeah, 20 points.
20.5, yeah.
Yeah. I know, 19 and a half, yes.
19 and a half, yeah, okay. So that's, let's see, in LMP2 Pro, Colavito is 3rd at the moment, so that's a good 29 points, I think, he's looking to get. Whereas that's difference between 3rd and 6th in class, isn't it? So actually, yeah, I think 47 might be able to jump VM for 3rd here if Vela can't get back into that 5th. I think that 5th in class is what they need basically to hold on and stop that 19-point gap being bridged.
And speaking of holding on right now, we're back with Jimmy Nisela. It looks as though he's managed to arrest the slide that he had earlier with what looked like a second being gained from Michele D'Alessandro. Now it's just about hovering in the 78 to 79 region. If he keeps this delta and just does a splash and dash towards the end, he might just be able to clinch this.
Yes, possibly. Satellite have played this a little bit smarter by running a bit longer on the field than GR Simfrost. But D'Alessandro, that pace will start to worry them. Look, 77.7 seconds now is the gap between them, and it's closing. So D'Alessandro still lapping in the 3:57.2s. Not sure what Nisula's last lap was because it's still showing out lap on the live timing there.
It's pretty tough here because if you're very careful, you can run for a couple of hours on the same sets of tires. I mean, they're gonna basically become made of wood towards the end, but Let's remember Michele D'Alessandro. They don't. He doesn't have to change tires, but he definitely has to pit again for fuel. Well, Nisola, realistically, we're looking at 2 more stops, and possibly one of them has to feature a tire change. So it's really still close. If he keeps this delta, he might just pull it off, but he really has to stay between the 70-80 seconds of advantage if he wants to clinch this. It's really good that Synthrests have chosen to spice things up with their strategy, because now we're seeing two different ways to interpret this final part of the race in the GT3 Pro class, and it really comes down to a difference that might be between 1 or 2 laps. So what they've done effectively, it's a sort of undercut. We see
it's Kozari getting very annoyed about being held up by the HE Esports Blue Bolt car.
As a sort of he sort of shook his car as a way of shaking his head, didn't he?
Yeah, it's what we call driver body language, and it was not the most friendly. As what on earth is going on there? He's completely going off track at the chicane there. It's almost if to slow down to shake his fist once more at the number 11 out of the cockpit. It's a shame these we've got the canapes on these hypercars, because otherwise you could just lean your head out and sort of visibly shake your fist in the old days when they were just open cockpit prototypes.
Good times. I genuinely liked those type of cars more. Like, to me, the Golden
Audi R10 and so.
Yeah, the R10, the R15, like those cars. Like, to me, it was. I mean, it was my childhood. So
yeah, it was Peugeot that were the first to sort of pioneer that, weren't they? Back in the late 2000s with the canapé.
Oh, there's someone going off!
Oh, it's the Blue Bolt car. Oh dear. It's gone off at Mulsanne corner. Then you saw it in the background, sort of out of focus. But yeah, I wonder if that was Maximilian Pinter maybe. It's struggling to catch up to Colavito, which is probably why he didn't want to let Kozarari through quite so easily. But the other option is it was Bissoni down in 5th in the Pro-Am class. Let's have a look. It was Bissoni then, okay. It looked like he just got the braking wrong. Maybe he just got way too eager and distracted, because he's completely on his own here. There is Martin Merkley still recovering from his own off earlier on. But he has still got, I think, a lap on Vac, so I think Thomas Vac must have pitted then. Here it goes. Into Mulsanne corner, turns it in, and it just understeers off. It's almost like the brakes didn't really bite anywhere near enough as he needed them to.
Yeah, but missed the braking point altogether.
Correct. And the fact that brake fade is not such a thing in rFactor 2 anyway, so he just literally probably got distracted for a second, went completely off, missing his braking point.
That's fatigue coming into play right now. As we see, once again, Jersin Thrust 77 seconds behind the current class leader, Jimmy Nisola. Looking at the lap times, last lap was at 3:55.5 by them, so he's gained another 0.4 of a second. Does seem quite a bit over the course of a lap, but this is still playing into Satellite's Racing favor. The fact that Alessandro with newer tires is really not catching up that quickly. Given that we have 1 hour and 40 minutes to go, it's still a big question mark who is gonna end up in front when the final pit stops are taken into consideration. We're gonna see them probably within the hour. I expect them both to pit when there are like 40 minutes to go. And we're gonna see them who can clinch the win in the GT3 Pro category.
Meanwhile, I've been just keeping an eye on Martin Merkley's times. He's lapping in the 3:28s and now 3:29.6 his previous lap, whereas Thomas Vac and the Hyperion 44 lapping in the 3:26s, so 2 to 3 seconds per lap quicker But given that he's just under about a lap down, it's going to be difficult for Hyperion 44 to take advantage, even though there's obviously the pit strategy. It's because they pit earlier in this stint, which is why they're behind essentially on the road. So yeah, it could be really, really fascinating how that plays out, whether the damage gets worse for the Go team and whether they're forced to pit for repairs, in which case it could be game over, or whether they decide to stay out on track and maybe keep risking it, and maybe if things get even worse, then potentially a Hyperion 44 could come into play here. But their paces, they've really upped their pace recently compared to the Go team outfit, and it's really putting the pressure on us there. Look at them doing risky lapping attempts into Tetra Rouge. Thomas Vac knows they've got absolutely nothing to lose, and the title absolutely hanging in the balance right now on LMP2 Pro. But I think it's just a case of nursing it to the end for Martin Mergeli, and they should have enough in hand, because it's only 1 hour 38 minutes left to go. It's not enough time to catch him at the present rate of catching. He needs to be catching 4 or 5 seconds per lap rather than 2 or 3.
Yeah, really going for broke, aren't they? As the skies just changed for a second. I thought the weather might be rolling in, but it looks as though I think we may not be expecting rain at all. Actually, it might just be a dry race all the way.
This is the time of day changing. Do you notice that when the skybox changes in real life and suddenly the color looks like the kind of autumny colors in the middle of summer? Totally normal. It happens all the time. We're totally don't live in a simulation.
Well, we're not in a Matrix, yes.
Depends on where you live. Like, it's totally normal in the UK. Like, you get the sun for those 12 minutes every day, and then just suddenly disappears. Everything goes darker.
This week it's never gone away.
Well, it's better than Italy. We got basically sort of like Saharan desert dust in the sky, and it kind of make it feel like a Netflix representation of Mexico.
Oh, you mean like in Breaking Bad, whenever they get a Mexican orangey filter,
yeah, orangey, yellowish. Quite interesting. Looking anyway at the virtual weather, as we can see here, it looks kind of overcast at the moment in game, but the forecast says that there is no chance of rain whatsoever. It says 0%. So no, we're not gonna see rain at the end of this race, even though it would really shake things up. So it would have been something we would have really looked forward to.
It was a very slow start for Daniel Vella, because VM 33 has, look how much Nucil is pushing there, and a little bit too much because half the car was on the gravel at Indianapolis there. But Vella has had a really long pit stop, lost over 300 seconds to Dabrowski then, and he's come out just half a second behind Melilla, who's second in the Pro-Am order. So yeah, at the very back of Pro, it's more issues for VM, sadly, and it looks like they're going to lose that second in the Pro Championship to Simfream Esports number 47. So Angelo Colavito will be not only celebrating a podium, but potentially a top 3 in the Pro Championship as well, which will be good for what are about to become the new Hypercar champions, effectively.
We can almost take that for granted, really.
It's pretty much a given, yeah. Even if the number 7 has another big crash and the number 8 as well, I don't think any of the others are anywhere near close enough to scoring enough points. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even if the Simfream drivers both dropped out now, I don't think Mark Viet would let's see, he would move up 2 places, so be 4th. How many points do you get for 4th? Is it more than 25?
Double the points. Yeah. I wish I had the right right now, actually.
You should get 28, if I'm not mistaken.
So it would be enough, yeah. So yeah, there's still that threat, but it's really just a case of finishing as Kurzari goes into the pits, as does Jimmy Nistia from the lead, interestingly, and he's been followed in by the RGPL 188 squad. So
And he's changing tires.
He is. Okay, so Michele Alessandro will be pushing here because he knows there's a chance to come out very, very close to Satellite. It's going to be nip and tuck then on the pit exit here. The time ticking down, and there we go. The Hypercar goes either side. of the GR Simfrost entry. And then the
Grossari is still in.
Sheba.
No, sorry. Sorry, Nisola is still in the pits.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Michele
corner.
Sandro is going to come through and surely take the lead now. 15 seconds, the gap is Nisula moving at the end of the pit lane. Here we go. He's getting a lovely toe from the back of the SD Sheba. There we go. There is Jimmy Nisula. There we go. He's going to come out just behind on the road. Has he given himself enough of a tyre delta to fight back here against Michele D'Alessandro? Unfortunately, here comes the SD Sheba LMP2. The 911 is going to lap him here. So it's immediately a car to negotiate here. He needs to move out offline just briefly. But to be fair, he's going to be warming up his tyres at the moment anyway, so it's not a huge disadvantage there. 4.6 seconds then, so it was a pretty sizable undercut for the number 97. But D'Alessandro has played it very, very well at the moment. But do they have to make another stop compared to Satellite Racing here?
Yeah, for sure have to take another stop for fuel, but the question is, will those tires last until the end of the race? That's the crucial part. And particularly, if they can make it last. If they can make it last, is there enough performance in those tires to maintain this 4.5 seconds lap? Because it's still a long way, it's still 1.5 hours to the end. So nothing said and done here. We'll see who is going to have the advantage, really. But at this point, the car that is more comfortable, it's Satellite Racing.
I think we put a curse on Symphony number 7 because I just said even if they DNF, title looks very, very likely. And Coloxai has got on board the Symphony number 7 and immediately DNF'd on the timing screen. So I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but more horrendous misfortune. And surely now Ilari Alpes is back on the same lap as number 7. That puts second place into the hands of Ground Effect.
Wow, we commentators blind at its finest, and it actually we applied from all three of us on this occasion. As you can see what happened there to Caloxai. It looks as though I think the moment he took the car, the internet connection failed on him. There it is.
Oh, you've got 2 meters out of the pit lane. No, he didn't even get out of the pit lane, just out of the pit box. And the car suddenly seems to have died on him. So either that to me looks like a harbor gaze crawling backwards there. So either there's been some sort of, a little bit like we saw for his teammate, wasn't it? There's even some sort of screen freeze, some kind of failure, and he's reversing in the pits as people are coming in, which is a little bit dangerous. The RGPL car right alongside him there. Is Coloxai trying to get back in the pit box there?
He did, and yeah, that's some weird behavior from the car in the game right there. And in fact, our camera can't even pick up where on earth the car physically is. And that's Alpeus actually now well on his way to taking second place.
Oh, and there he's just putting a lap on Martin Mergeli there. Still lapping in the 3:28s. Lost another second to Thomas Vack on this lap then. So it's very close. I think Thomas Vack is very close actually to unlapping himself there. I'm just trying to see where they are on the actual track itself. So yeah, he's just ahead of Andre Riccelli in Symphony number 9. And just behind Andrea Zampini in the Team Sheba. Those two are just lapping him at the present moment. And then, I'm trying to figure out where. There you go. So, yeah, there's about a sector between the two of them, effectively, before he can unlap himself. So, again, yeah, Mergeli still doing just enough at the moment, but it could get a little bit tight at the end, especially if that gets back onto the lead lap. Veet pits in, Akiol pits in, and Mersak pits in for RGPL as well. I mean, he's still being serviced, of course, so. This is a long stop for the 188, and that's actually put Chris Davis into 3rd for Team Iris then. So after a long wait, they're back on the podium now. But yeah, Jimmy Nisula, 5.2 seconds behind Michele D'Alessandro, and I believe he's been closing significantly on this outlap there. 2 tenths in the middle sector, 4 tenths in the final sector.
And there's Alpeus going up to second now, so whatever happened to Caloxai seems to be a little bit more problematic than first start, so it might just be terminal. We don't want to say it's terminal now, but it might look terminal though.
Yeah, and if it is terminal, could that hand second in the championship to Black Hawk Racing number 3? That would be quite the turn up. But yeah, Ground Effect, they'd be lucky. They're currently now set to equal their best finish of the season But I did predict Ground Effect would win, didn't I, during the night? I didn't quite see it happening this way, and it's certainly really unlucky for Simframe that that's happened to them, because they've had two mistakes really beyond the control of either driver, it looks like, that's denied them a second position. Potentially, they could have even maybe challenged Terzi for the win in the latter stages if things had gone their way. But yeah, 140 seconds. It's gone from a 140-second gap to being 4 laps down now. So that shows how quickly it can turn. As there we go, is Clocksai going to try and exit the pits very slowly. There we go. The car going to go back on circuit then, and he's going to come out just behind his teammate Andrea Riccielli. So still something to fight for the Symphony number 7. If they can just beat Symphony number 9, they can at least salvage some pride here. But Ground Effect would have a brilliant chance to maintain that second position. In fact, it's going to be more than that, and Clocksai's crawling.
Yeah, it doesn't look right at all, actually. He's not even full throttling out of the pits. Now he is, but it's... Oh, in fact, the car is still not even at full throttle. It seems to be having some sort of hardware issue.
Oh, dear. And he's going off track out the Dunlop chicane there. This could be a terminal issue then for the number 7, so... We got our hopes up there, but Clocksai cannot fix the issues, and the other drivers, I think, are just too exhausted to take over from him, or they've done too much of the race already.
Oh, that is not a great place to stop, isn't it? The car's rolling backwards here. If he could just about disconnect in time, he might just be able to just let another driver come back into the car, but it is such a weird thing to happen to him at this point in the race. It's just... really unfathomable,
isn't it? And
yeah, it's really, you can't fathom this.
Such disappointment for Symphony number 7. Winner, of course. They remember earlier in the season when they went on the big winning spree. They won Indianapolis, they won Istanbul, they won at the Nürburgring. Brilliant victories for that number 7 squad. But elsewhere this season, they finished second. They finished third, I think, in at Sebring. They finished second at Bahrain to their teammates. Elsewhere, Imola did not go to plan. They only got 10 points out of Imola, and of course they crashed out at Spa. And it's going to be 2 retirements in a row to end what's otherwise been a quite strong season. Or is it? David Clocksai engages first gear, engages throttle, and is going to try and take the service road back on track. 4th position in class, but needs to get going quickly because Zampini is coming in the Team Sheeper 320, and then behind him a few laps low down is Mark Viet. But at Clocksai, it still looks like that car is not healthy at all, or whatever hardware is powering it is not functioning properly.
Yes, it looks like he can't get any input on his pedals. There's barely anything for the throttle and barely anything for the brakes. And from what it looks like, it's not even turning properly.
Oh dear. And this is such a shame because David Clocksai, who's a world-class endurance racing driver, has been made to look very, very bad in this. And such late drama as well. Martin Mergely pits, interestingly. I wonder if he might be pitting to repair that damage then. And if he does, that could put Vac back on the lead lap here, regardless of how long this stop is. But yeah, meanwhile, we look at Clocksai in the gravel at the S's, going nowhere. And what a sorry sight this is for Simframe. So it's going to be very mixed feelings. They're definitely going to still get 2 cars on the podium with the number 8 and the number 9 in 3rd. But there we go, Clocksai officially gives up the Ghost and retires the car. So that is heartbreak really for the number 7 team, because they put on such a brilliant display, so many amazing overtakes on number 8 earlier in the race. They've got the fastest lap of the race, 3 minutes 12.4, but 2 moments of just awful, horrendous luck. And for Clocksai, his race never even really got going. I don't think we saw him do any laps at all in number 7.
And we just got confirmation from Riccardo Corazzari in the chat that they were experiencing steering wheel issues, so probably something to do with the hardware and the controls, sadly. That's really heartbreaking, coming down into the penultimate hour of this race.
Yeah, certainly. But it does create opportunities for Zampini and especially Mark Viet in the championship for Blackcourt Racing number 3. They could be staring down the barrel of 2nd position in the championship now, which would be a huge, huge deal for that team, with both their competitors in front of them, Iris 707, Symphony number 7, both out of the picture. Meanwhile, very much in the picture is Jimmy Nisula, who was only 3 tenths slower than Michele D'Alessandro on the previous lap. The gap between them 5.1 seconds then. So Jimmy Nisula absolutely matching D'Alessandro at the moment. And Michele D'Alessandro has just got to hold his nerve, has got to hope that that strategy is going to pan out for them on the fresher tyres later on, because they might have to make that extra stop, and that could put them in a really chasing position. And while Nisula has just got to conserve and hold on, and he might even already be conserving those tyres, knowing they've got to last about 90 minutes.
Yeah, man, that's another. Sorry, go ahead, Giacomo.
No, sorry, go ahead. We're probably going to say the same thing anyway.
But yeah, just really gonna see. It's interesting to see what Nisula can do here with much fresher rubber, because he did have a full service pit stop in that last cycle to actually come back into this race here, chasing up the 97, who are now pretty much on their second. I think it's their second stint on these tires right now. So really, Nisula and the number 64 car, the win is still within their grasp if they could play their cards right.
Yep. Looks like Andrea Zampini is going to inherit 4th in the Hypercar class before too long. He's less than 60 seconds down and closing on a Symphony number 7. So, but it is pretty academic then. Coloxai might still be classified because he did get enough. So he might actually get a few points out of this. It kind of doesn't matter in the end who finishes second, because it's going to be all about the number 8 in 1 hour 23 minutes time when it crosses the line to almost certainly seal the championship. But yeah, there's still that matter up for debate. It has to be 90% distance, doesn't it? And with 90 minutes to go, I'm not sure if Coloxai was just going to be classified or if number 7 are just going to miss out on some points here.
It depends on how long the number 8 goes to. So yeah, I think we are almost at that point where they might even retire and still get the points, which is really it's really the point where if the Symphony number 8, if they were to retire, they would still win the championship from Team Iris, who retired early in the race. So
yeah, well, actually, it'd be from Black Hawk Racing, wouldn't it? Who are going to finish in 5th position on the road. But obviously, there's so many points behind. That's really all they're fighting for at the moment.
24 points behind, actually. So, okay, so let's say... Let's actually try and figure out, okay, what happens should Symphony eSports retire as well, the number 8? I mean,
that would hand it to number 3, surely.
Well, should the number 3 finish in 4th position in that case? Well, they would clinch the championship, wouldn't they?
Well, Mark still got to pass the stranded car Coloxai in the order then, before he can do that. And he's got another 2 laps to make up. So certainly, I don't want to say Black Hawk Racing number 3 taking it easy, but they are a long way back from the rest of the Hypercar field. But like I said earlier, those consistent finishes, the fact they're just able to stay out of trouble, even if they're definitely not the quickest car in the field, although they have shown some real flashes of speed on occasion, especially in qualifying too. There's still a big chance here, and we've also been told in the commentary box, by the way, that the Matteo Petasio is very likely to come back and do the final 40-45 minutes of the race, which is a little bit of a shame. I was really hoping we get to see our 5 champions cross the line. But I guess we'll give the honours to our Italian colleagues, which is fair enough, because we have occasionally got to do some of the English. I think we got English commentary finishes at Nürburgring and Sebring, which was 2 in a row, so I guess we can't complain too much. As Mark V, he's only 236 seconds now behind Coloxai, so he's back on the same lap then as Alpius makes a pit stop here, which could allow Riccielli only 80 seconds down. This could still be a fight for second in the Hypercar order, so we can't completely rule that out, but certainly Alpius is just about got the legs on Riccielli at the present moment. Riccardo Di Marchi is getting on board the Carlini Racing prototype number 29. That's second in the Pro-Am class. Sando Donadel is also pitting for the Naha Racing Italia team, handing over to Daniel Ciacchiolo. Yes, the main thrust of our attention is Simthrust, isn't it? GR Simthrust 97 and Jimmy Nisula chasing down Michele D'Alessandro. 6.2 seconds, so last lap for Nisula was 3:57.0, so I think D'Alessandro doing an absolutely sterling job. Just keep that gap steady to just about 6 seconds at the moment.
I gotta keep looking out for those tires though, because it's really gonna be a matter of making those tires survive until the end, basically. Let's remember, medium tires, they're basically sort of indestructible in rFactor 2, but they tend to lose performance over time. Then they get to a point where there is little grip, but they sort of stabilize at that point. So you're gonna maybe see yourself giving up a couple of seconds with respect to having new fresh tires, but it still might be enough. We'll just see when he reaches this point what happens, because we need to remember that Jimmy Nisula has in fact pitted for tires some 20 minutes ago, and is going to be on a fresher, newer set of tires for the remainder of the race.
Oh, very, very close between the two. Michele D'Alessandro 3:56.6, Jimmy Nisula 3:56.9 then. It's only 3 tenths in it. As we see, Mark V is within about 60 seconds of David Koloksai, so he is about to inherit at 5th position, and importantly, that's going to give him 2nd in the championship at the very least by the end of this. So Blackhawk Racing showing you've definitely got to be in it to win it, and they're certainly going to come within about 30-40 points of stealing the championship from these much more fancy teams, it must be said.
Which would be incredible, but really something catastrophic has to happen. So it's very unlikely that Blackhawk Racing might clinch the championship, but still 2nd place given the season that they've had. Pretty consistent. They never really shined, but they were competing against really top class sim races, and they've done brilliantly. And I'm gonna say that 2nd place is really a deserved result, showing up to all the races and being quite competitive, not making mistakes. That's really good for them.
Yeah, there we go. So Mark V just coming over the start-finish line in a couple of moments' time to inherit that 5th position, as we look at Philippe Brigenet, then Michele D'Alessandro being pursued breathlessly by Jimmy Nisula. The gap back to 6 seconds then, so D'Alessandro fighting back once more on this lap.
Yes, with a 3/10 of a second advantage, 3:56.6 in the last lap against the 3:56.9 by Jimmy Nisula. They're both lapping about 1 second over their lap records, which is what we should expect at this point with these tires, with this tire age. But for sure, what's important now is that they're both experiencing sort of the same performance, which is great news for Michele, which means that he's still got this under control. However, Jimmy Nisula, he may be sort of sparing some tire life to push once the Italian driver pits. And then it also comes down to trying to maybe undercut, maybe overcut, like trying to find the correct strategy, figuring out when to splash for those last drops of fuel. You really need to be mindful for how much fuel you're gonna put in, because the more fuel you put in, the more you're gonna have to stay stationary in your in the pit lane. And it really comes to a question of, am I going to go with as little fuel as possible to finish the race, or am I going to give myself a margin? Because if you give yourself that margin, then maybe, just maybe, you're going to have to be stationary for those 2 extra seconds that might hand over the victory to the other car. So pretty complicated, and the teams are going to have to think about this, as they're going to for sure have to pit between the last half hour or so.
Yeah, once more, it's going to come down to the strategy. Who's got it right and who is going to give themselves some work to do and have to pass the other car in those final stages then, as Jimmy Nisia absolutely clobbers the curbs. As you said earlier, he was sparing the tyres. I thought you were about to say he is sparing Michele de Alessandro, and I was thinking, mercy from Jimmy Nisula on the racetrack. I don't think totally so. That doesn't sound like him.
They're totally at it.
Jimmy Nisula wouldn't spare his own grandmother if he was racing against him. He could absolutely overtake her. But anyway, well, I'm sure Granny Nisula might be a pretty competent racer herself. So I'm sure Jimmy might have some competition there. But Angelo Colavito has just come into the pits, 181 seconds down on of the lead. But of course, that potentially puts Maximilian Pinter back into the picture, 127 seconds behind him. So the battle for third in LMP2 Pro still on. Alario Agpa's pit ahead of Andrea Riccelli, and Riccelli has started to catch him a little bit on this lap. 12.8 seconds is the gap there. We're also looking at this gap, the battle for fifth in LMP2, or fourth in LMP2 Pro, because Victor Chenel, after his slow stop, came out only 20 seconds ahead of Le Casacu 54. So Philippe Brugenet looking to help his teammate Sebastian Sisko, who says he's done for the day. He's going to go and have lunch and hope that Philippe can bring it home, essentially. But there could be a fourth place in this for them. But for Team Iris, they're sort of on their own, about a lap. Oh, and look at that. The HE Esports Blue Bolt. I believe that's Tori. Not for the first time. Not making too many friends out there. And just forcing his way past Philippe Brugenet. Not going to help Brugenet catch Chenel whatsoever. But certainly he's got his own race to worry about in the top 5, I think, in LMP2 Pro-Am, trying to chase down Daniel Ciacarlo, who's about 2 laps ahead of him in the Naha Racing Italia team. Yeah, Carl Magnus Bore is looking very, very good for a podium now because of those issues for the RGPL squad, which is a shame because they were looking very, very good earlier on for that podium, and now it seems to have slipped away from them by a whole lap.
Yeah, so they sort of let go in terms of pace. Which is to be expected. When you get towards the end of the race, it could happen. It's just really hard to keep pushing. You're tired. You've had little sleep, so it's still fine, really. Well, we're at Giancarlo Rossi comment. In this moment, we are P2, 6-7 seconds behind the satellite number 97. Yeah, we've been following Giancarlo really closely. It's really the last duel of the season, and we're really looking forward to see how this plays out in the GT3 Pro category, with some brilliant maneuvering and some brilliant driving, and particularly brilliant strategy work by both teams.
And full marks to Andrea Riccelli, 2 seconds a lap faster than Alario Alpius. That being the 3:16.6s, Alpius in the 3:18.5s. So that really shows you that Alpius probably still getting the tyres up to temperature after his pit stop, but Riccelli is not giving up on that second place whatsoever. And what a finish that would be if Simfream could still somehow salvage a 1-2 out of this, despite one of their leading cars having to drop out in the final stages, which of course is a big disappointment for them. But certainly Andrea Riccelli's trying to be his very best to make up for it, and Alario Alpius is going to have his work cut out from him in this final stint. It's not going to be a cruise and collect job. It's going to be flat out to the finish.
To the finish in the last hour. This is what we want to see from the 24-hour Le Mans, as we are shown a yellow flag in Sector 1. It's probably somebody who briefly left the track, so we don't see that much trouble.
I think it's Daniel Vella. He's dropped out of the race, showing his DNF on the timing screens. So another late retirement, and that's a shame because it almost certainly means the EM are going to lose third in the Teams Championship 2 Simfream Esports.
Yeah, totally wonder what happened. Seems like they stopped. We're gonna see if we can get a replay soon enough. The problem was pretty. They must be pretty disappointed at the moment because giving up a third place in the championship, they weren't enjoying particularly a brilliant race right now.
we're at 1 hour and 9 minutes, so they might get the points. So we're roughly at 90 over the 90% mark of the race, so they might get those points.
That's very true. They might get a couple of points, but it won't be enough to haul off Simfrim eSports 47. They really needed to limit the damage to stop them gaining those 20 points on them. Obviously great news for Simfrim. Not so good for VEM. The little team that snug a few podiums, got close to victory on occasion. The likes of David Greco driving for them. Manuel Bianca-Lila, I think, has done a bit of driving for them in FSR particularly, but also a little bit here. And they've got the likes of Vela. Who else is in that team? Because they've got some pretty solid drivers to my knowledge. If I have a look. Michelle Molle, of course. Gennaro De Iulis. And Giuseppe Di Fuoco. So yeah, all Italian lineup. And they're very, very sad that they're not going to make it to the end of the season, because I think they would have really loved to at least cross the checkered flag after all the punishment they've been through in this race. You see Maximilian Pinter pitting from 4th in the LMP2 Pro order. As we look at Bridgenet continuing to be dropped by the RGPL entry of Victor Chenel. There's Nisula. 356.4 for D'Alessandro, 357.1 for Jimmy Nisula. So Nisula continuing to actually lose a bit of ground to D'Alessandro and doing his level best to fight back here. But the championship leaders, the champion elects, looking like the win might start to slip away from them unless their brilliant strategy is going to come to fruition here. So Satellite have got to hope they can outthink Simfrost 97.
Yeah, I mean, gladly for them, whatever happens, they got the championship in the bag. But it's still a matter of honor, a matter of who wins the 24-hour Le Mans, which is sort of an event by its own, and it's something that you can really cherish and really carry yourself with you once you've won Le Mans, whether it be the general classification or GT3 or GTE as it used to be. As at least I get to carry that title, having won at least one 24-hour Le Mans in GTE myself. I can say it's really something that you can be pretty proud and smile about. So really, they're gonna try and do it.
When didn't we? In the broadcast, I should probably start doing that. I should probably have introduced you as Giacomo Neri, Le Mans winner, or class winner.
Yeah, former Le Mans winner, the VEC, yeah. Only notable achievement.
Interestingly, by the way, Riccelli has got to within 9 seconds now of Ilario Alpius. The last lap, 3:15.4. Alpius still in the 3:18.7s. Although Percy in the lead has also dropped his pace to 3:18.0s as well. Although actually Alpius on this lap has fought back 3:16.3. So Andrea Riccelli is pitting in, of course. So Simfrim number 9 might be trying to undercut now, Grand Effect. Just look at how much Nisula is pushing through the S's as he readies himself for Tetra Rouge for another lap then. But Jimmy Nisula absolutely hanging on the ragged edge, but the gap extending to 8 seconds then. So we're not getting a replay of what happened to Vela, so the M33 I think may have just got disconnected then, is my conclusion there.
Yeah, probably disconnected. It's gone out of the track due to the disconnection. That's why we got the yellow flag, and well, that's really, really unfortunate. They got so much punishment over the race. Yeah, but that's part of the sim racing life. Sometimes it really doesn't work out over the course of a 24 hours race, as we see Nisula easily being lapped by the faster prototypes here.
No trouble for him. Of course. Alpius now has got a 70.2 second gap to Andrea Riccelli, but Riccelli will be pushing for the undercut here, so it'll be interesting to see what Alpius's response is here. Andrea Terzi pits from the lead with 1 hour to go. We might only be on for another 15 minutes, 20 minutes exactly, so we'll get the Italian checkered flags. Unfortunately, this could be the last English commentary you get of the season. EES, but it has been a pleasure to bring it to you. Being able to commentate on some fantastic moments, of course, and some brilliant battling in the middle stints, and of course the final stint at Nürburgring definitely comes to mind as Istanbul as well, another fantastic race, and Le Mans, a real showstopper at the end of the season, and we've been treated to a really great strategic encounter between Satellite Racing and GR Simfirst 97 for the GT3 Pro victory. Both of them on different strategies, with Nisila trying to do something clever, but having shared with his teammate Henry Sinek, a little bit of fatigue creeping in. Michele D'Alessandro having to pull out all the stops to extend that gap as much as possible. 8.2 seconds as it stands, as we look at Christopher Kianek on his way to what would be Simfroom's first championship in EES and in the Hypercar category. And it would be very, very sweet indeed. No need to take any risk lapping these GT3 cars, because it just isn't really any big threat from behind, with Ilaria Alpius 4 laps down. And Alpius is now only 69 seconds ahead of Andrea Riccelli as well. So Riccelli, I think, might be in undercut range here. And we might be about to see a Simfroom 1-2 in a few seconds' time once Grand Effect team pit.
Yeah, it really comes down to the pit stop. I think that Riccelli has really gotten the gap down enough to make a difference at this point. And Christopher Kianek going through the chicane and getting back onto the Mulsanne straight. Simfroom eSports number 8, they've enjoyed a really flawless race to this point. That's just brilliant. That's just how you gotta work. That's how you win in Le Mans. Keep it easy, good pace, avoid taking any unnecessary risks, and for the whole crew, just a brilliant job to this point, as we are shortly entering the final hour of this race.
Yeah, they've almost done too good a job. It's almost a shame that the other main two contenders, Iris and Simfroom number 7, have both fallen by the wayside. It would have been nice to have all three of our target contenders still running at the end, but it's been such a long race, you can never really guarantee anything. You can never really guarantee how many and who is going to be running. It always tends to be the big scalpers that Le Mans likes to strip up, essentially. But Andrea Zampini now pits for Team Shiba. It's going to be 4th place for Team Shiba, which could be a very good return for them as well in the 320. They're going to be 4th in Hypercar and GT3 AM, the way things are going at the moment. Yeah, 118 seconds to Grow Racing Team 89, and 126 seconds to Vincenzo Falco in the Carloni Racing Red team. They've not really made much of an impression on Pino Galota in the MI Autosport 66 then. There we go, there's Christopher Kianek, just lapping the HE Sports Blue Bolt. Michele Sandro's got the gap to Nisila to 9 seconds now. So yes, he's just absolutely pushing it here. It could be that GR Simfirst are on their in-lap pretty soon, with about an hour to go. Wouldn't surprise me if they try and make the fuel last all the way to the end from that point onwards. There's a Hollis Stilton, the Fuel Savers car, also coming into pit. About 7 seconds behind Team Shiba, number 911. So all in all, a pretty good day for Team Shiba. A very good day it's looking like for Simfroom eSports. We're going to win the Hypercar Championship. We finish 3rd in LMP2 Pro, behind the two big hitters of Go Team and Hyperion. Go Team have just got to hold on with their damage. And then it's really a flat-out fight between Satellite and GR Simfirst 97 then to look forward to in the final 45 minutes or so once we get there.
To get the pit stop there, splash and dash, they really just gotta splash in some fuel and then fight on those finished tires. So let's hope that it's going to be quite spectacular to watch, and it seems like we got the right ingredients for a pretty nice final battle in the GT3 category this 24-hour Le Mans.
Yeah, it always seems to be the GT3s that give us the closest finishes for some reason, mainly because of the fuel strategies, I think.
Yeah, fuel strategies, they're different cars. The pace is pretty much the same in the end. As we're seeing now, we have the two completely different cars fighting for the win. On one side, we got a McLaren
So it's a car with which is mid-engined and a pretty balanced car in its own right. Probably it's my favorite looking of all the GT3 cars because it really looks like a spaceship. It almost looks like a prototype. And on the other side, we got more traditional GT car, so with a front engine, and well, it's a Mercedes AMG GT car. So speed more understeery, pretty powerful, and it's a bit of more classy look. And when we look at it now, coming down to strategy, they're both cars that don't really stress the tires. They're pretty balanced, and it really comes down to the drivers in the end. It's the drivers who make the difference. It's the drivers who give their interpretation of the cars. And Le Mans is quite a balanced track. Really got pretty long straight that can make you have a breathe between all the faster sections, but also we got faster and slower sections, particularly the slower chicanes where you have to be pretty aggressive on the curbs. The curbs are pretty tall, and going now into here the Porsche curve section here where you don't really have margin. The curbs are pretty hazardous when you get on them, and well, it's pretty well around the track, and it's why everybody thinks that this is the greatest test for race cars in the world. You just have to go through also the different conditions and the asphalt changes, and this is all replicated in every detail by rFactor 2, which is probably at the moment the best sim when it comes to tire modeling and surface modeling.
Yeah, it's interesting because there are obviously competitors that emerge, like Le Mans Ultimate being probably the obvious one that some people are certainly raving about at the moment. But, I think for a lot of people, rFactor 2 is still the classic one that still has that appeal. It's also had, like you said, the most work put into it in terms of the time modeling and surface modeling, and I think the rain in rFactor 2 is still really, really solid. Whereas something like iRacing has literally only just introduced rain, whereas rFactor 2's had it a while. Let's look at Nisula absolutely pushing the limit through the second Mulsanne chicane there. Beautiful to watch on the ragged edge, but unfortunately the time continuing to ebb away as the lead is about to go up to 10 seconds now, I think. Although he did actually have a decent run out of the chicane, so it's not lost too much time. But yeah, Michele D'Alessandro is just starting to have him at arm's length here, and that could be crucial in this final stint, especially if D'Alessandro has to make up some ground later on with a longer time in the pits.
Yeah, it really depends now on how much fuel you gotta dial in to finish the race. Now the drivers will soon have to make their calculations as well. They pitted for Michele D'Alessandro. He pitted earlier, so it's gonna be more time that he's probably gonna have to spend in the pits for his splashing. It's roughly a 10 seconds advantage now, so that must sit pretty comfortably. But let's remember that his tires are way older. It's probably at least 7 or 8 laps older than what we have in the McLaren at the moment. Still, it's a pretty solid lead. You can see he's driving pretty cleanly. It's not really putting that Mercedes too much on the edge. And now we have to see. They're probably going to pit any lap now. Particularly Michele D'Alessandro is going to pit first for sure.
Yeah, last hour of the season then we're in the middle of, and a lot of people, of course, sad that the season's coming to an end. There we go. D'Alessandro pulls the trigger then, with 55 minutes left to go. 8 kills also being serviced at the same time. I think the LMP2 will definitely need to come in for another stop, but I'm not so sure about the GD3s. So, yeah, D'Alessandro, this could be the last stop of the race.
it's a last stop for him for sure, and let's see how long it takes. So
Nisula takes the lead then.
He is in front, so let's see what the gap behind becomes. Sadly, the pit counter is not working on his car, because it would be interesting to count how many seconds he's spending in a pit. Well, we see Blackhawk Racing also pitting. So we're down to 23, 24 seconds. He's going only for fuel, let's remember. We're not seeing the tires being changed. And that's going to be quite a lot of fuel, going for 54 for the minutes. So he basically had to fill up nearly his entire tank, to say the least. And that's not something that the McLaren, where his direct adversaries, taking the form of satellite racing, will have to do, since they can drive for as long as they need now with the fuel they have, and then they can get into the pits and put way less fuel into their car. So it's a 47.9, 48 seconds now gap between Michele Alessandro and Jarsin Truss. So they have they nearly contact. So this is becoming quite
rude. But there we go. Michele Alessandro not messing around here. He's not just going to pool around and accept second place. He's going to absolutely push and see if he can make something happen here. Yeah, Jimmy Nisula, as you say, he can sort of dictate when he pits. And if they time it right, especially if Michele Alessandro doesn't have some great outlaps here, the gap goes over 50 seconds, then Nisula can sort of pit when he wants and still come out ahead, if he can have a very, very short stop, essentially.
Yes, and that's not impossible, because the gap was initially 10 seconds. And if satellite racing can manage with roughly half their fuel tank, then we might be in for a surprise. They might actually come up in front of GRC Trust here.
Yeah, it really depends about Michele Alessandro's pace. He's already trying to gain a bit of time here, using a little bit of slipstream from the prototypes. But we'll have to see how effective that is. Interestingly, Carl Magnus Bora only 206 seconds behind, so Iris have had a brilliant recovery to get just on the teetering edge of being able to compete for victory, but maybe their charge has come just slightly too late. But certainly Carl Magnus Bora and company have done a very, very solid job to recover that car onto the podium. And for Team Iris, that will certainly give them a little something to shout about. And I think after the day they've had, they definitely deserve it.
Okay, so Michael Francesconi has just written in the chat that by his own calculations, they're behind by 6 seconds at the moment.
Well,
so
there we go, and that's the gap that Alessandro's got to close then. And in fact, he's already got a 10th out of Jimmy Nisula then. 47.9 is the gap.
Yeah, so virtually Satellite is in front by 6 seconds. He's got to close down, Michele. That's not an easy job.
Edim Akiol, I think, is back in the pit, so he might have sped in the pit lane there, which is an odd mistake for. Oh no, it's a scheduled stop, I think. But I thought he'd literally just come in.
He had. Maybe he made a mistake in setting up the pit stop, but he just restarted. So
didn't put enough fuel in, maybe.
I mean, that's too short for a stop and go penalty, isn't it? Because he stopped for basically 4 to 5 seconds.
Oh, it's a driver change. It's a driver change. Semet Ozturk gets on board the car then. So Sunset 84, the championship leaders, the runaway championship leaders, runaway race leaders, right in the end, making 50 minutes to go, having to make an unscheduled stop. It's a good thing it's such a big gap to Carloni Racing number 29. They were 2 laps behind, so they certainly had the luxury of making that extra stop, but it's certainly not ideal. Looks like it was a late decision to change drivers, and maybe they realized they were going to go over if they didn't do that over the allocated time.
Yes, and that would have been probably been bad. I mean, at that point you need to think, okay, I'm tired, I'm not tired. So if you're tired, it's a better idea to maybe sacrifice some times, which it had plenty of anyway, to get a new driver in and just cruise to the finish, to their LMP2 Pro-Am victory, well deserved. And at this point pretty securely in their hands. As we see, Michele D'Alessandro, 49.7, is dropped another second to the satellite car, 50 seconds behind. So that's a pretty heavy car they have now, and it's making a difference at this point.
It is pretty heavy, but it is going to get lighter as it goes on, and he might have... Oh, as he just goes a little bit wide to let the prototype through there. But that won't cost him too much time through Tetra Rouge, hopefully, for his sake. Although, yeah, now 49.5 seconds, as you say. Interestingly, we just saw Zoltan Varconi, I think, come into for what could be his final pit stop. So the gap between Go Team and Hyperion, 216 seconds, but I think Thomas Vac is still due a pit stop. So while they may be back on the same lap as the class leaders and the potential championship winners as well, there might not be enough time for Hyperion to close those 216 seconds. They have been closing about 4 seconds a lap. So Thomas Vac have been doing a superb job there. But unfortunately, I think it might not quite be enough. I think Go Team have just got a little bit slightly too healthy a car. They didn't damage it enough to open the door for Hyperion there.
Yeah, indeed. As we look at Michele D'Alessandro's recovered slightly. We're looking at the pace right now. So
I'm a little bit off track to let the Go Team through.
Yeah, bigger trouble. This is the thing that they have to stay out, because really what we are counting on right now, it's really tenths of a second over each lap, because it's only 6 seconds. 6 seconds in Le Mans is nothing. We're talking about a racetrack that is roughly double the size of a usual for Formula 1 grade circuit. And Michele D'Alessandro here has to really push, and he's got the margin to do that. 47 minutes to the checkered flag. He's going to make up roughly those 6 seconds. Let's remember, it's still their calculation, so there might be something different, because it depends on Jimmy Nicola how much fuel he decides to leave to spare by the end of the lap, because let's remember that you're also not really certain of how many laps you've got to the finish if you are in the GT category, because it all depends on what the leader of the race does, which is the Hypercar, and it all depends on their track position in the moment when the clock runs out, and then he has to pass the finish line to make the race end. And then independently of where you are on the track, once you take the checkered flag after the first car has taken the checkered flag, then you're done. So it's complicated. You gotta give yourself 1 or sometimes even 2 extra laps of fuel over your calculation. You need that margin.
Yeah, we have also seen that Victor Chenal has passed Marco Lodi Rosini for Carloni Racing Team for 24th position overall in the order. Chenal was 4th in GT3 Pro. Lodi Rosini was leading GT3 AM. So yes, the slipstream passed him down the straights. So we can see him move for overall position in the GT3 category, but in the class, no change for sport position, of course. So just a little bit of excitement there, as the gap between D'Alessandro and Nicola, 50.9 seconds it's showing on the live timing, as there is Thomas Vac making his final stop then. So we've got about 5 minutes left before we change over to Italian commentary then. So we should probably start wrapping things up, Giacomo, then. So at the moment, shall we go through the order one final time, and you can give your final thoughts then, as we see, Thomas Vac just getting out of the way of the number 9 of Andrea Riccielli. So Christopher Kianik leads on lap 413 with 45 minutes left to go. In the race, he leads Ilaria Alpius by 4 laps, and Andrea Riccielli is another 69 seconds behind the ground effect of Alpius. We also lost David Koloxai of a mysterious issue in the pits, which meant that the Symphony number 7 has had to drop out 90 minutes left to go in the race. In LMP2 Pro, Zoltan Varconi and Go Team had a big crash, actually, just coming out of the S's just into Tetra Rouge. which may have damaged the steering a little bit. And Hyperion 44 have been outpacing them, but unfortunately they've had such a big gap to overcome that it looks like Hyperion may run out of time. They've certainly been pushing as hard as they can to try and overcome that lap deficit. In third place, Simferim eSports number 47, who are looking to inherit third in the LMP2 Pro Championship. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Sermet Ozturk for Sunset Motorsport, leading by a long way despite a very, very late and unscheduled driver change after a regular pit stop. Clearly, there's a bit of miscommunication from Sunset there, as they were supposed to switch drivers, didn't. Their other driver did another lap, because they clearly wasn't ready for them. Riccardo Di Marchi is second, quite a long way down. 5 laps, I think, behind... 3 laps behind Sermet Ozturk. And Matthews Rikas is third, another 3 laps down for the Speed Eagles in LMP2 Pro-Am. In GT3 Pro, that's the big one in terms of the battle. Jimmy Nisila leads Michele Alessandro by 50.9 seconds, but Nisila has another stop to make before the end of the race. In third, Carl Magnus Bore, 204 seconds down, but we think he's got another pit stop to make as well. But he is quite a way ahead of the RGPL of Victor Chenal. So, yes, it's anybody's guess whether Satellite Racing 64 are going to seal the championship with a win, or if a GAR Simferas 97 can steal it from him after a very inspired performance from their drivers. Finally, final class, GT3 Am. Who else but Marco Lodi Rizzini is leading by a comfortable margin in the Carloni Racing Black 104 over MR Motorsports. 5-lap advantage over Pino Gallotta. Then in third, it's the second Carloni Racing, the red car, number 4, driven by Vincenzo Falco, 111 seconds down. Very respectable run. Gained 3 seconds on Gallotta the last lap, but I think he may have left the charge ever so slightly too late. So, Giacomo, before we hand off, your thoughts on the 24 Hours of Le Mans and how it's going to end?
Oh my God, most of the classes are pretty sealed at this moment, except for the GT3 core category, as we were saying earlier. We got Satellite Racing in front. The gap has grown to 53 seconds at the moment, so it looks like it's a bit in their favor at the moment. Let's remember we're looking at pretty tight gap that's going to depend entirely on the fuel strategy, so how late they can take this pit stop. The latest, the better for them, the better for Satellite Racing, because it means that they have to throw in less fuel and spend less time stationary in the pit lane, gaining an advantage on their competitors due to strategy. They've done brilliantly until now. They managed to respond to the change in strategy by extending his stint. Jimmy Nisula has been driving for a good part of 2 hours now, so it's gonna end up on a pretty long stint, nearing 3 hours at this point, when he's gonna reach the end of the race. And he's doing a brilliant job keeping this gap high enough so that he can clinch the win. He can end up in front once he pits later. And I think the pit stop, by my calculations, is going to happen anywhere within the next 10 minutes. And then we're going to see if this stint, if his effort was enough to stay in front, and if he can comfortably take the car to the finish line.
Well, I think that's well put, Giacomo. So that's the battle that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. But from the English commentary, I'm afraid that's all we've really got time for, Giacomo. So thanks for joining me. Thanks to Amir and Mariana as well in broadcast direction. Thank you very much for watching along with us for EES this season. We'll certainly be back for more English commentary next season. But for the final 40 minutes, we're going to put you into the hands of our Italian colleagues. And Matteo Pitaccio is going to take you through to the exciting finish, the exciting conclusion of Season 6 of the EES Championship, where Christopher Canik is on the verge of a brilliant victory for Simfreem. And there's still all to play for in GT3 Pro between Satellite Racing 64 and GR Simfrest 97. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you soon in no time, I'm sure.
premium brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the 3M over. Successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
E ritorniamo in diretta da Le Mans per gli ultimi momenti emozionanti della 24 ore, ultimo appuntamento della eSport Endurance Series, e ritorniamo con il commento italiano. Resta Giacomo Noghera che vi ha fatto compagnia in live insieme a Edward Hunter e Amir Zik nelle ultime ore. Giacomo, quindi un finale emozionante, perché oltre alle categorie che andremo a commentare c'è un probabile scontro, chissà. Andrea Riccelli mi segna 2 secondi e 4 da Algpeu. Uno splash and go, quindi un pit stop veloce, nella speranza di, per loro, tornare in pista ancora in prima posizione.
Ciao, buonasera. Sì, esatto, dovranno riuscire a fare uno splash and dash. La situazione era questa: avevamo Jimmy Nisula che ha deciso di replicare la strategia che stavano facendo Michele D'Alessandro con i suoi compagni GR Simtrust, che sono rientrati prima cambiando le gomme, guadagnando un vantaggio momentaneamente riguardo chiaramente la performance delle gomme, che gli ha permesso di passare avanti per una buona ora e mezza. Successivamente però questa strategia è diventata un po' problematica per il fatto che hanno dovuto chiaramente pittare per mettere delle nuove gomme e quindi fare un ultimo stint su delle gomme molto usurate. In questo momento hanno già pittato per l'ultima volta i ragazzi della Mercedes numero 97 e ora si trovano in una situazione di avere un'auto più pesante, aver fatto un pit stop decisamente più lungo di quello che dovrà andare a affrontare Jimmy Nisula, che come hai detto tu sarà uno splash and dash, quindi si tratterà solo di mettere gli ultimi litri di benzina che gli permetteranno di portare la sua McLaren al traguardo. 53, in questo momento 54 secondi e 2 il vantaggio, che secondo i nostri calcoli dovrebbe essere abbastanza per rientrare davanti alla Mercedes con un vantaggio di circa 7-8 secondi, che entrando nelle fasi finali di gara con circa mezz'ora dal traguardo potrebbero essere abbastanza per prendersi questa vittoria.
Calcoli alla mano, sembra appunto che possa farcela tornare in pista la McLaren di Satellite in prima posizione, però sai, siamo a 30 minuti e poco più dalla fine di una 24 ore, lo stress accumulato è tanto, basta veramente pochissimo per cadere nel tranello, nella trappola della disattenzione e della deconcentrazione. Intanto andiamo con le telecamere, come ha già fatto Mariano, su Andrea Riccelli che prende la scia di Alari Agpeus e riporta il Sinfrim in prima e seconda posizione. Sinfrim eSports che adesso con Riccelli riesce a scavalcare Agpeus, Williams, che però in precedenza ha perso David Kaloksai, il pilota facente parte dell'equipaggio, il numero 7, per un problema alla periferica, un problema al volante, che quindi ha tolto dalla contesa l'equipaggio e l'auto più vincente quest'anno con 3 vittorie, però è arrivata con un distacco di 15 punti dalla 8, che così facendo, con questa vittoria, andrebbe a conquistare il titolo. Alcpeuso però non molla, battaglia sull'una DR, vediamo se riesce a rispondere ad Andrea Riccelli, cerca l'esterno, però non ce la fa in questo momento, c'è poco spazio per riprendere il secondo posto, con Riccelli che invece trova il traffico di una LMP2, dovrebbe essere la LMP2 di Blue Bolt, e Blue Bolt e anche l'Audi del team Carloni Racing Red ce la fanno a passare con qualche brivido, nonostante comunque il numero, con gli ovvi ritiri di Le Mans, di auto in pista si sia ridotto, sempre difficile. Attenzione perché è arrivato il momento fatidico della gara, il pit stop per Jimmy Nisola per la McLaren di Satellite Racing, che ritorna in pista mentre Michele D'Alessandro affronta le ultime curve, le curve Ford, e come dicevi tu i calcoli erano giusti, Giacomo dovrebbe avere un vantaggio di più o meno 7-8 secondi, ha trovato proprio davanti a sé la Mercedes numero 66, che non gli ha forse facilitato troppo l'azione, ma non sarebbe cambiato assolutamente nulla. Quindi ritorna in pista, Satellite al comando, GB Nisola ora dovrà portare la macchina al traguardo, ultimo pit stop completato, e qui vediamo il replay che ci offre Mariano del sorpasso di Riccelli su Alcpeus.
Vediamo come sfrutta la scia. Ha passato comunque l'ultimo stint Riccelli guadagnando circa 2-3 secondi al giro sull'auto che lo precedeva. Comunque uno stint davvero brillante, si merita questo secondo gradino del podio, anche per loro una gara abbastanza difficile. Gli unici che sono riusciti a effettuare una gara diciamo senza problemi nella categoria Hypercar sono stati Sinfrim eSports numero 8, e è un po' il simbolo della loro stagione. Sono riusciti a tenersi sostanzialmente, sono stati quelli che sono riusciti a stare più fuori dai guai, nonostante alla fine abbiano meno vittorie dell'auto sorella, della numero 7, riescono a portarsi a casa la vittoria alle Mans e il titolo.
Sì, è quello che fa la differenza. L'endurance, come per definizione, mette al centro la resistenza, quindi la velocità pura a volte non paga e conta più la solidità, e purtroppo tra problemi tecnici che potremmo archiviare sotto la definizione di problemi d'affidabilità, no, come dicevamo anche nel corso delle dirette passate, non ci sono i grandi problemi d'affidabilità, forse su rFactor sì un pochino nei simulatori, nel sim racing, però appunto l'affidabilità diventa cruciale quando magari si parla di periferiche, di ottimizzazione, e infatti purtroppo talvolta ci sono dei problemi, e questi problemi hanno colpito David Kaloksai. Però guardando un po' la gara mi sembra, Giacomo, che ancora prima del ritiro il distacco fosse superiore ai 2 giri, ai 2-3 giri rispetto alla 8 di Sinfrim nella mattinata.
Sì,
ecco.
perché c'era stato un problema, hanno subito sempre, sembrava chiaramente un freeze o un black screen comunque, che li ha fatti andare lunghi non ricordo esattamente chi fosse alla guida in quel momento, mi sa Corazzari, sì, c'era Corazzari alla guida, e è andato purtroppo dritto in ingresso alle Porsche, ha perso una ruota, e l'intervento di riparazione ha richiesto circa una decina di minuti, facendogli perdere quasi 3 giri. Durante la notte poi sono stati di nuovo piuttosto sfortunati, perché c'è stato ancora una volta un errore indotto da dei problemi che gli ha fatto perdere inizialmente circa mezzo giro, comunque nulla di irreparabile al tempo, però la situazione ha continuato ad andare a loro sfavore, sfortunatamente, fino al ritiro a cui abbiamo assistito circa un'ora fa.
Comunque di base, guardando un po' la classifica, la situazione attuale in pista, coloro che vincono Le Mans porterebbero a casa anche il titolo delle rispettive categorie, delle 5 categorie iscritte presenti nell'eSports Endurance Series. La 8 di Sinfrim con la Porsche, la Hypercar, affidata a Roccon, Terzi e Chianek, che in questo momento sta guidando. Poi in LMP2 Pro c'è GoTeam, che andrebbe a scavalcare Hyperion proprio all'ultimo, vincendo gara e campionato, quindi grande soddisfazione, e ha un giro di vantaggio proprio su Varconi, su Thomas Vac. In LMP2 Pro a vincere sarebbe Sunset Motorsport, che è il team che ha avuto comunque la meglio anche nelle gare precedenti. In GT3 Pro invece il titolo andrebbe nelle mani di Satellite Racing, mentre Calloni Racing Black nella GT3M conquisterebbe l'affermazione, il sigillo nella 24 ore di Le Mans, e e otterrebbe anche il titolo, quindi c'è una costante tra la classifica in campionato, quella provvisoria perché mancano ancora 30 minuti, e i risultati di questa 24 ore nel circuit della Sarta. Adesso vediamo se ufficialmente il distacco di Michele D'Alessandro viene segnalato sul monitor dei tempi. Finalmente sì, vedo un 9 secondi 123 e serve un colpo di reni quasi miracoloso sportivamente parlando per GR Sim Trust per togliere dalle mani di Satellite questa prima posizione nella classe regina delle GT3. E mentre eccolo qui Jimmy Nisula che lascia passare a Tatre Rouge, deve correre con tranquillità, con parsimonia, non deve esagerare, però è lì, è in questi frangenti che magari si rischia di perdere concentrazione, di commettere l'errore, Giacomo.
Esatto, perché alla fine si tratta di un gioco di cercare di bilanciare quello che è il voler mantenere un distacco che ti lasci a tuo agio, sai, cioè cercare di avere quel distacco che ti permette anche di fare quella sbavatura, però senza esagerare, perché poi esagerare, quindi non lasciarti margini, ti porta effettivamente a fare l'errore. È molto complicato, siamo negli ultimi 30 minuti di una gara di 24 ore molto intensa, sono state molto intense soprattutto le ultime fasi per le auto in testa, la categoria G3, e in particolare qua Jimmy Nisula sa che ci sono 9 secondi e così facendo un calcolo veloce significa che si può permettere di perdere un secondo al giro da Michele D'Alessandro, che poi avrebbe comunque da effettuare il sorpasso. Le auto in questo momento si trovano in condizioni simili, quindi gomme molto molto usurate e circa un carico di benzina simile, quindi non c'è un favorito in particolare nel caso si trovassero ravvicinati,
esatto.
Però in questo momento è tutto nelle mani di Jimmy.
Aleman mai dire mai, lo sa benissimo il team WRT che perse la 24 ore del 2021 con l'auto affidata in quel momento a Yei Fei, che finì in corsa in un problema tecnico nell'ultimo giro, ma lo sa bene anche Toyota Gazoo Racing dopo la tragedia sportiva del 2016. E guarda, è arrivato in chat su YouTube. A proposito, ringraziamo tutti coloro che sono rimasti collegati anche nella notte e hanno supportato la diretta. Mariano Calò è sempre al top dal punto di vista registico e lo abbiamo visto nel corso della gara, e grazie per il supporto a tutti quanti i ragazzi, le ragazze che ci hanno sostenuto e hanno guardato la live. È arrivato in chat il papà di Andrea Riccelli, che è stato poco fa protagonista e autore del sorpasso su Alari Agpeus, che adesso è staccato di 7 secondi e mezzo. Quindi salutiamo il papà di Andrea Riccelli e continuiamo a commentare questi ultimi 27 minuti. Alle 24 ore è sempre molto tesa, quando si arriva alla fine sai che sei a un passo dalla bandiera a scacchi, però devi mettere l'ultimo tassello e sperare che tutto vada bene, che tutto si incastri nella maniera giusta per confezionare il risultato, per costruire il risultato. Mentre stavo guardando la classifica e sto notando che anche il team Iris in Hypercar abbia piano piano ceduto il passo agli altri e purtroppo non è riuscito non riuscirà ad artigliare la bandiera a scacchi. Un vero peccato, perché la 707 era in lotta per il titolo con le due di Sinfrim, le due Porsche di casa Sinfrim, Giacomo, e invece l'Endurance Le Mans non perdona. Tra problemi tecnici e qualche contatto e vari eventi a sfavore non sono riusciti a continuare a dar fastidio alla 8 e alla 7 di Sinfrim. E problema di benzina, mi segnala Mariano poi.
Esatto, problema di benzina, e sfortunatamente sono cose che capitano. Erano nella posizione anche grazie al sorprendente risultato di Spa, dove ci sono stati dei problemi, quindi la gara è stata purtroppo tagliata e ha visto assegnare la metà dei punti. Ciò gli avrebbe permesso di essere completamente in lotta per il campionato, perché di fatto poi grazie a questo fenomeno che stavamo notando del fatto che chi vince alle Mans poi sembra anche vincere il campionato, è dovuto al fatto che i punti vengono assegnati anche sulla base della distanza della gara. Quindi sulle gare di 24 ore come le Mans vengono assegnati tantissimi punti, e ciò significa che la differenza in punti tra un primo di classe e un secondo di classe è di ben 12. Questo lascia aperte numerose possibilità andando a vedere la classifica, alla fine per Sinfrim Esports numero 8, anche un secondo posto sarebbe stato abbastanza per portarsi a casa il titolo. Comunque sul Team Iris partivano con un vantaggio di 13 punti e un vantaggio di 15 sulla vettura sorella numero 7.
Intanto segnalo che c'è stato il pit stop proprio per Sinfrim e per Riccelli, che è entrato ai box e adesso è ritornato in pista con 42 secondi 8 di ritardo da Alkpeus. Credo che sia anche arrivato il momento della sosta per Kianek, e che infatti rientra ora l'ultimo pit stop, e immagino che anche per Ground Effect, che ha fatto una gran corsa, una gran gara, dovrà arrivare un'ultima sosta con Alkpeus, immagino.
Sì, quasi sicuramente l'ultimo pit stop che hanno fatto è stato molto molto tempo fa, quasi un'ora, quindi sicuramente dovranno anche loro andare a fare un ultimo splash. Alpeus non ha il ritmo per andare a riprendere Riccelli sulla pista. Quello che cercherà di fare probabilmente adesso è ritardare il più possibile la sosta per magari provare a mangiarsi qualche secondo nei pit, ma parliamo comunque di grosse differenze nei tempi sul giro, quindi mi sembra tutto difficile che possa mantenere la posizione.
Sì, effettivamente, a meno che non riesca ad allungare con questo stint e a fare davvero un pit stop molto molto veloce, tale per cui perdere meno di 40 secondi, questi 40 secondi che ora lo mettono davanti ad Andrea Riccelli, che però si è appena fermato in pit lane, ha appena effettuato la sosta. Devo dire che Ground Effect, con la numero 63, ha corso la miglior gara della stagione sostanzialmente, perché è arrivata alle Man con 67 punti di ritardo dalla Sinfrim, senza ottenere una vittoria. Qui alla Sart ha fatto veramente un gran passo in avanti, e nella gara più difficile per quanto riguarda la distanza, la resistenza e provante dell'intera stagione, li ritroviamo in seconda piazza, quindi alla fine sono usciti all'8º round, quello più importante, stanno uscendo.
Esatto, sono riusciti a mostrare una prestazione solida, lo stiamo vedendo anche adesso che stanno portando a casa quest'auto in maniera magistrale, non hanno avuto particolari difficoltà, mentre vediamo De Ciutis con il team Shiba rientrare e farsi slalom qui un po' con una manovra quasi da gincana. Vanno a rientrare ai pit per la loro ultima sosta, e dicevamo
che potrebbero arrivare in fondo. Smeriglio dice che potrebbero arrivare in fondo in Ground Effect.
Questo potrebbe essere interessante, perché con 22 minuti rimanenti si possono permettere di perdere quasi 5 secondi al giro, quindi facendo posting, cercando di portare velocità nelle curve. Intanto vediamo arrivare dietro Alessandro che vorrà passare più rapidamente possibile, perché si sta lanciando in quella che ormai è praticamente una rincorsa disperata. Sono solo sempre in 9 secondi circa di distacco, quindi dipende tutto, come vi ho detto prima, è tutto ancora nelle mani di Nisula, che non deve commettere errori sostanzialmente per portarsi a casa la vittoria. Comunque tornando sì ai Ground Effect, possono, facendo Alpeus facendo posting e quindi cercando di risparmiare benzina, può portarla più in fondo possibile, che in generale non è una brutta idea, perché il refueling su queste auto, almeno in rFactor 2, richiede veramente tanto tempo, quindi si tratta alla fine di risparmiare tempo. Ci vogliono circa 20 secondi per percorrere la pit lane, quindi già solo andando ai box si perdono all'incirca 20 secondi per quanto riguarda le Hypercar. E andando poi nei pit, per fare tutto il serbatoio ci vogliono all'incirca 40-50 secondi, quindi se riesce a andare a mettere meno della metà del serbatoio di benzina, cosa che non è impossibile perché manca veramente poco, potrebbe essere abbastanza per rimanere davanti.
E aspettiamo allora, perché sono 20 minuti e guardiamo magari anche le velocità di punta e i tempi sul giro. L'ultimo giro di Alpeus è stato sul 3:17.797. Rispetto a Riccelli, ecco, i ritmi sono bene o male gli stessi. Riccelli ha completato il suo outlap, quindi ora è nel suo primo vero giro di stint, dell'ultimo stint della corsa. Qui siamo su Alpeus, prima delle curve Porsche non fa molto posting, non fa molto lift and coast, adesso si mette in scia una LMP2, situazione molto complicata, vediamo se riesce a trovare lo spazio per passare, resta alle spalle della LMP2, quantomeno si è liberato del problema, ha spiegato la pratica GT3 e poi subito in uscita, e sicuramente le Hypercar fanno la differenza, lo vediamo nella velocità massima. In accelerazione le LMP2 tengono il ritmo, tengono il passo.
Sì, sono alla fine molto simili, si sente un po' la differenza di potenza, comunque che non è differente. Sul tempo sul giro siamo all'incirca 10-12 secondi di differenza, quindi comunque piuttosto sostanziale. Però come dicevi, Alpeus non sta facendo particolari manovre di costo, quindi probabilmente è a suo agio cercando di mantenere un ritmo alto. Questa manovra di doppiaggio purtroppo gli sarà costata almeno 2 secondi.
Sì, la girata in 3:20. Stavo guardando, da questo punto io vado un attimo, c'è la possibilità grazie ai mezzi tecnologici di tornare indietro con la live per guardare appunto il pit stop di Ground Effect, l'ultima sosta magari quando è arrivata per la numero 63. Mi sembra strano appunto che stia spingendo così tanto, però effettivamente ci potrebbe essere la chance di chiudere questa gara e di spezzare la doppietta ipotetica del team Sinframe. Qui invece la McLaren 720S, facevo fatica a inizio stagione a immaginare una McLaren così competitiva, ma Jimmy Nisula, in generale il team Satellite è stato davvero molto concreto, non ha commesso errori, in ogni gara è stato perfetto, 5 vittorie referto, questa sarebbe la sesta per loro, per l'equipaggio, in più riuscirebbero a conquistare il titolo. La cosa che mi ha fatto molto piacere è stato il vedere confermate tutte le parole di Mariano, no? Nel briefing pre-stagione, anche per capire un po' come organizzare le live. Mariano e anche Federico Soave mi hanno detto: guarda, abbiamo fatto un sistema, abbiamo lavorato su un sistema di BOP veramente eccezionale e vedrai molte macchine diverse lì davanti, molte macchine lì vicine in termini prestazionali, e la differenza la farà l'alternanza degli estinti, il lavoro di squadra, la strategia, e infatti alla fine così è stato. Abbiamo sostanzialmente McLaren, poi Mercedes, BMW, 3 auto diverse in zona podio racchiuse in poco più di un giro, e alla fine Satellite è riuscita ad imporsi, si sta imponendo rispetto agli altri proprio grazie, Giacomo, a, direi, la malleabilità nelle strategie e semplicemente il gestire, la gestione senza magari troppi picchi, però sono stati sempre lì, mai troppo sbilanciati né da una parte né dall'altra, nel mezzo, ed è la strategia che paga, il piano che paga nell'endurance.
Esatto, Matteo, hanno fatto un lavoro magistrale con la strategia, non si sono fatti cogliere di sorpresa dal cambio di strategia molto, molto repentino fatto dal loro Gastari, da GR Sintrust. Sono stati davvero molto bravi nel gestire quella che è stata la gara, nel gestire la benzina, nel essere consci del vantaggio che avevano, grazie comunque al poter fare il pit stop più tardi. Andando a vedere anche il loro, i termini della loro andatura, si sono concessi anche di poter perdere una quantità di tempo che sostanzialmente andava benissimo, perché trovarsi con un vantaggio di 10 secondi a 16 minuti dal termine vuol dire effettivamente averla ragionata, aver fatto una gara di testa, come del resto è stata tutta la loro stagione.
E avere la capacità di prevedere a livello di calcolo quel che può succedere e quel che potrebbe accadere in pista, e questo che per ora sta facendo la differenza e che crea il gap di 9 secondi tra Satellite e un comunque eccezionale team GR Sintrust, che con Michele D'Alessandro rimane lì, sempre quei 9 secondi, non si spostano, non si schiodano, i secondi di differenza restano sempre sui 9, mentre è un finale molto molto tranquillo, un finale adagio, ecco, potremmo definirlo così, quello di Carloni Racing Black, attenzione sempre alta per evitare errori, però Marco Lodirizzini potrebbe veleggiare verso la bandiera a scacchi e portare il team alla conquista del titolo, nonché della 24 ore di Le Mans. Siamo a quasi un quarto d'ora, poco più di un quarto d'ora dalla bandiera a scacchi, inizia a farsi sentire la tensione, poi noi ci collegheremo anche con Engine Radio. Ricordo che abbiamo fatto degli aggiornamenti nel corso della diretta, nella radio dedicata ai motori, che ha come esponente anche Nicola Villani, The Voice, e vi consigliamo proprio di andare ad ascoltare le varie puntate di Virtual Paddock, un format dedicato al motorsport, all'eSport e al sim racing, e tra i vari ospiti abbiamo avuto anche Mariano Calò, che ci ha spiegato i Racing Series cos'è, cosa vuol dire in questo universo, cosa vuol dire in questo mondo, e qual è l'obiettivo, come è nato innanzitutto, ma come si stanno anche prefigurando tutti gli obiettivi in futuro. E se stiamo commentando questo spettacolo alle mani è proprio grazie alla mente che c'è dietro, alle menti che ci sono dietro a questo campionato e a questi eventi. Vedo che continua a spingere Jimmy Nisula, mentre guardando un po' i tempi, Alpeus Giacomo è tornato sul 3:16.594. È il tema di questo finale di gara, vedere se Ground Effect riuscirà ad arrivare in fondo o se invece dovrà per forza di cose fare un passaggio in corsia box.
Adesso ci troviamo su un distacco comunque di 40 secondi, quindi Riccielli è riuscito a capitalizzare alla fine sulle difficoltà che ha avuto Alpeus nei suoi doppiaggi. 40 secondi, siamo già in quella regione dove diventa appunto difficile rimanere davanti, comunque andando a effettuare una sosta, e qua alla fine dobbiamo vedere se Alpeus ha effettivamente in mano questi ultimi 14 minuti, cioè se c'è questa benzina effettivamente nella Stroud che gli possa permettere di portarla fino in fondo. Un grosso vantaggio comunque è quello di trovarsi nella categoria Hypercar, quindi essere consci anche di dove si trova il leader, perché ricordiamo nelle gare di durata o comunque nelle gare a tempo la quantità di giri non è esattamente nota, quella che bisogna effettivamente andare a affrontare, perché dipende appunto dal leader della corsa, che è lui che fa da pacemaker, possiamo dire, quindi è lui che ci dà indicare la distanza, un riferimento, esatto. Vengo proprio da 3 ore, più aggiungiamo un'altra.
No, va benissimo, anzi, tranquillissimo, anzi. E in questo giro Riccielli ha perso un po' però, almeno vedo che il distacco è andato a 42 secondi 8, certo, credo che ne abbia bisogno di una cinquantina Alpeus per poter fare la sosta tranquillamente. Qui Riccielli ha del traffico da affrontare, chissà se lo ha rallentato nel tratto, immagino, di Indianapolis o Arnage. Passa la BMW del team RPGL, BMW che occupa la terza posizione di categoria, anche questo equipaggio si è quarta posizione, scusate, di categoria GT3 Pro, si è comportato molto bene. E mi dispiace anche, tra parentesi, che il team VEM non riuscirà a chiudere la gara. Ho visto i vari stint, ieri abbiamo commentato comunque una corsa sì difficile ma comunque molto solida. Ho visto anche l'impegno di David Greco nella notte, però ecco, purtroppo loro non riusciranno a vedere la bandiera a scacchi e saranno in 5 in LMP2 Pro a raggiungere il finale della gara, con ovviamente il Go Team a trainare tutto il resto del gruppone. Altro giro, altro riferimento cronometrico. Intanto qui il team Shiba con la Corvette di Francesco Bonardi in quarta posizione di GT3 AM e iBox.
iBox è disconnesso.
No.
Vediamo.
Ne approfitta Bonardi. E scusate, Riccardo Lopez, disconnessione dopo l'ultima curva. Incredibile.
Sì, comunque in corsa, proprio problema di connessione molto sfortunato, veramente brutto negli ultimi minuti, così Shiba, che comunque in tutte le categorie davvero come team stavano affrontando un'ottima corsa, comunque avevano ancora tutte le loro auto in corsa fino adesso, quindi è veramente un grosso peccato, è molto brutto trovarsi negli ultimi minuti, mentre qui vediamo l'auto sorella solo nella categoria delle LMP2 con Davide Luppi, sesta posizione per lui in questo momento nella categoria nella classe, scusate, dell'MP2 Pro.
Questo è il pit stop in extremis per Hyperion, con Thomas Vaca che non riesce e non ce la fa ad arrivare in fondo. Anche Dabrowski, che però era indietro di 6 giri rispetto alla LMP2 di Hyperion, che verrebbe beffato all'ultimo, in campionato. Verrebbe beffata
Esatto.
proprio l'ultima gara.
Esatto, quindi molto molto
Frustrante, direi.
molto frustrante la loro situazione, esatto. Mentre vediamo Ragni fuori, perde un pochino la macchina in ingresso, probabilmente esagera col freno, sono un po' gli errori che si commettono al fine gara, mentre qua tondo cambi. Dicevamo, sì, sono errori che si tendono a commettere verso la fine, perché è comunque provante mentalmente spendere tutte queste ore al simulatore.
Quanto adesso arriva intanto il pit stop per Pino Galota, che si ferma prima di inserire il limitatore. Intanto anche in testa guida, penso che adesso Mariano si stia divertendo facendoci vedere un po' tutti gli errori di queste ultime fasi della gara che stiamo commentando live da Le Mans. Pino Galota ai box con la EMAR Motorsport, la Mercedes numero 66, seconda Riccelli, brivido per Riccelli, riesce a riprenderla e ripartire. Vediamo qui
Riccelli che stava veramente dando tutto. Qui sul cordolo le Hypercar sono molto basse, quindi probabilmente ha corretto tanto per cercare di correggere il sottosterzo, ha un pochino alzato il piede, ha corretto tanto di sterzo e lì abbiamo un semplice caso di snap oversteer. Per fortuna il fatto anche che l'auto sia a trazione integrale aiuta nel poter recuperare. Qua bravissimo, doppia correzione, qua semplicemente perfetto, non c'è moltissimo spazio in cui lavorare, come vedete le barriere sono molto vicine e per fortuna, anzi per sua bravura, perché veramente Riccelli sta facendo un lavoro magistrale, si sta aggrappando a questi secondi, sta cercando di ridurre il più possibile il gap, sperando che l'auto del
ground effect
vada effettivamente pit.
Però è un errore, credo che sia capitato qualche giro fa, perché il distacco adesso è a 34 secondi e mezzo, l'ultimo giro di Riccelli è stato sul 3:15.125, quindi penso che sia di qualche minuto fa. Chiedo conferma magari a Mariano dalla regia. Il gap si sta assottigliando, Alpeus è, immagino adesso a 2 giri, con 2 giri rimanenti, penso che ormai sia scritto, a meno che non arrivi un allarme carburante all'improvviso e che non siano veramente gli sgoccioli, un po' come la Ferrari numero 50 di Nielsen fuoco nell'ultima 24 ore di Molina, nell'ultima 24 ore di Le Mans. Ecco, mancano 8 minuti, quindi poco più di 2 giri.
3 giri, saranno esattamente 3 giri, perché sta per passare sul traguardo adesso.
È vero, sì, sarà ancora al limite. Poi sono 3 giri, ma non sono 3 passaggi corti, sono 13 km e 6 ogni volta da affrontare, quindi chilometri ancora significativi per questo ultimo frammento della 24 ore di Le Mans. Christopher Kianek continua tra l'altro a spingere, questo è il miglior modo per assicurarsi la vittoria della 24 ore nel circuito della Sarthe e anche del titolo. Invece Alpeus, che è nel bel mezzo del terzo settore, Kianek ha anche registrato la sua miglior prestazione quella dell'equipaggio nel terzo intertempo, quindi vuole finire in grande stile questa corsa. Alpeus, come dicevo, sta per chiudere il suo passaggio, il distacco, il vantaggio su Riccelli di 32 secondi e 6. Riccelli ha sicuramente il passo per essere più veloce, però deve guadagnare mezzo minuto, non c'è altra strategia, non c'è altra speranza, deve sperare che faccia un altro pit stop Alpeus per ottenere la seconda posizione. Però intanto rientra in box Mark Veit con la Black Oak.
Sì, probabilmente è sempre questione di benzina.
Immagino proprio di sì.
Gomme soft, tra l'altro.
Scelta strana.
Però sì. Starà provando magari in termini anche semplicemente di togliersi qualche dubbio su come girino le gomme, magari anche in vista della gara alla prossima stagione, anche perché è comunque molto indietro in classifica, quindi non farebbe alcuna differenza.
Ci sta a provare. E intanto eccola qui la Black Hawk di Mark Veit, la livrea bellissima, secondo me. Seguo Mariano su questo. Intanto forse è rientrato in pista Francesco Bonardi con il team Shiba, quindi riusciranno a chiudere questa corsa, si spera, dopo il problema tecnico dovuto alla disconnessione. Dicevo, seguo Mariano nella scelta della livrea più bella, per me quella di Black Hawk Racing e della Porsche 963 numero 3. e 5 minuti e 46 distacco tra Riccielli e Alpeus, che si è alzato 34 secondi e 8 rispetto ai 32 che per un attimo si erano visti. Poi attendiamo ovviamente il passaggio sul traguardo per avere un riferimento più attendibile. 3:17 e 8 per Alpeus, 3:16 e 6 per Andrea Riccielli, che sì, nell'ultimo giro completato ha comunque guadagnato 1 secondo e 2. Questo invece è Lorenzo De Sciutis, applausi come detto anche a lui. Gara iniziata con un problema, un contatto e un pit stop d'emergenza per sistemare la Porsche del team Shiba. Va a sorpassare l'auto dei compagni di squadra che corrono però in un'altra categoria. Bello, emozionante vedere la Corvette C7 ancora alle Man, la C7R che è stata ormai sostituita prima dalla C8R, che ha chiuso l'era delle GTE con successo alle Man e nel reale, e anche il titolo nella GTM del FIA WEC, e poi la Z06 GT3 che rappresenta la nuova vettura di riferimento per il marchio di General Motors nel mondo delle corse Gran Turismo. 4 minuti e 40 e Alpeus è sempre più vicino insieme al Ground Effect a artigliare il podio, la seconda posizione. Il podio ce l'avrebbe a disposizione sicuramente, però sicuramente anche il secondo posto. Chiane che invece a 4 minuti e 26 potrebbe anche rallentare, fare un ultimo giro molto molto piano, perdere un minuto e chiuderla qua. Vediamo, 4 minuti e 17, 4 minuti e 16, conti alla mano. Se dovesse continuare con un passo standard tradizionale, questo sarebbe il penultimo giro della 24 ore di Le Mans.
Esatto, è anche penultimo giro della stagione. Al posto suo non rallenterei, appunto, per dare cioè cercare di strizzare ogni possibilità da dare ai suoi compagni di squadra del Sinfree eSports sulla numero 9, dargli appunto questo giro in più, che è sempre un giro in più di possibilità che dà
È vero.
sia ad Algeus, sia di finire la benzina o di commettere un qualsiasi errore.
No, ma sicuramente lo farà, anche perché poi se metti un giro in più su Alpeus lo metti nella condizione di dover risparmiare ancora di più carburante. Poi magari è a posto, ce la fa, però non si sa mai.
Sì, in ogni caso è sempre bene provare ogni cosa fino all'ultimo, che non si sa mai. Mentre stiamo passando sui due leader della classe GT3, delle categorie GT3, quindi abbiamo la prima classe GT3 Pro con Satellite Racing, e adesso stiamo vedendo Marco Lodi Rizzini, leader con la Aston Martin del Carloni Racing Black, che hanno avuto veramente una stagione brillante a livello dei ragazzi del GT3 Pro. Sono sicuro che l'anno prossimo faranno davvero un'ottima stagione anche nella classe più alta. Hanno dimostrato di avere il ritmo e avere le capacità per giocarsela anche a livelli più alti.
Marco Lodirizzidi con Aston Martin, eccolo qui, il team Carloni, e direi che sì, come dicevi tu, è stata una gara molto molto tesa, e il livello in generale alto, e anche Satellite con queste prestazioni ha contribuito ad alzarlo, ma onore a tutti i team che da sempre corrono nel eRacing Series su ERS e che hanno nelle 5 stagioni precedenti regalato emozioni, confermate poi in questa sesta iterazione del campionato Endurance. È davvero, davvero fantastico vedere tutti i piloti impegnati per una distanza di gara pari a più di 4.000 km, più di 4.000 km di resistenza, di passione, di emozione, e adesso ci ritroviamo così con un Christopher Kianek che sta per affrontare l'ultimo settore per la penultima volta prima di prendere, in America si direbbe, la bandiera bianca e successivamente iniziare per l'ultima volta il giro nel circuit della Sarthe. Christopher Kianek, Alpeus e Riccielli. L'unica chance, l'unica speranza di Riccielli è quella che Alpeus termini il carburante. Ci siamo prontissimi quindi per l'ultimo passaggio. Va proprio a passare la Vantage di Carloni Racing Black, che andrebbe a vincere la corsa nella classe GT3 AM. E amici di Engine Radio, amiche e amici di Engine Radio, ci siamo, ultimo giro della 24 ore di Le Mans by eRacingSeries.com nel circuito della Sarthe. Christopher Kianek inizia al comando, l'ultimo passaggio, 13 km, 626 metri per lui e per la Porsche Sinfree eSports numero 8 per vincere la gara delle gare, e ovviamente anche il campionato, la eSport Endurance Series by ERS. Ultimi passaggi, Matteo Pittaccio, Giacomo Noghera al commento con Mariano Calò alla regia. È stata una 24 ore sicuramente emozionante, come al solito è una 24 ore che non manca di emozionare, emozioni positive e negative, chi gioisce, chi invece deve pensare all'inizio della prossima stagione, a programmare al meglio la prossima stagione che uscirà sicuramente deluso da questa corsa, chi invece accoglierà la bandiera a scacchi, che diventa sempre l'obiettivo minimo, il requisito minimo per lasciare la Sart con gioia e felicità. Giacomo, è stata una 24 ore spettacolare e tu hai avuto modo di commentarla anche con i colleghi inglesi. Durante la notte abbiamo avuto qualche defezione, qualche ritiro, però la gara è sempre rimasta molto accesa e ora vediamo se Alkpeus riuscirà a tenere la seconda posizione con Ground Effect, lui che non ha un pit stop da fare, sta cercando di gestire il carburante e di respingere l'attacco della Sinframe di Andrea Riccelli.
Lui che hai detto bene, Alpeus ha fatto una gara davvero magistrale, ci ha un po' convinti poco sulla questione dei tempi sul giro, ma in realtà era tutto un piano appunto per risparmiare una sosta, ed è questo che vogliamo vedere nelle endurance, questo, giocarsi le gare di astuzia, di intelligenza, calcolare e sapere come andare a sfruttare dei vantaggi, e ciò che ti permette di fare anche il simulatore, questa simulazione comunque che rFactor 2 che ci ha davvero convinti, ci ha portati a vedere delle gare davvero spettacolari, combattute fino agli ultimi giri anche per diverse posizioni, quindi andando a vedere anche la classe delle GT3 Pro con Jimmy Nisula, che adesso che sta per entrare nell'ultimo giro, portarsi a casa una gara che ha vinto proprio nell'ultimo stint, andando a portarsi con un vantaggio in termini di carburante, quindi andando a effettuare la sosta per ultimo rispetto ai suoi avversari del team GR Sintrust su Mercedes AMG GT3. Sono andati a portare la sosta verso la fine della gara, quindi andando a prendersi un vantaggio di 10 secondi che sarà abbastanza per portarsi a casa la vittoria della gara e del campionato.
Sarà molto molto tirata per Alkpeus, perché il distacco scende sensibilmente da 21 secondi nell'ultimo giro a 11 secondi e 8, sta facendo i calcoli con il carburante, mentre attenzione, forse Ragni aspetta per chiudere la gara, aspetta il leader, ma no, farà un altro giro ed è Christopher Kianek che si trova già all'altezza delle curve Porsche, poi le Corvette a destra e poi ancora a sinistra. Potrebbe esplodere la festa all'interno del box Sinframe eSports per il primo posto e chissà anche per il secondo. Riccelli a 5 secondi e 3 da Alkpeus, ma tutte le attenzioni vanno proprio su Christopher Kianek, che è ormai alle ultime curve della 24 ore di Le Mans. By racingseries.com, Christopher Kianek regala a Sinframe eSports un successo strepitoso, passa sotto la bandiera scacchi, vittoria per Sinframe alla 24 ore di Le Mans di racingseries.com, ed è successo, un successo fantastico in compagnia di Terzi e Roccon. Vince in classe LMP2 Pro M anche Ozturk, che segue proprio Kianek sul traguardo, mentre vediamo se Alkpeus ce la fa. No, Alkpeus è rimasto senza carburante Alkpeus, incredibile, non riesce neanche a chiudere la gara, era secondo davanti a Riccelli, che quindi eredita la piazza d'onore. Alkpeus non ce la fa e si ritira. Aspettiamo che anche Varconi di Go Team vada a chiudere la gara al primo posto, quindi a vincere in classe LMP2 sia la corsa che il titolo della LMP2 Pro. Ma è incredibile quel che è successo. Mentre Kianek regalava la vittoria a Sinframe Sports, Riccelli ha ottenuto il secondo posto approfittando del ritiro, perché a questo punto è un ritiro per Alkpeus che non ce l'ha fatta con il carburante.
Davvero incredibile, questi sono gli errori di calcolo che puoi avere, che ti portano veramente sull'astrico. In questo caso è bastato un giro in più, solo un giro in più, la difficoltà proprio nel calcolare cosa sarebbe successo in termini di distanza, e purtroppo la sua strategia non ha pagato. Onore a lui comunque per aver provato a portare la gara alla fine così, ma è davvero un peccato, c'era tanto rischio e purtroppo non ha ripagato.
Bellissima la parata in LMP2 Pro, tutte racchiuse in pochissimi metri, ma a vincere è il Go Team che conquista Le Mans e porta a casa anche il titolo della LMP2 Pro, come detto vittoria per Sunset Motorsport e Sermet Ozturk, l'ultimo pilota a guidare, a portare la macchina alla bandiera a scacchi. Vince lui, si impone nella LMP2 Pro AM, mentre attendiamo che si chiuda la gara anche per le GT3. Jimmy Nisula, abbiamo visto lui alla guida nell'ultimo pit stop, nell'ultimo stint, 13 secondi e 4 di vantaggio su Michele D'Alessandro, ed è Satellite Racing che andrà a trionfare, a mettere la firma sull'albo d'oro della GT3 Pro nella 24 ore di Le Mans. Manca anche per lui solamente l'ultimo tratto e poi non resterà che attendere il Carloni Racing Black. Anzi, il team Carloni ha già chiuso la gara, ha già arpionato la bandiera a scacchi, ed è la bandiera a scacchi più dolce che ci sia per il team Carloni, che vince in GT3M, e anche per loro arriva il trofeo sia di Le Mans che del titolo. Ora si deve aspettare il glorioso passaggio sul traguardo per Satellite Racing fino a Le Mans. 5 vittorie, 5 successi, nessuno come loro. Hanno alzato l'asticella, hanno alzato il livello di questa eSport Endurance Series. Sono arrivati nel circuito della SAR con l'intenzione di fare man bassa, ce l'hanno fatto, una gara regolare con il brivido dell'ultimo pit stop. Alla fine però sono loro a vincere, sono loro a trionfare. Satellite Racing e la McLaren numero 64, la 720S, passa sul traguardo e vince in classe GT3 Pro. E quindi, Giacomo, abbiamo i vincitori di Le Mans e anche i campioni della sesta stagione dell'eSports Endurance Series.
Esatto, Matteo. Campioni che si sono laureati campioni proprio sul campo, quindi giocandosela e combattendo in quest'ultima gara. I nostri campioni sono classe Hypercar Simfilm eSport numero 8, vincendo la classifica generale comunque con una gara davvero magistrale, una gara perfetta la loro, sfruttando anche un po' i guai che sono passati per le mani della loro vettura sorella. LMP2 Pro Hyperion, CMT Go Team con la numero 21, Zoltan Varconi ha trailato il traguardo e si è portato a casa la vittoria sul team Hyperion Esports, secondi in questa gara e quindi secondi anche in campionato. Passando all'LMP2 Pro Am, naturalmente non ce n'è stato per nessuno. Sunset Motorsport con un livello veramente altissimo sono portati a casa questa vittoria in classe LMP2 Pro Am. Una stagione veramente magistrale la loro, hanno dominato il campionato, non ce n'è stata per nessuno, tantissime le vittorie per l'equipaggio turco che festeggia con probabilmente adesso qualche testa coda e qualche donut da mettere qui sulla pista alle uscite delle Porsche. Ed eccolo qua, un pochino di donut. In GT3 Pro Satellite Racing, ne abbiamo parlato poco fa, stagione veramente ottima la loro, 5 successi alle Mans, veramente incredibile, nulla da dire sul livello che loro portano in questo campionato. Comunque parliamo dei sim racer tra i migliori sul mercato in questo momento. E in GT3 Am, per chiuderle, Carloni Racing Black su Aston Martin, una stagione anche la loro dominata. Siamo sicuri che anche l'anno prossimo, anche nella prossima stagione nella classe più alta, quindi nel GT3 Pro, si faranno sicuramente valere, perché hanno dimostrato un livello comunque molto alto.
E quindi direi di salutarci con gli amici di Engine Radio. Ricordo l'appuntamento con Virtual Paddock, la trasmissione radiofonica dedicata esclusivamente al sim racing e agli sports. È stato un piacere raccontare con appunto i collegamenti anche per voi questa 24 ore di Le Mans. Mettiamo un punto a questa stagione, a questa grande corsa. Un saluto e un abbraccio da Matteo Pittaccio, grazie a Giacomo Noghera che ci ha dato anche l'opportunità di commentare insieme questi ultimi secondi di gara.
Buona serata a tutti.
E adesso direi che è arrivato il momento di stilare le classifiche, di ricapitolare le classifiche. Ce l'abbiamo fatta, e raggiungere la conclusione delle 24 ore di Le Mans immagino che sia sempre una grande soddisfazione, a prescindere dalla posizione che si riesca ad artigliare, a conquistare. È comunque un obiettivo che rende felici tutti quanti. Dispiace per l'amara conclusione di Alcpeus. C'era l'obiettivo lì a pochi metri di distanza, però vedevo settore dopo settore il distacco scendere, passare dai 22 ai 10, poi 5, e alla fine è arrivata la scritta DNF, ritiro, sono classificati in questo momento al terzo posto, riusciranno comunque a ottenere i punti perché hanno completato almeno il 90% della gara e ci hanno provato, è giusto anche premiare il coraggio. Direi che appena Mariano è presente, è disponibile con le grafiche, di riassumere i risultati della 24 ore di Le Mans, la grande maratona francese che è stata vinta da Christopher Kianek, Terzier Roccon sulla Porsche 963 LMDH, la Hypercar del team Sinfrim. Eccoli qui, Sinfrim Sports, vittoria di Le Mans e campionato ottenuto. Poi doppietta per Sinfrim con la numero 9 che è riuscita a battere proprio all'ultimo. Ground Effect per strategia, Ground Effect è rimasta secco ma comunque in terza posizione. Renzo De Sciutis con il team Shiba, scusate, al quarto posto. Mark Veit, Black Hawk Racing, Sinfrim Sports, ritiro per la 7 e poi in settima posizione a chiudere la classifica Hypercar abbiamo il team Iris. In LMP2 Go Team festeggia e la festa è tutta per loro. Una parata alla fine in cui era presente anche Thomas Vack di Hyperion, la 44, che è stato beffato come team proprio all'ultimo, è arrivato alle mani in testa alla classifica, esce da sconfitto, però comunque anche lì bisogna dare giustizia alla stagione di Hyperion del team polacco. Poi Sinfrim Sports ottiene il podio in terza posizione nella LMP2 Pro, poi abbiamo Blue Bolt, Hyperion, il team VEM, Sirba e Dennis Bank IW in ottava posizione. Intanto vediamo qui i donuts, le ciambelle dietro della Porsche che ha vinto la gara, quella Sinfrim, la numero 8. In LMP2 Pro M, Sunset Motorsport trionfa, poi Carloni Racing Prototype, Red Eye Speed Eagles, Naya Racing Italia, Blue Bolt Pro M, poi il team Shiba, Fuel Savers, Kesatria, Sweet Force e Level 1 eSports a completare la top 10, passando alle GT, stagione completata con Satellite Racing sempre davanti. La costante è loro, la costante ci vede ancora una volta commentare un Satellite Racing protagonista. Poi GR Sim Trust ci ha provato fino all'ultimo, è il distacco più risicato all'interno delle 5 categorie che hanno corso questa gara in GT3 Pro. Poi il team Iris 777 in terza posizione, RGPL, le Cascu con l'Audi al quinto posto, VDA Virtual Drivers Alliance in sesta posizione, poi Sirba Emar Motorsport che ha a lungo comandato la gara nelle prime 3-4 ore e il team Tomelli in nona posizione, l'unico ritirato, l'unico a non vedere la bandiera a scacchi. E chiudendo con la GT3M, non per importanza ovviamente, Marco Lodirizzini consegna il trofeo del vincitore al team Carloni Racing Black, poi Emar Motorsport con la 66 al secondo posto, Carloni Racing Red in terza posizione e poi abbiamo il Go Racing Team, il team Shiba, Flying Goat, GR Wildfire, Rookie Monsters, Sinfrim Pink ritirata per un problema al motore e poi WSL Mosqueter in decima e ultima posizione. Direi quindi che Giacomo, sia arrivato il momento di ringraziarti, grazie per la compagnia di questo ultimo stint, e in generale per aver anche tenuto compagnia al pubblico internazionale con il commento inglese. Quindi grazie Giacomo.
Grazie a te Matteo, è stato un piacere e un onore.
Piacere ovviamente tutto mio, grazie ai due Runter, a Mirasic, coloro che sono venuti anche come ospiti sia per Pitrain TV sia per Engine Radio, grazie a tutti gli spettatori che hanno seguito 24 intense ore di gara e mi prendo qualche secondo anche per ringraziare Mariano Calò che mi ha accolto in cabina di commento e vorrei ringraziarlo perché appunto dietro a questo campionato c'è lui, oltre allo staff sì, c'è proprio Mariano, quindi grazie di cuore a Mariano Calò. Ringrazio in special modo anche Federico Soave che ha creato anche varie partnership, tra cui quella con Engine Radio. Quindi un abbraccio e un saluto da Matteo Pittaccio. La eSport Endurance Series tornerà con la settima stagione e ci sarà sicuramente modo di vivere tantissime altre emozioni nelle gare di resistenza in giro per il mondo. Un saluto e un abbraccio da Matteo. Ciao!